For the Magic was a bit of a tough book to write. There's a bit of a disaster that happens at the beginning of the story that sets up the conflict between the two love interests. But Ellen really needed to have an opportunity to show her sweet nature, but her inner strength as well. And she needed someone who could see her beauty even when it wasn't obvious. I had to do a lot of research for this one, and all I can say is thank heavens for fey magic, because good heavens, it would have been a disaster. But as it was, I think that it was a learning experience for both of our love interests. Do enjoy.
For the Magic, Twickenham Full Moon Ball Romance Book 3, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Kathleen Corbin. Chapter 1. Present day.
I want that place to burn, boy.
Michael Addington stared at his grandfather, sitting in the overstuffed chair. With the death of Michael's father 2 months ago, he'd thought the old man's obsession with Twickenham Manor might finally wane, but he should have known better. That place had been a curse on his family, if only because the two men had refused to let go of their grudge. George Addington was nothing if not consistent.
That's arson, Grandad.
Michael kept his voice calm and soothing.
It's against the law. There's a higher law. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Michael rubbed his temple against the headache building there. He was sick of that old biblical quote. His father and grandfather had fed it to Michael all through his youth. He'd even believed it until he'd gone to university. That was when he'd discovered for himself there were other translations and interpretations of that particular verse from Exodus. You've been saying that for 25 years, but you and Dad never did anything about it before. Why is this now my problem?
Don't you use that tone with me.
The old man's face went red, and he leaned forward, his eyes blazing.
No, don't get angry, please,
Michael said gently. His father's sudden death had been hard on both of them, but especially on his grandfather. The two men had been best friends as well as father and son.
They killed Harry.
His grandfather clutched Michael's arm. An unexpected chill ran down his spine. Could his grandfather have been right all these years? Had the two men discovered something the people at Twickenham wanted to hide? Could there really be a secret at Twickenham Manor? Michael took a deep breath and reminded himself that having been raised by two conspiracy theorists made it too easy for him to be sucked into their nonsense. His grandfather's claim was ridiculous.
Dad had a heart attack. That's what the doctor said. They do things over there with potions. That woman they call Aunt Nellie is a sorceress. Get up at dawn and watch her from the tower. What is it she gathers each morning? She uses it to make those cursed portraits.
Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. His grandfather had a powerful intensity about him. Not a manic, crazed kind, but one of conviction and sincerity.
You've never told me how you know this.
The old man closed his eyes, his grip loosening on Michael's arm.
That witch trapped me in her web years ago.
His grandfather's voice softened further.
That was when I met your grandmother.
Michael blinked. It was the first time he could remember his grandfather actually referring to her. Any reference to his grandmother had always been forbidden. She'd left when Michael's father had been 6. George had passed on his bitterness of her abandonment of their family to his son. The two men had conspired for years on how to get even with the people at Twickenham whom they claimed had something to do with her leaving. Or was it her disappearance? The hair on Michael's arm stood on end. Could the two men have been right all these years? Were there nefarious things happening at the manor? But how could it be? Aunt Nellie held week-long Regency immersion vacations and a monthly full moon ball. If people were disappearing from the place, someone would have reported it. wouldn't they?
Witches,
his grandfather whispered. Michael met the old man's steely gaze. He might be elderly and emotionally broken from his decades of grief, but his mind was still sharp.
I know what I'm talking about, boy. They have their little tonics and teas that change the way you feel, shift the way you think. They twist your mind and make you believe there's nothing wrong with what they do, and you believe them. You go along with it. It's sorcery, I tell you, and Aunt Nellie is a predator. She took my sweet.
His grandfather's voice broke. Compassion swelled in Michael, and he took the old man's hand. He'd always been sour and curmudgeonly, and there were many times Michael had thought his grandmother had left because she couldn't take it anymore. That didn't, however, explain why she'd left her only child behind. Michael had found a trunk upstairs in the old house once, filled with clothing and a few knickknacks. He'd never asked for confirmation because his grandmother was a taboo subject, but he knew they were hers. There was a single photo that had made him wonder how a woman who'd smiled so lovingly at her husband and son could have abandoned them without looking back. Reminding himself to take his grandfather's accusations with a grain of salt, Michael couldn't quite shake off his upbringing. Maybe he should look through the trunk again that was in the tower. There could be some hint of what had happened. It wouldn't hurt to go up at first light, too. One of the windows overlooked the Twickenham grounds. When he'd been a child, he'd enjoyed watching guests stroll the gardens in their period clothing. He tried to remember if he'd ever seen Aunt Nellie wandering the grounds at daybreak, but he couldn't recall a time when he'd been up there that early. Did she really go out every day to collect something? If so, what? After George's claim that they'd killed Michael's father, he'd have to find out.
It's the portraits on the top floor,
the old man said, his voice rough.
If we destroy them, it will end.
His grandfather's claims unsettled Michael more than he cared to admit. Surely there had to be more to what was going on at Twickenham.
I'll see what I can find out, he said.
1851. The season that Ellen Hildebrand had anticipated for years had been a disappointment. Not a failure, certainly, as she'd received 4 marriage proposals. She'd come to loathe the need to let men down, for she understood too well the pain of caring for someone who did not return the same feelings. But she must not think of that. Over the past year, she had come to understand that she had been more in love with the idea of the man than with the man himself. And he had, after all, married her dearest friend. It had served as a good lesson for Ellen, one she had considered during her season. She picked up the ribbons she'd purchased for Catherine. Her sister-in-law was likely in the morning room. Grandmama had been teaching Catherine how to sew the sweetest tiny clothes. She and Gareth were hoping it was a boy. He needed an heir, after all, but Ellen wished it would be a little girl. "We can't wait an extra month. We have to go tomorrow." At the worry in Catherine's voice, Ellen paused outside the open door.
But, my love, how will we explain returning so soon with a babe?
Gareth's voice was the one he used when trying to sound soothing, but he was unable to cover his own alarm, and it made the hair on Ellen's neck stand on end.
We know too well how ill it makes us to travel, her brother continued. What would it do to the baby? A child born of parents from 2 times should not be greatly troubled by the travel,
came the voice of Aunt Nellie from Twickenham Manor. Ellen hadn't realized the woman had come to Kelworth. Then her words struck Ellen, and she rubbed her temples. 2 times? What could that possibly mean? "I need a decent stethoscope." The frustration in Catherine's voice pulled Ellen from her thoughts. "These last few weeks, I've gotten big, much bigger than I was with my daughter." Catherine's voice tightened as it always did whenever she spoke of her first marriage and the loss of both her husband and child.
And what would a different stethoscope tell you? Gareth asked.
if there are two heartbeats?"
"Twins?"
Gareth asked, his voice strained, the fear powerful. Ellen gave a soft gasp. "No, no." She clenched her hands, crushing the carefully ironed ribbons. She found it hard to swallow. Losing his first wife in childbirth more than a decade ago had nearly destroyed him. How could he cope if he lost Catherine the same way? "There's a greater risk of complications with twins, both for me and them. We need to travel right away." How could Catherine wish to travel again so soon? They had barely returned to Kelworth, and the long ride from London had made her poor ankles swell dreadfully. And where might she go?
"I fear, my love, that you are correct. We still have not settled on a way to break the news to Ellen and Grandmama that they may not be with you at your time," Gareth said. "You know they both expect it."
Ellen's heart sank. Was she not to be allowed to assist with the birth? Not assist, of course, but she had thought to be there to offer encouragement. Did Catherine not trust her? Her brother said something, his voice tender, but so soft Ellen couldn't make out his words, which was probably for the best. Since marrying Catherine, Gareth was a changed man and embarrassingly happy. It was something she would not have imagined possible a year ago. "I believe Catherine is correct that she should travel now, especially if there is a possibility she carries twins," Aunt Nellie said. "I suggest that you tell everyone you're going to rusticate at one of his lordship's more rural estates. Your valet and her maid will have ruffled feathers, but that would be an issue anyway. You can tell them it is a good time for them to visit family, and that you plan to return in 3 months' time. You, of course, may remain longer, but you should return here with your healthy baby." The older woman gave a soft laugh. "All babies." Ellen closed her eyes and leaned against the wall. There was that reference to time again. How could Catherine's time be different than Gareth's? It made no sense. "Yes." Catherine's voice sounded relieved now. "That's exactly what we'll do. You know I've had the oddest feelings lately. It's probably just pregnancy hormones, but it's making me edgy."
"You as well, my love?"
Gareth asked. "Yes." "I have felt it as well," Aunt Nellie said, her voice now full of worry that Ellen had never heard before. "The magic has been warning me of impending danger." Magic? Ellen shook her head. She must have misheard, so she leaned closer to the door.
"What kind of danger?"
Gareth asked, his tone now firm and businesslike.
"Does it have anything to do with Catherine?"
"No," Aunt Nellie said thoughtfully, "but it does have something to do with your family." "Ellen?" Catherine asked. "Perhaps not. But we must all be on guard. My dear, your tea has gotten cold. Let me pour you another cup." An odd dizziness made Ellen feel as though she might fall. She closed her eyes. Was she feverish and had not heard right? No, she had not imagined it, she was sure. What was she to make of all this talk of magic and different times? To hear her ever-practical brother accept such statements as though they were commonplace was the stuff of dreams. Had Ellen not come down the stairs but fallen asleep in her chair and was dreaming? It was all so strange. Since returning to Kelworth, she'd had an odd sense of expectancy. If Ellen had to put a word to the feeling, she'd have named it a premonition. But she would not use the word, and certainly not in front of Grandmama. Her spinster great-aunt claimed that some members of the family had the sight, which was stuff and nonsense. The elderly woman had often had similar flights of fancy, and Ellen had suggested she should have been an authoress. Adding to Ellen's sense of unease was all the talk of magic, different times, and traveling somewhere to have the baby without any of the family in attendance.
"Are you not well, my lady?"
At the voice of her brother's valet, Ellen startled and opened her eyes. Her cheeks went warm, and she had to struggle to keep her composure.
"No, Thomas, I'm fine. I was simply looking for Lady Catherine."
I imagine she is in her ladyship's morning room.
He indicated the open doorway. Ellen narrowed her eyes at the older man. His face held the mellow expression it always did, but she was sure there was a hint of humor in his voice, though, considering what she thought she just heard, she might be imagining that as well.
"I thought I might have heard Aunt Nellie's voice and did not wish to disturb them."
Not that she had need to make excuses to one of the servants. If she wished to lean against a wall, Ellen was certainly within her rights to do so.
As you say, my lady. Ellen, is that you?
Gareth appeared in the doorway.
And Thomas is here. Good. You both should know that her ladyship and I have decided to visit Ravensden House for a lengthy visit until after the baby is born. We're leaving straight away. Thomas, I'll need you to pack, and I will not be needing your services, so you will have time to visit your sister. But, my lord... No.
Gareth held up his hand, his tone firm.
It's been decided. We will leave tomorrow. Please inform Alice so she may begin packing for her ladyship. She will also be able to visit her family.
Thomas didn't argue further, but gave a crisp bow and walked away.
My dear Ellen,
Gareth said, putting a hand on her shoulder.
I know you've been looking forward to being there to assist Catherine, but I'm afraid the doctor has suggested that just she and I go. I am sorry.
He lied so glibly. She had meant to argue with him about leaving her behind, but the way his shoulders appeared to carry the weight of the world, she couldn't. Not since he had come out of his doldrums had she seen him look so burdened. In the other room, Aunt Nellie was saying something to Catherine, and an idea came to Ellen.
"Gareth,"
she said, putting a hand on his arm.
"Do you think Aunt Nellie would allow me to stay with her while you're gone? With Grandmama visiting her old friends in Bath, I don't wish to stay here alone. I would require a companion. That would take time, and you are in a rush."
That is a brilliant idea.
He looked at her, his eyes full of affection and relief.
It would take a great deal off my mind if I knew you were in a comfortable situation, and I know you enjoy visiting Twickenham. Will you come and have tea with us? Aunt Nellie is here, and we can inquire about your stay.
"Of course."
What are you holding?
He indicated her clenched fist, colorful ribbons leaking between her fingers.
"Oh, it's nothing that won't wait."
Ellen slid them into her pocket and followed her brother into the morning room. Chapter 2. Present day. As requested, Michael had been watching Aunt Nellie for 2 weeks. The old man had been right. Just as he'd claimed, each morning Aunt Nellie stepped out of Twickenham Manor. She went about the grounds, almost like a bee that flitted between flowers collecting nectar. The only exception had been when she'd taken a trip away from the manor and been gone for 2 days. One of her servants had done the duty instead. His grandfather's binoculars were inadequate, so Michael purchased a pair with good magnification. It hadn't made sense to him that this Aunt Nellie would gather dew, and he wanted to see what she was really doing out there every morning. With the sun barely lighting the sky, Michael held the new binoculars to his eyes and waited for Aunt Nellie to show up. When she did, the first ray of sunshine was striking the grounds, and the morning dew seemed to light up with glitter. He made an adjustment, and it was almost like he was standing over the woman's shoulder. Michael moved the binoculars from his eyes, blinked, and put them back. It hadn't been an optical illusion. In the first of the morning's rays, the curious Twickenham dewdrops seemed to glitter, almost as though there was something in them besides water. He'd never seen anything like it. Scanning the grounds, he was surprised to find that the shininess of the drops stopped just a little past his property line. It was almost as though the glittery dewdrops had bled over. He knew from having watched her before that the phenomenon wouldn't last, so he put down the binoculars and ran down the stairs of the tower and out the door to the spot by the fence where he had seen the unusual droplets. Up close, without the magnification of the binoculars, they seemed to have an inner glow and an almost rainbow luminosity. Michael knelt so he could touch one. Did he imagine the slight tingle? He held up his finger, but it just looked like a wet finger. Shifting, he held his hand closer to his chest, so it was shaded. The spot glowed. Michael jumped away from the fence. He rubbed his finger on his jeans, feeling like the dewdrop had something toxic on it. His heart pounded, and his breathing had gone ragged. He stared at the fence that separated his grandfather's property and Twickenham Manors. What was going on over there? All his life, Michael had loved looking at the Twickenham gardens. Their elegant design had played a large role in his decision to get a degree in landscape architecture. He'd wanted to be able to create beauty out of living things. How could he have spent so many hours gazing at those grounds, studying the flower choices, surreptitiously watching as their gardeners pruned and shaped the plants, and not known that something unnatural was going on over there? Michael started to rub his temple, but stopped, remembering it had recently touched that stuff on the ground. He'd have to wash his hands. He glanced at his jeans and the faint glow where he'd wiped his finger, and put on some clean clothes. Once he'd changed, he went in to check up on his grandfather. George sat in his usual overstuffed chair, which faced a window that gave him a view of the manor. "How are you feeling today?" Michael asked. "Can I get you anything?"
"You're the only one left."
His grandfather's voice was rough with emotion.
"What do you mean?"
"You're the last of our line, the last one who can make this right. It's your duty to—"
"Wait a minute, Granddad." Michael took a seat. His gut twisted at the man's emotional pain, wishing he could make it stop. Even more than his father, who had traveled a lot for work while Michael was growing up, George Addington had been there for him, been the one to attend every single school and sporting event. He'd been the one to champion Michael's desire to be a gardener. No one could have been more supportive.
"I hope you're not talking about me committing arson again." "Promise me you'll do it."
His grandfather's face turned as hard as Michael had ever seen it. Why was he pushing this?
"I said I'd look to see if Aunt Nellie really does go out every morning, and I did. And she does. But she has every right to do that if she wants to."
Michael couldn't bring himself to mention the glittery, tingly dewdrops. He had no intention of feeding his grandfather's obsession, even if something strange was going on over there. There had to be a logical explanation for whatever the woman was doing.
"It's a full moon tonight," George said. "Promise me you'll burn the portraits on the top floor."
The old man really wasn't going to let it go. Michael heaved out a breath and stood.
"Look, I have to get to work." "It has to be tonight,"
his grandfather insisted.
"No, it doesn't. We'll talk about it when I get home later."
Michael strode from the room. Arson was carrying it too far. Ever since his grandfather had mentioned it, Michael had considered having the old man's mental health evaluated. It looked like it might be time. 1851. Ellen put down the book that she hadn't been able to concentrate on. She rose and went to the library window to look out on the Twickenham grounds. The staff was out and about, trimming, pruning, and picking flowers for displays about the manor. She had stayed at Twickenham many times over the years, usually only for a day or two, as Kelworth was so near. Never before had she been here for so long. 3 weeks. Aunt Nellie often had a house full of guests. That was how Ellen had become friends with Reese the previous year. As they'd chatted at dinner before a full moon ball, Ellen had been intrigued. The American had been what Ellen admired and wished to be like. A tiger of a woman, confident and fearless. Exactly what she wished to be. Rhys had become a dear friend, Ellen's dearest friend, were she to be honest. Unfortunately, it was difficult to be a confident and fearless woman among the Ton. Those in the upper crust of society held a rigid view of the way people should behave, especially women, even when many of them only wore it as a public face. Hypocritical had been the word Rhys had used to describe it, and through her friend's eyes, Ellen had accepted the truth of it. Was that why she had not been able to make herself care for any of her suitors during the season? Ellen missed Rhys, who had returned to America to marry her childhood friend. Ellen missed the way the woman had challenged her and her brother to be more. How could Ellen be more? She had high hopes when she'd gone to London for her season that she would meet a forward-thinking man, one who would partner with her and Gareth to make changes. The longer she had spent in the company of the Ton, the more she had realized she would never fit in there. Once she had hoped to be a political wife, one who could assist her husband, who would support legislation to make a difference in people's lives, like she and Gareth had done with his tenant village after Rhys had been appalled at his courtiers' living conditions. However, the men Ellen had met in London had looked at her as merely a woman who could add to their fortune and serve as a competent hostess, and provide an heir, of course, but never as an equal, never as someone whose thoughts or opinions mattered to them. Catherine had commented once that the men were looking for a trophy wife. It wasn't an expression Ellen had heard before, but it provided a perfect description. Rhys would have agreed. She'd have had no patience with such men. Now that Ellen saw them differently, she found she didn't either. A now familiar tingle sent a shiver down Ellen's back. She glanced upstairs, having felt it several times since she'd arrived for this visit, something she'd never experienced before. It seemed to tease her to visit the top floor, but Aunt Nellie had said it was off-limits to guests. Ellen had assumed that meant it was where the servants stayed, but she wasn't sure now. One night, after a disturbing dream in which she had been engulfed in flames, the pain had awakened her. Unable to fall back asleep, she had been restless and left her room. She'd felt drawn to climb the stairs and had reached the top when a servant had come upon her and insisted that she return to her room. The little that she'd seen had included beautiful portraits on the walls. She'd never known a great house that hung expensive paintings on the halls of the servants' floor. Why did she feel this pull to visit a floor where she was unwelcome? Ellen was no wayward child, pulled hither and thither. She sighed. "Are you happy here, Lady Ellen?" At the sound of Aunt Nellie's voice behind her, Ellen's taut nerves jerked. She spun around.
"Oh, you startled me."
She patted her chest, trying to calm her racing heart.
"What is it you see when you stare out the windows?"
Aunt Nellie said, coming to stand beside her.
"This is the first summer I've spent away from Kelworth."
Ellen turned back to the window.
"You know how much I love to garden. I know it is not ladylike to have my hands in the dirt, but I love to be outside in the fresh air, to smell nature around me."
"You grow such lovely flowers, too. It is almost as though the plants know that you care about them, so they shine more for you."
"Such a whimsical thought."
Ellen smiled at the older woman, who had always seemed to understand her.
"Would you mind very much if I were to help the gardeners?"
"I have a better suggestion. Put on your hat and meet me in the entrance."
Ellen did as she was told, excited for something different. When she returned, Aunt Nellie held up a finger, indicating Ellen should follow her. They were silent as they walked outside and past the kitchen gardens. Aunt Nellie stopped at a brick wall with a wooden door.
"A long time ago, I had a guest who stayed with us for a few years. She also loved gardens more than she did people. I had the walls built so she would have privacy while she worked, and she found the solace that she needed, the healing. Since it's isolated from the other gardens, I haven't done much with it since she left." Aunt Nellie opened the gate and stepped back for Ellen to enter first. The walled garden was larger than Ellen had expected and showed signs of neglect, with climbing roses that had been allowed to run amok. Weeds choked clumps of colorful blooms. It must have once been a beautiful spot. Now it looked forlorn, and her heart twisted. "You've done a lovely job with the Kelworth Gardens, as I have seen you looking melancholy during this extended visit. I thought of this garden." Aunt Nellie gave her an odd look and tilted her head as though she were listening for something. Ellen was about to ask her what she had heard when the older woman continued, "I believe it would be a bit much were you to work this alone. Should you wish to take on the task, I will assign some servants to assist you in caring for this garden while you're here. You may do whatever you would like with it."
"I'm afraid the best I could do with this would be to prepare it for next year."
Ellen glanced around the space, already imagining what a lovely outdoor room it could be. One could seek solitude there, or gather with a few friends.
"I do so love a challenge."
"I know you do, dear."
Aunt Nellie's eyes glistened, swallowing as though it was difficult for her to speak. Her tone held so much emotion and sympathy? For Ellen? No, that couldn't be. Her hostess must be thinking of the woman who had first worked the garden. Perhaps her life had been filled with sadness. Aunt Nellie said, "And I know you will face what is before you with the same determination you have shown in other aspects of your life." Before Ellen could ask her what she meant by the strange comment, the woman had turned and left. What an odd thing to say. With the sun warm on her back and the smell of roses filling her senses, Ellen smiled. She began to walk through the garden, making a mental list of what would need to be done. Chapter 3. Present day. Michael took his time gathering his supplies from the boot of his car. The day had gone much longer than he'd anticipated, and the sun was already setting. His stomach growled. He'd barely taken time to eat during the day, but the landscaping project was done, and on time. The first thing he'd do was shower and then some dinner. He took off his muddy work shoes in the utility room, careful to shake off the dirt on his trousers. The housekeeper would let Michael have it if he tracked dirt all through the house. "Grandad?" he called when he was finished. Listening, he didn't hear anything. George had probably already gone to bed. He tended to go to sleep with the sun. As Michael showered, he continued to ponder how he was going to talk his grandfather out of the ridiculous idea of setting fire to Twickenham Manor. The last thing Michael wanted to do was have the old man committed, but something had to be done if he was becoming a danger to others. At least while Michael's father had been alive, there'd been one sound mind between them. Letting out a deep breath, Michael slipped into his pajama bottoms. The night was warm, so he didn't put on a t-shirt. He padded down the stairs to the kitchen. The house seemed eerily empty. He'd grown up here and was used to the way the old house creaked, but something seemed off tonight. Michael went to the parlor. The lights from Twickenham lit the room. He'd almost forgotten that tonight was the full moon ball. A chill went down his spine, and he lifted his arm to find the hair standing on end. What was it about that place? Ever since his grandfather had told him about Aunt Nellie gathering something in the mornings, Michael had been waking in the middle of the night. His nerves would ache as though from remembered pain. He could never recall the dream or dreams that had led up to his waking. Something told him he'd had the same dream repeatedly. That odd tingling sensation he'd felt that morning with the glittery dewdrop returned, this time all through his body. Michael clenched his fists. The pathway sparkled, the full moon rising in the distance. The staff had wrapped tiny fairy lights around the trees, lining the walk to guide the guests to the front door. The result was charming, and he could see why the people loved to attend the monthly balls. If not for his father and grandfather's feelings about the place, Michael would probably have attended one. In his mind, he could almost hear the warning his grandfather would have given him to stay clear of the place. What would a doctor say if Michael told him about the dewdrops? That the bitter old man's imaginings were getting the better of Michael? That there was nothing sinister going on next door? The weird tingle made his hand twitch. Maybe it was him who was mental. He went to the kitchen and made a sandwich. As he was eating it, the house's silence took on an ominous feeling. Seriously, what was it tonight? A powerful sense of urgency struck him. He had to check on his grandfather. Michael shoved the last of the sandwich into his mouth and took the stairs 2 at a time. George's door was ajar, so Michael pushed it open. The hallway light shone on a scattering of clothing flung haphazardly around the room. "Grandad?" Michael flipped on the light. The bed hadn't been slept in. A faded color photo lay in the middle of the floor, one he remembered having seen in that old chest. It was of his grandparents and his father. He stared at the messy room, and his body went cold. That sense of urgency returned even stronger, and he shoved the photo into his pajama pocket. Calling his grandfather every name he could think of, Michael dashed down the stairs. He slipped his feet back into his work boots, but didn't bother to lace them. When he opened the doors, the cool summer air made his bare chest break out in goose pimples. He grabbed a jumper and threw the sweater on as he ran toward the manor. What was the old man thinking? Twickenham was full of even more people tonight than normal. They could be killed, burned. Michael shuddered at the thought and tried to run faster. He tripped on the laces and almost fell. Cursing his grandfather back 5 generations, Michael paused to tie his shoes with shaking fingers. The urgency to get to the manor strengthened, and he started running again. Should he call the police? Michael had left his cell phone at the house. Growling, he ran faster. Even though the manor was technically next door, it was a large estate with extensive grounds. He didn't see anyone and wondered if everyone was busy in the ballroom. If the servants saw Michael, would they try to stop him? The first door he came to was unlocked. He slipped in, clinging to the wall. Michael followed the sound of music and paused around the corner from an open set of double doors. The room was full of a myriad of people, young and old, well-dressed and not so well-dressed. Even though a few of them furtively used their cell phones, they still looked like they were enjoying themselves. "You're not exactly dressed for the part," a young woman said in an American accent as she took his arm. Michael about jumped out of his skin. He couldn't imagine what he looked like in pajama bottoms, muddy work boots, and an unbuttoned jumper with nothing underneath. Would she call security? Aunt Nellie must have some with this many people there. "Sorry, I just came downstairs to take a look. I should go back to my room." Michael pulled his arm loose and darted for the stairs. He took them 3 at a time. At the top, when he saw no one else around, he paused to catch his breath, taking in the elaborate Gothic style of architecture. Twickenham Manor's decor was incredible. A door opening down the long hallway sent him flying up the next flight of stairs. "You look lost, sir. May I help you?" Michael froze and gave a soft groan. He should have kept running to the top floor. He had to get up there before someone died. He turned, thinking to find one of the servants. No, he faced the supposed witch instead. Aunt Nellie was an attractive woman and looked even better up close. She had an ageless quality about her, with skin that was barely wrinkled, though her hair was gray. She watched him with eyes that seemed to see too much. Aunt Nellie?" A young woman dressed in an old-fashioned servant costume hurried up the stairs. "You must come." The older woman gave him a single piercing glance and said, Get on with it." She then hurried down the stairs with the maid. Michael frowned at the odd comment, but he didn't have time to linger. He leapt for the stairs and bounded up them. At the top, he didn't know which direction to go. Curse the long corridor. Where was his grandfather? The tingle came back, and with it a sense that he should turn left. He'd hoped that the portraits his grandfather had spoken of would be in a single room, but there were pictures everywhere along the hallway. Were there more in the rooms? One door nearby was ajar, and light leaked out. He slipped inside. The walls were covered with paintings. One in particular looked familiar. The blonde woman in the bust-sized portrait wore period clothing just like all the people in the pictures. Where had he seen her before? A stinging began in his left palm, and he scratched it. He ran his fingers along the scar there. It had been a work injury on the job, and he'd had to get it treated at the hospital. Then he knew. He stared at the painting of the doctor who stitched him up. How odd. But where was his grandfather? Were there other rooms with paintings? Michael sniffed. Was he imagining the smell of smoke? There was another room connected to this one by a doorway. He hurried to it and looked inside. No George. As Michael turned to leave, he noticed a portrait in the corner. It took a second before his brain registered what he was seeing. It couldn't be. He went to stand in front of it. The man, also dressed in period clothing, was smiling for the portrait. It was a smile Michael had only ever seen in photos. How had his grandfather ended up with a painting at Twickenham Manor? Did he know it was here? He must. How else could someone have painted it? Possibly from a photograph. Michael had seen all of the family photo albums, and he'd never seen this particular picture. It had to have been done when his grandfather was young, possibly in his early to mid-20s. This place posed too many questions. Michael's gaze shifted to the adjacent painting. He stared at the smiling woman for a second before pulling the snapshot from his pocket. He compared his young grandmother to the woman in the painting. They had to be the same person. So there was more to his grandfather's story than he'd let on. His grandparents had obviously had something to do with Twickenham early in their marriage. Was his grandfather right? Had one of the guests here lured his grandmother away? But with things estranged between the two households, why would Aunt Nellie keep the paintings on her walls? A noise in the first room brought Michael out of his reflections. Someone had turned out the light. His grandfather, or one of the servants? Michael dashed to the door and paused. Slowly he looked inside, closing his eyes so they could adjust. When he opened them, he could make out a figure moving near the doctor's portrait. The person made a circular movement with his arms, and then a small flash of light appeared. Fire! Grandad, no! Michael dashed toward him as the draperies exploded into flames. Chapter 4 1851 Ellen had to hurry from the garden in order to change for the full moon ball. With almost all the overgrowth cut back, her mind had been full of ideas of what plants she could put in that would bloom in the autumn. She'd been so preoccupied that she'd lost track of time. If not for the ball, she'd have stayed in the garden. While Lulu worked to make Ellen's hair presentable, she tried to shake off a sense of unease that had plagued her all day. It unsettled her. What had she to be concerned about? She was safe and secure at Twickenham Manor under Aunt Nellie's care as Ellen had been many times. Often, over the years, she'd wished she could live there and that Aunt Nellie could have been her mother. The woman had a delightful sense of humor, and she seemed to understand the foibles of the people under her roof. She was also the perfect hostess, and Ellen had taken to watching when the older woman spoke with a cranky visitor who had behaved poorly. She was understanding but firm. If the guest, it was never a servant, became intractable, Aunt Nellie quickly became someone one did not cross. Ellen knew too well. She hadn't often fallen prey to the temptation to play pranks on people, but had given in once when she was 14. She'd been staying with Aunt Nellie and had presumed to meddle with her hostess's paints. She hadn't lost her temper, but there had been something to her tone that made Ellen feel like a small child who was being ridiculous. Properly cowed, she'd never presumed to go anywhere near the paints again. In fact, she'd been quite honored during this stay when Aunt Nellie had offered to paint Ellen's portrait. She smiled. In many ways, the woman reminded her of Reese. Both had strong characters and big hearts. The American woman had returned to Twickenham twice, but not at all this summer. She promised to try to come for Christmas. Ellen missed her greatly.
With your lovely fair hair, you will likely outshine every woman in the room, my lady,
Lulu said when she'd finished.
Do you need anything else from me? I believe if you hurry, you will not be late for dinner. Thank you, Lulu. You do a lovely job.
Ellen left the room. She arrived downstairs as the guests were lining up according to station to enter the dining room. Since her brother was an earl, she outranked all the women in the room.
Ah, Lady Ellen has arrived.
Colonel Pritchard released the woman he would have led into the dining room and extended his arm to Ellen. The guests shifted to accommodate the change. She gave a small curtsy.
I apologize for my tardiness. I was occupied in the garden and lost track of time.
You and your gardens.
Colonel Pritchard chuckled and patted her hand on his arm. They stepped into the dining room and he said,
Your great-aunt Evangeline loved working in the garden when she was young.
You know very well that Grandmama hates being called great-aunt,
Ellen chided.
I know, which is why I insist on calling her that.
The older man sighed.
Miss Evangeline was such a beauty. Still is, if you ask me.
Ellen had to bite back a smile. The colonel was said to have fancied Grandmama back then, but her father had not sanctioned the union. The colonel had been sent to India, where he'd spent his career, and her great-aunt had never married. Ellen found the old man's wistful tone sad. It was clear he still cared, and she could tell from the way Grandmama spoke of him that she did as well. After the dinner was over, they adjourned to the ballroom, where the general guests had begun to gather. Ellen glanced out the window to the drive lined with carriages. Everyone who could attend came to the Twickenham full moon ball. She began the process of greeting the people she knew. Ellen went into the midnight dinner exhausted. Perhaps it had been too much to have worked in the garden for much of the day and then spent the evening dancing. At the end of her second dance after the meal, Ellen glanced at her dance card. No one had claimed her remaining dances. In the past, she would have sought out some acquaintances to chat with, but she felt fatigued and decided to excuse herself and retire. Climbing the stairs, she wondered why she continued to feel unsettled, restless. Could it be concern for Catherine and the baby? Or disappointment that she'd not been invited to go with them to Ravensden House? Ellen paused outside her door. An urge to investigate the mysterious top floor struck her. With her hand on her door handle, she glanced at the stairs. A sense of adventure seized her, such as Ellen had not felt since she'd meddled with Aunt Nellie's paints. Not that Ellen would do that again, but perhaps she could do a little something not permitted that would harm no one. Laughing softly, she scooped up her skirts and ran to the stairs. She slowed her steps as she climbed them, being careful not to make too much noise. On the top floor, she paused and examined the long hallway. Nothing but portraits lined the walls. Why was it such a mystery? Ellen started to take the right corridor, but felt an impulse to step to the door to the left instead. She eased it open, surprised to find the room lit. Her gaze was drawn to a large painting of 5 people. She gasped. It included her friend Reese and the 2 men and 2 women who had visited Twickenham with her. Ellen's heart gave a little lurch. How she missed her friend. Moving to the portrait, she reached up to touch it, but her attention was drawn to the right, where portraits of her brother Gareth and sister-in-law Catherine hung. When had these been painted? The corner of another frame showed from behind the nearby curtain. Ellen pulled back the fabric, surprised to find the painting Aunt Nellie had completed of Ellen a fortnight ago. Nellie had said she wanted to send it to be framed before allowing Ellen to see it. A sudden sense of danger sent a shiver of fear through her, and she spun around to see what was behind her. There was nothing there. But a wave of dizziness washed over Ellen. The room brightened, and she found herself swaying backward into her painting. Present day. Ellen landed with a thud. Her body ached as though she had contracted the grip, and she found it difficult to breathe. She coughed. Then she recognized the smell. It was smoke. What was burning? She pulled herself to her feet, meaning to call for help. 2 shadows seemed to be huddled together. Ellen was about to ask for their assistance when she realized that one figure was holding an open flame against her brother's portrait. Was the man trying to set it on fire? Anger flooded through her. How dare he?
What are you doing?
She cried, running forward to clasp his arm. The other figure spun around. A foul-smelling liquid sprayed over Ellen, splashing into her hair, on her face, and running down under her gown. Angry now and insulted, she continued to struggle. He dropped the small candle-like object he held. As soon as it touched her dress, it burst into flames. With a scream, she released him. "No!" The man started beating at her gown, but the fire jumped to his sleeve. He cried out, now slapping at his arm. The blaze raced up her dress, engulfing her body. Searing pain such as Ellen had never felt before cut through her. As the fire jumped to her hair, the man was beating at it again. Vertigo struck her. Overwhelmed with agony, she fell back into blackness. Chapter 5. 1851. The pain. The terrible pain. Michael couldn't remember ever hurting so much. It came in rolling waves, washing over him from head to foot, pulling back, and then coming again. Would it never end? "Make it stop, please." The last word came out with a sob. "Shh, no." Michael tried to open his eyes at the familiar voice, but they wouldn't open. Another wave of pain drove the thought from his mind. He tried to shift away from the agony, but the motion made it worse. He groaned. "You must drink this." That voice again. Something pressed against his lips, sending shooting daggers up his face. Would the torment never end? "Just let me die," he cried. "Absolutely not." Something cool dribbled on his lips. It sent blessed relief where it touched. "That's right. Open your mouth and swallow." Michael did, and more soothing liquid dropped on his lips. He ran his tongue over his mouth, confused at the rough surface. More fluid followed, and he had to swallow or choke on it. As it ran down his throat to his stomach, the pain receded. He swallowed again and again. Finally, he was able to sleep. Ellen was floating. She must be dreaming, for nothing around her seemed substantial. She reached over to touch the bed's canopy. Her hand went through it. She seemed to be hovering over the scene, like an angel. The room held several people. Only one acted calm, the others scurrying around. In spite of the bustling about, the people appeared to have a sense of purpose. The calm, gray-haired woman who was giving brisk orders, and the others simply obeyed. Her voice was familiar. It troubled Ellen that she could not recall the name. It was one she should know well. Would the gray-haired woman be offended that her name had been forgotten if she were to glance up and see Ellen floating there? Floating. She tried to clasp the bed's canopy again to no avail. Was she an angel? A small woman, also familiar, was crying as she gently removed something black from the bed. Ellen wished she could give comfort. With the thought, she found herself beside the bed rather than above it. She extended her hand, but paused. What was the name of this woman who wept so heartbreakingly? Why could Ellen not remember? She closed her eyes to focus, but she couldn't recall what she was doing. The calm woman made a sharp comment, and the little woman worked to gain control of herself. At least she stopped sobbing. Who were these women? Aunt. One of them was Ellen's aunt. No, that wasn't correct. She wasn't Ellen's aunt, but that was the woman's name. Aunt something. The gray-haired woman was Aunt Nellie. Then Ellen knew who the little woman was. Why was Lulu crying? Ellen turned her gaze to the shape on the bed. A grotesque, charred figure lay on it. She stumbled back, covering her mouth as she fought nausea. What were they doing to it? Some of the people were pulling layers of black from it, while Lulu dripped liquid from a cup on the thing. "Oh, my goodness," the maid said in a rough voice. "What will his lordship say?" "We mustn't think of that now." Aunt Nellie's tone, while firm and calm, also carried a note of worry. "What is important is that we save her. Her ladyship must not die." Ellen's gaze darted to the figure on the bed again. Was it Catherine? But how was that possible? The form was slender and not heavy with child. And why was it black? If it was burned, should the room not stink? Ellen sniffed. She could smell nothing. As they removed another layer of fabric from the figure, it turned, exposing a bit of unburned material. It triggered another memory. She had seen that pattern before. Ellen's insides quivered. It was from her gown. Why would that blackened person be wearing her dress? She realized then that it was indeed a person, a woman. Ellen must see. She extended her hand to lift the cloth that covered what must be the face. Once again, her hand went through it as if it were as insubstantial as fog. Then, one of the servants pulled back the fabric. Ellen began to scream. Chapter 6. Slowly, Michael's mind seemed to rouse from a deep gray fog. He tried to swallow, but his mouth was dry. At his groan, something touched his shoulder.
"Can you open your eyes?"
a female voice said. They wouldn't budge and felt like they'd been taped shut. A feathery touch was followed by something dripping on his lids.
"Try now,"
she said. Michael did, and he was able to open his eyes. He squinted against the light and raised a hand against it.
"Give them time to adjust. The light is not bright. It has merely been some time since you opened them."
"Where am I?" His voice came out a rough croak, as though he hadn't used it in a while.
"Twickenham Manor."
Memories came rushing at him, tingling dewdrops, coming home to find his grandfather missing, locating him in the portrait room setting fire to the drapes, struggling to take the lighter fluid from the old man, accidentally splashing the accelerant on a young woman who went up in flames. With a jolt, Michael tried to sit up, but more than one pair of hands pushed him back. "The girl!" he cried, trying to open his eyes, but closing them against the pain of the light. "You have to help her.
She had to have been burned."
"She was," a new voice said. It took Michael a second before he recognized it. Aunt Nellie.
"How badly was she hurt?"
he asked. "She's severely burned." Grief and worry now filled Aunt Nellie's voice. "She could have died." His chest tightened. If only he'd checked on his grandfather sooner, she might not have been hurt. Severely burned. And it was his fault. An ache began in his heart. The girl had come at him so quickly that he'd only gotten a glimpse of her face. She'd been beautiful, with honey-colored hair and a lithe form. Michael didn't ask if she'd be scarred. Of course she would be. Burns left terrible scars. He could still see the image of the flames climbing her dress and consuming her hair. His stomach heaved, but he had nothing in it to empty. He had been burned too. Perhaps it was karma, and he deserved it for his role in what had happened to the young woman. "Will she live?" he asked when he could speak. "I hope so." Michael tried opening his eyes. It was easier this time. He looked at Aunt Nellie. There was something different about her, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He'd studied her enough through his binoculars. He'd have thought he could note any changes. She watched him expectantly. Something in her gaze made him think she was waiting for him to admit his guilt. He wanted to cry out that he'd been trying to stop his grandfather, that it had not been Michael's intent to burn anything, or anyone. But the can of lighter fluid that had sprayed on her had been in his hand. On purpose or not, he was the one who doused her. "It's all my fault." "Yes, it is." Aunt Nellie's words were soft and still held a hint of accusation, but there was also forgiveness. "She's in a dangerous place at the moment. We have been able to keep her body alive, but we have not been able to wake her. I fear we could yet lose her." "I wish I could do something to fix it." Moisture ran from the corners of his eyes, down the side of his face and into his ears. "It's good that your injured eye is tearing properly." Aunt Nellie gently dabbed at the moisture. "There are some things that we must know about each other first."
"Aunt Nellie, I'll do anything I can to try to help her."
The woman had to wipe his face again, but from her expression, she seemed to approve.
"Then I believe the first thing is for us to introduce ourselves. You seem to know me, but I don't know you." "My name is Michael Addington, and my grandfather's house adjoins your property."
"Addington," she said thoughtfully. "A neighbor who tried to set fire to my house?"
"How do you know we tried to set fire to your house?"
"Do you mean aside from things you said in your sleep?" Aunt Nellie reached over to the table and lifted a photo from a platter. The paper's edges had been burned. "It came back with you." Michael lifted his hand with a thought to rub his temple, but found a bandage on the side of his head. He examined the fabric wrapped around his hands, and that's what it was, fabric. They weren't the kind of bandages used in a modern hospital, but what he'd have expected to find in a historical movie.
"You said it came back with me."
Michael wished she would stop talking in riddles. Wasn't his mind muddled enough?
"What does that mean?"
"It means back to this time."
"Back to what time?"
"It is 1851, Mr. Addington." Michael closed his eyes. He really must be mental. It must be inherited, and he'd gotten it from his grandfather. Had there even been a fire? A spark of hope came from the thought. Maybe that woman hadn't been burned after all. "You don't look familiar to me because I have not yet met you." Aunt Nellie wiped at his eyes again. "It does appear that you've met my future self, though."
"You're cracked," Michael said.
Or he was. "Actually, I'm not. I am, however, a fairy." His grandfather's words came back to Michael, and he stared at the ceiling. What was he supposed to make of that? He tried to clench his bandaged hand, causing pain to shoot through it and up his arm. With a groan, he brought it to his chest. He definitely wasn't dreaming. "You must take care," Aunt Nellie said, taking his hand and putting it beside him. "You mustn't forget that you were also burned." "So there's no other explanation," Michael said, looking at her. "My grandfather was right, and you're a witch." "I am getting quite tired of people calling me a witch." A flash of irritation crossed her face, but she quickly schooled it. "I'm a guardian with responsibility over ancient ley lines on which Twickenham Manor rests. It was built to protect people from periodic releases of magic. If they are in the right place when it happens, they are moved through time. That appears to have happened to you and Lady Ellen." "Lady Ellen?" "Yes, the young woman you burned." Michael wanted to argue that he hadn't burned her, not on purpose at least, but he was responsible to some degree regardless. Then his slow brain seemed to register what else Aunt Nellie had said. "Are you saying she's also from a different time?" He couldn't get his head around all of this. "She was when you first saw her. Lady Ellen is from this time," Aunt Nellie said. "I believe she travelled twice within a few minutes, which is most unusual." "I'm in 1851. "Yes. She appears to have travelled to the future and then back, bringing you with her. Most unexpected." Michael lifted his hand again and stared at the bandages. In spite of the feverish feel to his skin under them, a chill ran through them. Time travel, magic, ley lines. Except for the pain that convinced him it was real, Michael would have thought he'd gone mental rather spectacularly. He wished he could believe that none of it had happened. He could be lying in his bed, fast asleep, having a bizarre dream. He'd wake at any moment and go to his job. Suddenly, he wanted nothing more than to be outside with his hands in the dirt, working to create beauty with living things. "Lady Ellen has yet to wake," Aunt Nellie said. Michael's gut twisted. She must be in a coma. All because he'd splashed lighter fluid on her. Somehow, they had to find a way to reach her, to bring her back to consciousness. Michael had never thought himself to be mystical or spiritual, but it felt like it was karma that he be there to help her. "Do you have a mirror?" he asked. "Why do you want one?" Aunt Nellie studied him, her expression wary. "We want to help Lady Ellen come back to consciousness, right?" "Yes." "I thought it would be good for me to see for myself what she'll be dealing with." "I don't believe that would be wise at the moment. Something you don't know is that my fey magic has the ability to heal. Unfortunately, burns are some of the most difficult of wounds because they cover so much of the skin and go deep. You were both terribly injured, but Lady Ellen much more so. It will take longer to restore her to what she was before, assuming we are able to pull her back from wherever she has gone." "Does she have any family close by who could help?" Aunt Nellie took her time before answering. "She does have family. Her elder brother and his wife are away in preparation for delivery of their first child. Lady Ellen's great-aunt is visiting relatives. She is an exceptional woman in many ways, but I have reservations about bringing her here. She is not in the best of health, though Lady Catherine has been working on that. She is the Earl's wife." Aunt Nellie shook her head. "No, the magic is telling me that you have a role to play in aiding Lady Ellen. Since you also have some responsibility for her condition, I find that apropos." "I will do whatever you need."
Whatever is in my power."
Michael closed his eyes, the weight of his guilt more than he could bear.
"I'm glad to hear it."
Aunt Nellie wiped the moisture near his eyes again. Ellen wandered through the meadow she'd created. She'd first seen something like it, somewhere. It irked her that she could not recall where. There appeared to be gaps in her memory, large gaps. If she pressed too strongly to remember, the awful pain returned. So she didn't try. Even the memory of it now made her uncomfortable, as though the agony lurked just out of sight, prepared to leap at her. She shifted her gaze back to the glorious wildflowers of her meadow. It pleased her that her brother had brought his lovely wife to a place such as this. They had told Ellen about their picnic, about how they'd shared deep personal things about each other. She wished she could recall their names. Loneliness nearly overwhelmed her. Would she ever meet someone with whom she could share her innermost thoughts and feelings? She remembered having a season, though she could not recall how long ago it was. It seemed like an eternity. There had been a host of eligible men, but every single one of them had been looking for a traditional wife. Had she gone to London the year before, she had no doubt she would have settled on one of them. She might even have been happy with her life, but her heart told her that something would always have been missing, that she would have done what her friend called settling. Ellen had no wish to settle. She wanted what her brother had, what he'd had twice in his life, a great love. She was attractive enough. A sharp stab of remembered pain jolted through her body, and she pulled away from the thought. There was no point in going where it hurt. Ellen ran her palms over the waist-high wildflowers and continued her walk. It was several days before Aunt Nellie deemed Michael ready to have his bandages removed so he could see his injuries. His whole body hurt, even with the Fey Woman's tonics and creams, and he'd found it difficult to contain his emotions.
"If you are to assist Lady Ellen in her healing," Aunt Nellie said, "you must accept your role in what had happened to her."
That tilted him because, yes, he felt some accountability, but it had been an accident.
"I wasn't alone,"
he said to Aunt Nellie, his voice rising.
"Oh?"
She studied him with pinched lips.
"I've told you that I take responsibility for what happened," he shouted. "Tea, please." "No, please, don't make me sleep again."
Michael held up his hands.
"I was trying to stop my grandfather. He's the one who was trying to torch the paintings. I took the lighter fluid from him and accidentally sprayed it on Lady Ellen."
Aunt Nellie looked at him, her expression doubtful.
"I promise you."
Michael tried to take her hands, but bending his fingers hurt, feeling like his skin was too tight and would tear. He held her gaze instead, surprised at what he meant to say. The rate of his healing had convinced him the magic was real.
"Please, listen to your magic. It'll know I'm telling you the truth."
She tilted her head as though listening, and her expression softened.
"I believe you."
"Thank you." Michael's knees had started to shake.
"Please sit down, Mr. Addington," a male servant said. "This is Crawford," Aunt Nellie said when Michael was settled. "He will act as your valet during your stay."
"I don't need—"
"In this time," Aunt Nellie said with a raised finger, "a gentleman has need of assistance with his clothing, especially when he is not familiar with the fastenings, and I would not wish you to cut your throat while shaving."
"Fine," he said, too tired to argue.
"How is Lady Ellen?" "If you mean to ask if she has awakened, no, she has not."
A jolt of alarm made him stiffen. If they were really in 1851, how did they care for a comatose patient in this time? They couldn't give her intravenous feedings. How did they keep her from starving to death? How long had he been here? He asked Nellie.
You've been here for a fortnight." "What?" Michael struggled to his feet. "How are you keeping her alive if she's been unconscious all this time?" A sense of urgency like he'd never experienced before made him take his first step. His unsteady legs wouldn't hold, and he stumbled forward. Several pairs of arms reached out and kept him from falling, sending pain crashing through one side of his body. "You must take care, Mr. Addington," Aunt Nellie said. "Had you been burned this badly without the aid of fey magic, you would likely have died, and she certainly would have. But you do have our aid, and we are keeping her alive. The magic tells me that you will be the key to bringing her back, so we must help you prepare for that." The hands released him, and Michael understood for the first time that he felt only slight discomfort. Oh, it hurt plenty when he tried to move and when they'd grabbed him, but it was like when he'd burned his arm as a boy, and the scar tissue had been tender for months after it had healed. When they removed his bandages, how bad would it be? Michael straightened, and they released him. He brought one of his wrapped hands across his brow, and only then remembered that part of his head was bandaged. What did he look like now? What did Ellen look like? "Please sit down, Mr. Addington." Aunt Nellie put a hand on his shoulder and softly pushed him into a chair. "That's good. Now, lift your left hand. The burns weren't as severe on that one." Michael did as he was told. A servant removed the bandages with gentleness. When they got near the end, and he could see the beginnings of angry red skin, he closed his eyes. "You are healing well. You should be pleased." Aunt Nellie's tone took on a note of sympathy. "You must open your eyes if you're to see the damage, Mr. Addington." "Call me Michael, please. My grandfather is Mr. Addington." He swallowed and gradually opened his eyes. The mottled skin reminded him of a plastering job he'd done once for his grandfather on the old house. Instead of smooth skin decorated with freckles from so much time spent in the sun, the flesh on his hand almost looked like wax that had melted, shifted, and hardened again. There really must be something to the fey magic for it to be so healed already. It looked disgusting, and the thought of touching it made him cringe. Michael had never considered himself vain, but he knew now that he had taken for granted something so simple as skin. Smooth skin. Even hairy skin. The follicles on his arm must have been killed. Scarred skin didn't grow hair, did it? He might never grow hair again. Perhaps in a form of denial, he'd refused to think about his face and head. His hair still grew on the unbandaged left side. He lifted his right hand to touch the bandage on his face, feeling to see how far back it went. It went beyond his ear. Did he even still have one on that side? First his father, and then his grandfather, and now this. It was too much. Michael pulled his arms into his chest and bent over. He started rocking back and forth. Now, Mr. Michael." Aunt Nellie knelt before him and wiped the moisture streaming down his face. "I know you are hurting, but I need you to be strong. You must not let this overwhelm you, or you will be no help for Lady Ellen. Remember, this is bigger than you. An innocent young woman with a full life before her has had it brutally ripped from her. I know people from your time have colored pictures and easy access to information. I am sure you must have seen what a burn victim would look like after only 17 days. Can you not see how much faster you have healed? You were less injured and must serve as Ellen's guide. She needs you." "I caused this." "Which means you must make it right." "Yes." Michael straightened, lifting his arm with its exposed scars. "Shall we show you the rest?" she asked in a quiet voice.
He swallowed the bile at the back of his throat.
Yes.
Chapter 7. Ellen faded in and out between wakefulness and sleep. The deep voice of a man followed her into her dreams. He spoke of gardens and described some that he had worked on. He did not sound like Biggs, but who else would her brother send her who could speak with such knowledge than his lead gardener? Biggs! She'd remembered a name. It pleased her. She tried to listen more closely to see if he had sent her word of some problem with the Kelworth Gardens. Another name. What was it for? Ah, her brother's estate and her home. The deep voice was speaking again. Why were the words muffled, as though she wore a wool cap? She wished to move her head to hear better, but she found herself unable. Too tired to try, the words faded into the fog of dreams.
I've brought you some roses this morning, Ellen,
Michael said as he entered her room. The way the servants had muttered 3 days ago when he'd first come in had made it obvious that a single man entering a woman's bedroom was considered scandalous, even if she was wrapped up like a mummy and unconscious, like he was going to abuse her. That morning before he'd come, the servants had removed his head bandages for the first time since he'd awakened. He still carried the rush he'd felt at finding out that he still had part of a right ear. His smile faded as he studied the still, white form lying on the bed. A few long blonde strands of hair flowed out on one side of her bandaged head. Seeing them had brought back a memory of his first sight of her as she'd flung herself at him. Her expression had been as much determination as anger. Their rooms were on the portrait floor. Aunt Nellie wanted them both to have quiet, and, he was sure, to keep them in their battered state away from her other guests. It was still on the top floor, but there were only 3 stories to the building. It seemed they'd added another level between now and his time. Aunt Nellie had said the ley lines continued to spread, making it necessary to expand the footprint of the building. That explained why her glittery dewdrops had spread onto his grandfather's property. Michael wondered what had happened to the old man. Had he also been burned? Arrested? Had a heart attack and died? Michael's stomach nodded, and he pushed away the thought. He could do nothing about it here and had to trust that the future Aunt Nellie would take care of his grandfather. Michael wouldn't even allow himself to wonder how he'd get back home, if she would let him return.
Ellen, Aunt Nellie told me last night that you enjoy gardening.
He put the vase of flowers next to the bed and removed one fragrant bloom. That had been one of his first surprises. He knew that in an attempt to make roses sturdier and hold up to shipping, they'd been tinkered with genetically. Unfortunately, their strong fragrance had been bred out of them in his time. Now that he'd discovered what they used to smell like, he knew if he ever had a chance to go home and work as a gardener again, that he would use only heirloom roses. What was the point in having a rose that didn't smell like a rose? He held the bloom near the nose holes of Ellen's bandaging. There was a hitch in the usually steady rise and fall of her chest. His pulse quickened. It was the first time she'd responded since he'd started visiting her.
"Isn't this fragrance amazing?"
he said, his hand trembling.
"I'm hoping to talk Aunt Nellie into letting me take a cutting so I can start a new plant back home. I grow roses, did you know? She tells me this one is called Maiden's Blush. There's an entire vase of them here. Would you like to hold one?"
Ellen lifted her hand, and Michael startled. If he'd been in a haunted house and a dead body had suddenly animated, he doubted he'd have jumped higher. He dropped the rose and ran to the door. Fortunately, one of the servants was nearby.
"She moved!" he cried. "Tell Aunt Nellie she moved." Michael didn't wait for a response, but dashed back into the room. He picked up the rose and moved to the side of the bed again. Nellie had told him that, while Ellen's injuries were worse than his, they were healing well. Once they could wake her and help her to accept her temporary condition, she should mend quickly. The idea that her scarred condition might be temporary had given him more hope than was safe for him to cling to. Even so, he did it anyway. He had to, for Ellen. With care, he clasped the hand she'd raised and placed the stem of the rose in it. He'd already removed all the thorns. Slowly, he moved her hand toward her nose. Once again, the pattern of her breathing shifted. He slowly released her hand, and it stayed up. From behind him came the sound of rushing footsteps. He grinned as he glanced over his shoulder and pointed to Ellen. "Very good, Mr. Michael." Aunt Nellie stepped beside him. When Ellen started to lower her arm, the older woman put her hand under it for support while Michael took back the rose. "Lady Ellen," Aunt Nellie said, her voice soft. "This is Aunt Nellie. Can you hear me?" "Raise a finger if you can," Michael added. When she lifted one, he gave Aunt Nellie a hug. She smiled at him and turned back to the girl on the bed. "Ellen, you have been injured, but we're taking good care of you. Now that you're awake, you will be able to eat. That will help you to heal more quickly. I'd like to introduce Michael Addington to you." Aunt Nellie signaled for him to take Ellen's hand, and he did. The older woman continued, "Mr. Addington was also injured. He's been quite concerned for you and has been visiting you since he's been well enough to rise from his sickbed. He brought you the roses." Under his fingers, he felt a slight movement. Not knowing what else to do, he gently brought her hand to his lips. "I'm so glad to finally meet you," he said. Ellen liked the deep timbre of the man's voice. She could not recall anyone on her brother's staff with one like it. There was something different about it, a manner of speaking that reminded her of her sister-in-law. It wasn't the accent, because Catherine's was American, while the man's was definitely English. Ellen wondered if he were from London, which had many different accents. She took a deep breath. Rose. The sweet fragrance was a delight. She had nothing like it at Kelworth, and she must acquire a clipping. She inhaled again, but the wonderful smell moved away. With all the strength she could muster, she raised her hand. It was like she suffered some terrible lethargy and was weak as a kitten. It was all she could do to lift it a little. She could not hold it up. Then someone was helping her, lifting her arm. Someone new. Large fingers embraced her hand and slid a long, slender object into it. It must be her brother Gareth. His hands moved her arm toward her face, and she smelled the rose again. She wanted to thank him, but her lips wouldn't form the words. The same binding that covered her eyes interfered with her mouth. She was trapped. It became difficult to breathe. Warmth spread through Ellen's body, and her fingers and toes tingled. The fog called for her to retreat again, until she heard a familiar voice. Was that Aunt Nellie? What was she saying? "Can you hear me?" the Twickenham hostess asked. "Raise a finger if you can," the man's voice said. He was not her brother. With their calm words, the tingling receded, as did the feeling of being too warm. Ellen concentrated on lifting a finger. Her strength was fading. Aunt Nellie and the man were conversing, but Ellen's mind could not make any sense of the words. What was wrong with her? She must be ill. But then why would Aunt Nellie be attending her? The large fingers were lifting Ellen's hand again,
and it was almost as though he were kissing her fingers. Why would a strange man do that? When Ellen next roused, someone was dripping fluid in her mouth. It tasted wonderful and seemed to send strength straight through her body. Ellen felt more alert than she had in ages. She recalled thinking she must be ill.
Gareth?
She tried to say, but the words came out a rough croak. After coughing, she tried again.
Gareth?
No, Ellen. That male voice said, "Your brother is still on his trip. It's only me here, with you because it's still night." Alarmed to be alone with a man, Ellen tried to shift away from him. "It's all right. You have nothing to fear from me. One of the servants was just here, but has gone to get Aunt Nellie."
I am at Twickenham?
"Yes." The bindings on Ellen's face itched, and she wished them gone. She reached up to remove them, but realized her hands were also bound. That panicky fear struck her again, and she found it difficult to breathe. The man's hand clasped hers. "Don't you remember what Aunt Nellie told you? You've been injured, and those are bandages. She will decide when it's time to take them off. Take slow, deep breaths. There's no need to panic." The man's words sounded as though they were meant to be comforting, but there was an element of worry behind them that troubled her.
What are you not telling me?
She asked. "Oh, good." The man sounded relieved. "Aunt Nellie is here." "You should go to bed now, Mr. Michael. I will oversee the change of her dressings." "Tell her I'm so sorry," he said. "That will be for you to do. Now, off with you." "Lady Ellen, do you recall that you have been injured?" Aunt Nellie asked.
No, but it is obvious that something has happened.
She lifted a hand, but stopped at the tightness of her skin. It itched everywhere. "I'm going to have you swallow a little tonic. That will ease your discomfort." Before Ellen could argue, drops dribbled on her lips. A calming sense of peace washed through her, and the terrible itching that she'd wished dreadfully to scratch ceased. It was almost as though she were in that foggy place again, but she was more aware of what was going on around her. Aunt Nellie was giving instructions, and someone lifted Ellen's arms. Gentle hands slowly unwrapped the bindings. When her right hand was free, she tried to bend her fingers. They were stiff, as though she'd tried to put on leather gloves that had been previously wet and allowed to dry. Her skin pulled and hurt in the spot she'd tried to bend. It brought back memories of the searing pain all over her body, even her face and head. She moaned. "You mustn't do that, my lady." Aunt Nellie gently straightened Ellen's fingers. "Lulu will put some ointment on your skin to help with movement, but you must be cautious. If you force them to stretch too far, you will cause the delicate skin to split." Ellen was silent as they continued to work, trying to make sense of the words. Her heart had begun racing again, and she felt overly warm. It was hard to breathe. "Let me give you a little more tonic. That will calm you." Aunt Nellie didn't wait, but dribbled more liquid on Ellen's lips. A part of her knew she should be frightened, but the drink held the fear at bay. She'd meant to ask why her eyes were covered. If her face had been injured, she did not know if she could bear to see herself. She considered Aunt Nellie's words. What injury could require bandaging on Ellen's arms, torso, and head? And legs. Someone had begun unwrapping one of her feet. She could think of nothing but burning. When she'd been a little girl, one of the maids had gotten too close to the kitchen hearth. Her skirts had caught on fire. Ellen had seen only a small part. The young woman had survived the accident, but her wounds had become infected, and she'd died. Was Ellen going to die too? She tried to speak, but the words sounded like gibberish. "What was that, my lady?" Aunt Nellie asked.
Burned?
"Yes, my lady," the older woman said after a pause. "I'm afraid you were burned." Keeping her fingers straight, Ellen lifted her hand to the bandages on her face. Someone carefully brought her hand back down to the bed. "Yes, your face was burned as well." Her breathing hitched, and someone dribbled more drops over Ellen's lips. Were they doing it to keep her from speaking, or to make it easier for her to do so? "Have no fear, my lady," Aunt Nellie said, her voice firm and confident. "Burns are more difficult to heal, even with my help, and they take more time. But do understand that I will make you whole again. That is a promise." A sense of peace filled Ellen, as though a loving parent had made that commitment. Chapter 8. Over the next few days, Ellen became accustomed to the people who came to feed her and tend to her other needs. She kept her eyes closed when they unwrapped her face, having found she could not bear the thought of seeing her skin. She knew what burn scars looked like. The blacksmith in the village near Kelworth had many of them on his arms and hands. One of the girls at Ellen's finishing school had burn scars on her chest from boiling water that had spilled on her as a babe. Whenever Ellen thought too closely about what she would look like, the foggy place would threaten to take her over. She feared becoming lost in it again. It would be too easy to go and never return. Every day, the man would come. Michael. It seemed strange to be on a first-name basis with a man, and yet not strange. He had also been burned. When the foggy place threatened, he was there, calling her back. As each day passed, Ellen found she liked the sound of his voice more and more, and he always brought the fragrance of roses with him. Since he was also recuperating from his injury, she was glad he could be spared from his duties as a gardener. Aunt Nellie seemed to understand that Ellen needed what he brought to her. She wished she could go with him to walk the Twickenham grounds. He was quite knowledgeable about flowers.
I wish.
It was still difficult to speak, not because her throat was parched anymore, but because she had to be so careful with her lips. She had never considered how much she moved her mouth when she spoke, not even during the cold of winter. "Wish what?" he asked when she didn't say more.
I wish to feel the sun.
I may need to get some help for that. He patted her hand. "These beds are heavy buggers. Let me see what I can do." In spite of the bandaging that still covered her ears, Ellen had gotten adept at listening. Michael must have risen because the door opened. The sound of his footsteps going down the hallway diminished, but soon returned. "I brought in the troops," he said, his cheery voice lifting her spirits. "You chaps be careful not to jar her." He gave directions, clear and decisive. His voice carried a firmness when he gave instructions that told her he was used to having his orders followed. But he was also quick to do as he was told when Aunt Nellie was there. Unlike her brother, who seemed never to take orders from anyone but his wife, Michael would. She assumed he was not a peer because he was never referred to with a title. But he did not act like a servant either. It was most intriguing. The brightness grew, and she closed her eyes tighter. Then her skin began to warm. They must have moved her bed near an open window, for she heard birdsong. It was lovely. She lifted her hand and reached into the air until Michael's large hand clasped it.
"Thank you,"
she said. "You're welcome." His voice was rough with emotion that she didn't understand. It was something Ellen thought she should know, but could not recall. She wanted to ask him about it, but the exertion of speaking had drained her. She found herself growing drowsy. Michael continued to hold her hand while she fell asleep. "What is this?" Aunt Nellie asked, rousing Michael from a doze. He stood and released Ellen's hand. Arching his back, it made a creaking noise. The sun was lower now in the sky and didn't offer as much warmth as it had when they'd moved the bed. "She wanted to feel the sun, and fresh air is good for her. I know you people in this time think the outside air is bad, but that's not true." "Do you expect that she will sleep with her bed near the balcony door? What if it rains?" "We'll move the bed back now. It's time anyway." Michael hurried to the door and looked out to the hallway. "Hey, you! Can you please get those footmen up here to help move the bed again?" He didn't wait for an answer, but returned to the room. Aunt Nellie was standing by the bed examining Ellen. The older woman glanced over her shoulder and gave him a considering look. She didn't say anything but stepped out of the way as the servants entered and gently returned the bed to its earlier position. "I think being able to go out on the balcony on nice days would be good for her," Michael said when the footman had gone. "Do you have a smaller bed, a twin bed? It shouldn't be difficult to put casters on the legs to make it easier to move. Then I could do it myself without having to call for help." "Casters?" "It's a wheel. They're used on chairs and heavy furniture and hospital beds to make it easier to move people around." "I will have a member of my staff speak to you about this. As you have learned, Lady Ellen has invested a great deal of time designing and working in the Kelworth Gardens. I agree with you that it would be good for her to enjoy the outdoors." Aunt Nellie gave his arm a soft pat. "I believe this is a promising step in your restitution to her." "Have you been having your servants exercise her arms and legs?" Michael asked. "Your muscles can get weak if they're not used, and can even get shorter. I have a friend who was broken up pretty bad in a car crash and spent a lot of time in hospital. They had someone called a physical therapist who'd come in to exercise and massage his muscles." Aunt Nellie nodded, looking thoughtful. "Our tonics are helping her body to heal, but it does take time, as she must slough off the dead skin. I've only aided one other woman with a severe burn. She was an older woman. It was quite difficult for her to walk again after being abed for such a long time. I wish Catherine were here." "Who's she?" Michael asked. "She is Lady Ellen's sister-in-law and is a doctor. She feared she was expecting twins. That was why she and his lordship returned to your time." "Doctor?" His thoughts immediately went to the portrait his grandfather had been trying to burn. What had that doctor's name been? Ryan? "Do you know her?" Michael held up his unbandaged hand. "I cut my palm once and needed stitches. I have to see." He strode away, heading for the larger portrait room. If there had been any burn damage from two people popping into the room in flames, it had been repaired. He went to stand in front of the two paintings. "Yes," Aunt Nellie said from behind. "That is Dr. Catherine Ryan. The man in the portrait beside her is Lady Ellen's brother, Gareth Hildebrand, the 8th Earl of Kelworth." "Did she get sucked back in time, too?" "No, his lordship chose to visit the future." Aunt Nellie was now standing in front of the large painting of 5 people. She pointed to a very tall, dark-haired woman. "Lady Ellen became friends with that woman when she and her companions were pulled here. Unfortunately, Clarice was a little too free with her modern speech. The Earl has a curious nature and guessed the truth that she was from the future." "And you let him go?" "The magic told me it was important that he do so. My future self introduced him to Lady Catherine." "Will I ever be able to go back to my time?" "Would you leave before Lady Ellen is well again?" "No, but I'm worried about my grandfather." "Have no fear. My future self will care for him, I'm sure."
I will need to paint your portrait for you to return to your time, but there is no rush. You should know the paintings are magically created. They don't burn." She folded her arms. "You have not yet explained why your grandfather would wish to destroy my collection. Have you ever heard of George Addington?"
The room was of a similar design to the one in Michael's time, so he strode to the adjacent one and searched the wall for the painting of his picture of his grandparents.
"They're not here."
"One of your grandparents will be a traveller."
"My grandfather." Michael glanced at her. "So people only have paintings if they've travelled?" "Yes, these paintings make it possible for them to return to their times if they have travelled from the future. They serve as an anchor, so they may then travel to any time in which their portrait exists. Destroying the paintings would have taken that away from them. Why did your grandfather wish this?" Michael explained. "I suppose your grandmother might have chosen to return to her own time, but as I have not yet met her, I cannot say for sure."
Aunt Nellie sighed.
"I am sorry for your family's unhappiness. As for Lady Ellen, I will instruct her caregivers to do as you have suggested. I would like you to be with her while they help her with these exercises. It will help to distract her. If you would also be so good as to sketch," she glanced at his wrapped hands, "as well as you're able, sketch the wheel device you described." All desire he'd had for dinner fled. When he'd first started moving his hands, the pain of stretching the new scars had been excruciating. So much more of Ellen's body had been burned. What would it be like for her? He went to the corner of the room where the portraits of his grandparents would hang in the future. His grandfather hadn't traveled yet. What time had Michael's grandmother come from? Why had she left? Chapter 9.
"It hurts."
Ellen was crying as Michael entered the room the next morning.
"What are you doing?"
He dashed to the bed and put himself between her and the servant. Taking Ellen's bare hand in his, he saw skin for the first time. It looked a lot like his did, but hers had more scabs on it. Were they areas that had been burned worse and were taking longer to heal, or were they splits from bending the scarred tissue? His had bled that morning when he'd stretched the new skin too far, and it had torn.
"Aunt Nellie said we was to spread this cream over her skin and massage her muscles."
"Let me explain it to her."
The servant woman watched him with narrowed eyes, but she finally gave a single sharp nod. Michael turned to face Ellen. The bandages by her eyes were moist with tears.
"I'm so sorry it's hurting you, but we have to go through this hurt to get better."
"No, please."
Ellen shook her head, but even that motion seemed to cause her pain.
"I was burned too.
He couldn't bring himself to confess that he'd accidentally sprayed her with accelerant.
When I tried to beat out the flames on your skirt, my shirt caught fire."
"I'm so sorry."
She started to cry again.
No, it wasn't your fault. None of this is your fault."
He brought her bare hand to his burned cheek. She stilled and lightly ran her fingers across his uneven scars. What was she thinking?
"I wasn't hurt as much as you, but I do know what it feels like. I have to keep reminding myself that with the help of Aunt Nellie's cream, we're healing much faster than we normally would."
"How is Aunt Nellie's cream able to heal us more quickly?"
That's something for her to explain,"
Michael said, glancing at the Fey helpers.
"Now, about your healing. You do want to be able to move again, don't you?"
She nodded, and he continued.
"It hurts like, well, the blazes, but it's the only way to stretch your skin so you can move. Can I show you?"
"Yes."
Michael held out his hand for the jar of cream.
Spread a small amount over the skin and gently rub it in," the servant said, handing it to him.
I know. Believe me, I know.
He took his time spreading the ointment over her red, angry scars. He could only hope that Aunt Nellie was right, and the scarring would disappear with time. He paid attention to Ellen's response, slowing his movements when she would tense up.
"Do it once more,"
the servant said.
"and have her ladyship try to bend her fingers. I will do the same on her other hand."
As the woman unwound the bandages, Ellen tensed but said nothing.
"Tell me about one of your gardens,"
she whispered. So Michael did. Someday I won't just be the crew leader, but will have my own business. Once the bandages over your eyes are removed and my hands work better, I'll sketch you some of my designs.
"I would like that,"
Ellen said.
"Aunt Nellie gave me a garden here. We'd just finished preparing it for planting when I had to go in to dress for the ball."
Would you like to see your garden? As soon as he said the words, he wished them back. Aunt Nellie said your eyelids should be healed enough soon to remove the bandages.
"If my eyes were burned?"
Ellen's voice broke, but she seemed to steel herself.
"If I am not blind, I would love to see the garden when I am able."
I'm working with a member of the staff here to put wheels on a chair. Michael wiped his eyes on his shirt. I'll see if we can take you there. How big is the garden she gave you?
"It is quite large. It's a walled garden."
Like in the book The Secret Garden? My mother liked that book when she was a girl.
"I've not heard of it."
Michael had no idea when it had been written, but he thought it fit their situation well. He told Ellen the story of two lonely children who found a locked garden and made it come alive again. Her fingers were moving more easily now. As he progressed up her arm, he shifted to a description of his most recent project.
"I would love to see that garden,"
Ellen said when he'd finished. She sounded wistful. If he'd been able to take her there that very moment, he would have. "Good morning, your ladyship, Mr. Michael," Aunt Nellie said from the doorway. She came to stand by the bed. "Lady Ellen, please bend the fingers on your right hand." When she did, the older woman gave an approving nod. "You've made excellent progress today." She turned to Michael, giving him an assessing look that made him uneasy. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "That your talk of gardens was a good distraction from discomfort for Lady Ellen. We will begin today exercising her limbs, and I believe it would be beneficial for you to provide her the same service then." Michael swallowed. He hadn't seen her face yet and didn't know how damaged it was. The memory of her screaming as she was engulfed in flames made him wince. "I'll do anything I can to help her."
"Thank you,"
Ellen said softly. "Lulu, have someone help you put up the sheet barrier. Mr. Michael, you will apply the ointment to her ladyship's face and scalp." Two tall footmen entered the room and shifted the bed so Michael could sit by Ellen's head. They then put up a sheet to give her privacy from the neck down. "How are you doing?" he asked as he settled into position, feeling a little like a massage therapist.
"I'm frightened,"
she whispered. "We'll do this together." Michael kissed the bandages on her forehead. As he removed them from her head, he talked about another movie with beautiful gardens. Ellen winced. "Is it me?" he asked.
"No, my limb."
From the moving shadow against the sheet, it looked like the women were unwrapping Ellen's legs. "In this story," he said hurriedly, "the girl isn't really dead. That's why it's called Just Like Heaven. She's not really an angel or a ghost. She's in a coma. That's kind of like you were when you were first injured and no one could wake you." Michael pulled off the last of the bandaging, and his stomach sank. The beautiful blonde hair was gone, replaced by lumpy skin mottled in an odd red pattern. He forced his voice to remain smooth and calm. As he'd done with her arm, he spread the cream softly over her scalp and talked about gardens, making sure to be as descriptive as possible. He wanted her to feel like she was there. Massaging the cream into her flesh, he talked about the elements of design in the movie, what he'd liked, and what he'd have changed if he'd been the art designer. When he used words she wasn't familiar with, Ellen would ask what they meant. Her interest both surprised and delighted him. Her questions went beyond the types and colors of the flowers and into the design features he described, especially the idea of using rocks as part of the plan.
We have one section of the Kelworth Gardens that refuses to grow anything.
Her words were easier to understand now they were free of the bandaging. After he worked the cream into her cheeks and lips, the flow of the words smoothed out.
Perhaps a rock garden would serve there.
When you're feeling better, I'd love to take a look at it. We're finished, Aunt Nellie said as she came around the curtain, her brows raised. You are much improved. I believe Mr. Michael has magical fingers. Have you opened your eyes yet, Lady Ellen? The girl shook her head. You will at some point. I must say you were most fortunate. When you first see yourself in a mirror, please remember that the scars you bear now will fade. When your brother returns, there will be little about your appearance, aside from shorter hair, to tell him that you were injured.
What if I'm blind?
Ellen whispered, her words soaked with fear. We will not know until you open your eyes, Aunt Nellie said simply, her tone sympathetic. You can tell when it's brighter. You can do this, Michael said. Do you want me to hold your hand while you open your eyes? Ellen lifted her arm, and he shifted his chair so he could clasp her hand. Would she recognize him? So far, she'd given no indication that she could remember anything about the night she'd been injured. Her memory seemed to have stopped when she'd left her room to go downstairs to the ball. Slowly, she lifted her brows, but her eyelids didn't raise. You can do this. You can do this, Michael repeated under his breath. He turned his head so she'd see the uninjured side of his face. Ellen seemed to give a little push, and her eyelids popped open. They immediately filled with tears that ran down her cheeks.
I can see,
she cried. Turning to face him, she frowned.
Do I know you?
Startled, Michael looked at her straight on. Ellen's gaze took in his red, puffy scars, and she screamed. Ellen couldn't stop the shrieks that tore from her. That was what she looked like. Michael had told her they'd both been burned. She knew her face had been injured, but... Shh, Ellen, he pleaded. I'm sorry I'm so hideous, but don't forget what Aunt Nellie said. We're getting better every day. Her screams turned into sobs. Michael tried to touch her face again, but she pulled back from him. Ellen, I already look much better than I did even a few days ago. Her heart ached at the grief in his tone. She wanted to wipe it away, but she couldn't bring herself to use her devastated and ugly hand to touch him. She sent a pleading glance to Aunt Nellie, who stepped forward. I believe Lady Ellen should try to get some sleep now. Mr. Michael, you look quite fagged, and I believe you should also rest. Nellie put her hands on his shoulders and urged him away from the bed. Ellen watched from the corner of her eye as he let himself be guided from the room, quietly arguing the entire time. When everyone had gone, she raised her hands. They looked like his face, red and angry. They should hurt a great deal. She knew the pain of burn wounds. Ellen tried to curve her fingers into a fist. They moved, but only a little. When she tried to bend them further, the skin on her knuckles tightened and the ever-present dull ache turned into a sharp pain. No, my lady, Aunt Nellie said, appearing at the side of the bed. She took Ellen's hands and gently straightened the fingers. Had Mr. Michael not massaged them with the cream so thoroughly, your skin would have split and bled.
A burn is a serious wound and involves many layers of skin. It takes time, even with my assistance, to replace it. You must be patient." As her hostess massaged more of the ointment into the skin on Ellen's knuckles, she tried to calm her crying. Surely she would wake at any moment in her bed at Kelworth. She'd find the memories of the terrible agony and now images of a monstrous face fading like the bad dream they must be. "I have something I must tell you, my lady." Ellen closed her eyes and shook her head. She couldn't bear to hear that her grotesque skin would be hers forever. "Your dear friend Clarice, Reese, was from the future." Ellen paused, her mind struggling to make sense of the words. "Yes, your ladyship, the future. Please don't look at me like that. No one will arrive to carry me off to Bedlam, nor you either. Have no fear of that." Then Aunt Nellie began a fantastic tale of ley lines and fey magic. She concluded, saying, "I would not normally speak of this to you, but for what Michael told me about the night you met."
He said he was burned trying to put out the fire on my dress.
Aunt Nellie studied her, one brow arched.
"You don't recall?"
For a second, Ellen tried, but all her memory gave her was a stab of pain. She shook her head, her body trembling.
"It's of no consequence, my lady."
Aunt Nellie began massaging more cream into Ellen's other hand.
"He's also from the future, and I believe the magic sent you to his time to save him."
I saved him?
"I can see that you have not cast yourself in the role of heroine. You should."
The older woman put down Ellen's hand and gave it a pat.
"Mr. Michael believes he failed you because you were burned. I need you to be strong so you may help him."
And how would I be able to help him?
Ellen blinked rapidly to keep from crying again.
I am as a babe, unable to do anything for myself, not even the water closet.
"That will change as soon as you are able to walk again. Our magically enhanced medications will aid you in this. My hope is that by the time your brother and his family have returned from the future—"
Aunt Nellie paused, seeming to wait for Ellen to understand.
"Catherine is also from the future?"
Ellen said with a gasp.
"Indeed she is. Where else would she be able to study medicine?"
"Yes, of course. I feel like such a ninny hammer. That is why she wished to leave so suddenly,"
Ellen said, recalling the conversation she'd overheard.
"Yes, they are much more advanced in her time and prepared to cope with anything that arises."
"When they return, they will bring the babies?"
For a moment, Ellen allowed herself to see that moment, but then she remembered what she looked like. She tried to cover her face with her hands, but the skin at her elbows tugged uncomfortably.
"What is it, my lady?"
"I'm hideous. I will frighten their babies."
"Lady Ellen,"
Aunt Nellie said, her words kind and gentle yet firm,
"a burning such as you received would have killed you if not for fey magic."
A cold chill washed over Ellen's body.
"I would be dead?"
"Yes, and because of fey magic, you will be left with very little scarring. I believe that what little will remain can be covered by gloves, and there will not be a great deal of it, and it can be passed off as having spilled a hot cup of tea."
This was what Michael had known about the healing cream and had said only Aunt Nellie could tell Ellen. She lifted her hands and looked at them anew. Yes, they ached, but they should hurt so much more than they did. Yes, they were ghastly to look upon, but already she could see the difference from when the bandages had first been removed mere hours ago. She met her hostess's gaze.
"I have given you a gift, my lady, one that I would not normally be free to offer." The magic tells me it is important for you and Mr. Michael to help each other through this."
Aunt Nellie patted her hand and collected the jar of ointment.
"I have shared with you some incredible information, and I believe you should rest upon it."
Without another word, she turned and left the room. Ellen closed her eyes, allowing the memory of Aunt Nellie's words to flow through her mind. Ellen should be dead. Her life, though it had held an element of dissatisfaction because she had not yet set out on her final path, had been good, especially now that Gareth had found himself again and had brought home such a sweet woman in Catherine. If the burning had killed Ellen, she would have missed meeting her brother's child. She would never again have been able to go with Gareth to visit his courtiers. The work that she did with him in the tenant village to help improve their lives meant a great deal to her. If she were dead, she would never again feel her hands in the dirt as she worked the soil. She glanced at the closed curtain and recalled the feeling of the sun warming her body. Yes, she had been given a gift. A niggling doubt told her that she would not find such peace in simple memories were she to keep her scars. Perhaps Aunt Nellie was mistaken. Perhaps the scars would not go away. At that moment, all Ellen wished was to do whatever she must to make her body whole again. Chapter 10. When Michael wasn't allowed to see Ellen the next morning, he paced the hallway outside her room. He knew enough about the time period to know that he'd already been granted extreme liberties. But how was he to help her if he couldn't see her? And how could he see her if she was a prisoner in her bedroom? "I believe it is time for you to join us for breakfast, Mr. Michael," Aunt Nellie said. "I'm not hungry. When can I see Ellen?" "She needs some time to adjust to what I told her last night." Michael stared at the woman, and Aunt Nellie nodded. "Yes, about that. She didn't know before, but I have told her you are from the future. She does not remember the night she was injured, but I suspect her memory of the incident will eventually return. Her assignment today is to learn to walk again." He covered his face. One of his nightmares from the night before came back to him, and he looked up. "Is there any way to find out if anyone was injured at Twickenham in my time?" "Based upon the date you gave me, the soonest anyone will be travelling on purpose won't be for several weeks yet, when Lord and Lady Hildebrand return with their new babies. We may ask them then." "You're sure the portraits won't burn?" "I am positive." Aunt Nellie slid her arm through his. "Now, come downstairs and have some breakfast." He resisted the pull, thinking of the scars on his face. "Do you have other guests here?" "Not today, so it is safe." She urged him forward, and this time he didn't fight her. She said, "Perhaps you would enjoy a stroll later. As I'm sure you're aware, the Twickenham Gardens are beautiful." "I'd like to see them." It reminded Michael of the walled garden that Ellen had told him about. Aunt Nellie didn't eat very much and had to leave to take care of a domestic problem before he'd finished. Michael felt awkward to leave his dishes on the table, but there didn't appear to be anywhere to put them. Meeting the gaze of a male servant who'd been standing near the sideboard, Michael pointed at his plate. "We will take care of them, sir," the older man said. "Well, thank you." Michael left the room, glancing over his shoulder. It was kind of like a posh hotel with a full-service buffet. Not too shabby. He paused in the hallway, wondering which way was out. He'd only been inside the manor once, and then in a different time. The place had a familiar look to it, but it must have been remodeled sometime. A young woman came out of one of the doors carrying linens. He recognized her as one of the servants who'd helped Ellen. "Excuse me," he called. "Can you tell me how to get outside? I'd like to walk in the gardens." "This way, sir." The young woman led him down the hall and into a foyer.
I'd advise you to wear a hat. The sky is clear today, and the sun will be hot on your injured skin.
I don't have a hat. I can get you one, sir,
a footman said who'd been standing near the front door. The man left and returned with a top hat. Michael blinked at it and shook his head.
Do you have something with a floppy brim? Maybe made from straw? I don't need style. I need one that will give shade.
He wore breeches and a white shirt, but had refused the cravat the valet Crawford had tried to put on him that morning. Michael was a working man and proud of it. The footman looked doubtful, but left again and returned, this time with a perfect straw hat. Not wanting to poke his tender skin, he pulled out the handkerchief the valet had given him and put it inside the hat.
This will do, Michael told the servant. If you're looking for the formal gardens, the footman said, opening the front door, you will want to go that way, he pointed. Thank you.
Michael went down the steps carefully. He hadn't been bedridden nearly as long as Ellen, but he was still weak from his injury. He thought it probably had a lot to do with the energy his body needed to heal itself. The weather was mild, but it felt good to be outdoors again, to hear the birds singing and feel the breeze. It was an odd sensation, almost as though the nerves in his skin were muted. That probably had something to do with the loss of hair. His burned skin wasn't as sensitive as it usually was. Michael turned to face the house. He scanned the top floor and found what he thought should be Ellen's room. How was she doing? Had she been able to stand yet? Was she walking around her room at this very moment? He squinted, hoping to be able to see movement behind the sheer curtains. Nothing. He turned his gaze to the grounds. If he hadn't believed Aunt Nellie's story before, viewing the wide-open grounds surrounding the manor house would have convinced him. The house sat on a slight incline on this side, giving a view of the River Thames in the distance. It was one he'd enjoyed from the turret on his grandfather's house. Michael glanced around. The place where his grandfather's house sat in their time was empty. Turning, Michael headed in the direction the footman had pointed. When had his grandfather visited here? Was his grandmother from this area? Or had she been an accidental time traveler too? How hard would it be to find yourself jerked from your own time and decide to stay? Or find love and take a risk to travel with them to their time? He walked through a rose-covered arch and into a formal garden. Stones lined the path that curved around a geometric design of the ground level and raised beds. The fountain in the center had a bench nearby. His legs shook with fatigue and brought home that he was still healing. He sat, glad for the rest. Michael tried not to think about his own injuries and avoided looking at his reflection when he could. His thoughts drifted to Ellen again, and his chest tightened. If Aunt Nellie with her creams and tonics could heal Ellen and return her to her former appearance, he might be able to sleep again. His dreams were full of the woman, the look of shock on her beautiful face as her dress had burst into flames, then the screams of pain. Michael's stomach heaved, and he covered his mouth. Until his injury, he'd rarely suffered from an unsettled stomach. His father had joked that it was made of cast iron. Since the burning, Michael had lost the contents of his stomach several times and wondered if it had anything to do with the healing process. Either that, or a reaction to Aunt Nellie's tonics. This time, he knew it came from guilt. Taking deep breaths to settle the queasiness, he focused on the garden design. Had Ellen visited here? If her brother's estate was adjacent to Twickenham, she probably had. Michael looked forward to discussing it with her and wished he had paper and a pencil to jot down some notes.
"Ah, there you are, sir."
A man strode up the pathway toward the fountain.
"I've been charged with making the wheels for Lady Ellen's bed, and I'd like your opinion."
He held out a carved wooden wheel set in a metal frame.
"This is great."
Michael tested the connections.
"The bed's pretty heavy. Will these hold up?"
"With a little fey help, aye."
"So Aunt Nellie isn't the only fairy here?" "No, sir, she's not."
What's your name and job here? Andrew, sir. I do a bit of everything, but especially shoeing the horses.
That explained the metalwork. It wasn't like these people could just pop down to the store to pick up whatever they needed.
Ellen's talking about wanting to be outside to see the gardens.
Michael handed back the caster.
From what Aunt Nellie said, she ought to be able to come outside in a few days. I suppose I could carry her out here.
Oh, not to worry, sir. The wheels are for the bed. We've obtained a bath chair for Lady Ellen when she's ready.
A bath chair?
Aye, sir. 'Tis a rolling chaise used by folks in Bath. 'Tis for one person and has a folding hood. It has 3 wheels, 2 large ones in the back and a smaller one. Her ladyship will be able to steer it while someone else pushes it.
Brilliant.
'Tis fortunate we have one. Andrew stepped back. I've already carved the wheels for your device. I'll have the others finished by the end of the day. Perhaps you'd be willing to help when we attach them.
I'll do anything I can to make things easier for her.
Aye, sir.
The man bowed and hurried away. Michael spent the rest of the afternoon examining the grounds. He saw several walled gardens full of fruit trees and vegetables, but none that looked like they'd ever been used for flowers. He wondered where the one was that she'd mentioned. When he finally returned to the manor, he was tired. His feet were swollen, and he walked like an old man.
I hope you'll join me for dinner tonight, Mr. Michael,
Aunt Nellie told him when he was about to begin the long climb to his room.
I'm not really hungry.
He put his hand on the banister.
I believe you have done too much.
Aunt Nellie put her hand over his.
It is important that you eat well and often. Come to my office, and I will make you a cup of tea that will revive your appetite.
Michael debated with himself about declining, but it was the twinkle in her eyes that decided him. He'd seen it many times before in the time he'd been there. How had he ever thought Aunt Nellie might be sinister?
All right.
Excellent!
Aunt Nellie headed down the hallway saying,
I am most curious about your grandfather and would love to learn more about him and your grandmother.
Michael had taken a step to follow her. At her words, his hand instinctively went to his pocket, where he kept the partially burned photo of his grandparents. Aunt Nellie must have seen the gesture, because she stepped to his side.
I would like to see the picture of your grandparents again.
She took his arm in hers and called to a servant standing nearby.
Hot water in my office, straight away, please.
Once there, she pointed him to a small table to the side. He took one of the chairs, glad to be sitting. Aunt Nellie picked up a familiar jar of cream and knelt at his feet.
You don't have to do that,
he said, self-conscious when she started pulling off his boots.
I know that, but you need to speak of your grandparents.
She removed his socks, not saying anything about stinky feet, and spread some of the cream on his foot. Michael moaned as the cooling moisture spread relief through his skin.
Your grandparents,
Aunt Nellie repeated.
I never knew her.
She left when my father was young. Disappeared the night of one of your full moon balls when my dad was 6. He held out the photo so she could see it.
That is most curious. She looks happy in this picture. I would not normally sanction a woman deserting her family. Since your grandfather has not yet travelled, I am unfamiliar with their particular circumstances. If she were in the house and went to the portrait room on the night of the full moon, she could have accidentally travelled.
Aunt Nellie shot him a pointed look.
Just as I believe Lady Ellen did.
Michael paused. His thoughts had been so consumed by concern for Ellen's health and mental state that he hadn't considered how she'd come to be in the portrait room that night.
As you know from your own experience, I do not post a guard on the portrait floor.
What are you saying?
Perhaps your grandmother travelled without intending to, and something prevented her from returning.
Without you knowing about it?
Michael didn't know if he believed it, but the thought that his grandmother might not have wanted to abandon his father was a better scenario.
It is possible. Travel can be disorienting. Some people are made quite ill by it.
I don't remember.
I'm sure you don't. As I recall, you were rather preoccupied trying not to die when you arrived. Michael almost laughed at the sly twinkle in her eyes. The hot water arrived. Aunt Nellie had finished with his feet and washed her hands, so she busied herself making a cup for him. Michael thought he saw something sparkly drop from her fingers, but when he examined the contents, he couldn't see anything but tea. "You are perfectly safe here, Michael. When will you believe that?"
I mostly have.
"Our charge here at Twickenham has only ever been one of protection."
Of the ley lines.
Michael took a sip of the tonic. A familiar tingle began in his gut and spread out from there. His stomach growled, and he found he was ravenous.
Wow, that works fast.
"It does. You should dress for dinner now. Lady Ellen has agreed to join us."
She's ready for that?
"She is." He put down the cup and stood. His feet still hurt, but he had a nervous energy that he thought had more to do with a certain young lady than Aunt Nellie's magical potions. "And Mr. Michael," Aunt Nellie said, rising, "our original purpose was to protect the ley lines, yes, but it is so much more now. We feel an obligation to the people who are inadvertent victims of the magic. I'm sorry about your grandfather. It's too late to help his grief, or that of your father's. You, however, still have time." She waved him away and stepped to her desk. Chapter 11.
"I will only attend dinner if I may wear a veil,"
Ellen said.
"But, my lady,"
Lulu said,
"there will only be the three of you, and Aunt Nellie and Mr. Michael have already seen you. I have made up my mind."
It had been a strangely invigorating and exhausting day. The small amount of time she'd spent the previous day in the sun had lifted her spirits greatly. That morning, the servants had concentrated on her feet. She wished she could remember how she'd been burned. All she knew was that Michael had come to her rescue, and then he'd been injured too. He had saved her at great peril to himself. Ellen's heart fluttered at the thought of him. Had he realized that he'd kissed her head yesterday? He'd been so intent on helping her, massaging her arm, her face. She waved her hand to cool herself, wishing she had a fan.
"Are you unwell, my lady?"
Lulu asked.
"I am quite well."
Ellen wished she truly were. In a different situation, she would have liked nothing better than to converse with Michael at dinner and then stroll the gardens with him. But not the way she looked. How ironic that at one time she'd wished to find a man who would value her for her mind and not her appearance, all while she'd been confident in her beauty. She still wished for that kind of man, especially now. She had to trust that what Aunt Nellie promised would come to pass, that Ellen's scars would heal quickly. If only the memories of the pain and the burning would fade as well. Why could she not remember what had happened to her? How had she come to be in his time? She hoped that when she remembered, she could find peace from the nightmares. When it came time to sleep, Lulu now gave her a tea to drink. Ellen feared the day when she would return to her brother's home at Kelworth. What would she do then when the dreams of burning and pain overwhelmed her again?
"It will be awkward to dine with a veil,"
Lulu said.
"I will find a way."
"I'm a lady." The maid's expression reminded Ellen of the way the small woman used to look at Reese when she was there. Her friend's strong resistance to so much of society was now understandable. Ellen let out a slow breath, straightened her veil one more time, and left her bedroom. She'd expected to find a servant there to assist her down the stairs, perhaps to carry her. Instead, Michael stood at the top of the stairs, and her spirits lifted, though his manner was hesitant. Now that she was prepared,
She felt foolish for having screamed when she'd seen his scars. That morning she'd refused to see him, still unsure of her composure. She had not wished to scream again when she saw his face. How could she make him understand that it was not him, but knowing her face must be worse, that made her scream? Her scalp. Her beautiful hair was gone. Grandmamma's was thinning, and her threadbare locks seemed thick in comparison to Ellen's now.
Good evening, Ellen.
Michael didn't comment on the veil, though he did give it a deep scowl. He stepped forward.
Are you ready for this?
The bottoms of her feet pulsed already. How could she take all those stairs?
I remember the first time I walked, so I'll give you a ride.
He swept her into his arms.
You mustn't,
she cried, clinging to his jacket.
You're still healing.
It's only down the stairs. We have something called a bath chair for you at the bottom.
Ellen closed her eyes and held on to him. His steps were slow but steady. In spite of his injuries, he was quite strong. She felt an unexpected rightness to be in his arms.
Here we are, and your chair is waiting.
Ellen opened her eyes as he carefully set her inside.
Do you know how to drive this thing? Michael asked, his voice tinged with humor.
I do.
She took the steering bar. Without another word, he pushed her chair to the parlor where Aunt Nellie waited.
Ah, Lady Ellen, she said. I'm so glad you could join us. Mr. Michael has spent the day in the gardens and has much to tell you.
She then led the way to the dining room. Ellen had only taken 2 sips of her soup before she knew the truth. Lulu had been correct. The veil was a nuisance. Ellen appreciated that Aunt Nellie had said nothing about it, but Michael had no such compunction.
I can't keep quiet about that silly veil, Ellen. You're going to get that in your food.
He reached as though to move it, but Ellen turned her head and dragged it through the soup. He shrugged.
Why not just take it off?
I have no wish to ruin your appetite. It is better to hide my hideousness.
Ellen was miffed that her voice broke on the last word.
Don't ever say that. I'm hideous.
Michael met her gaze, his intense.
You could never be.
A myriad of emotions flooded Ellen. Confusion, gratitude, frustration. She was acting like a spoiled child, and she knew it. It had been easy for her to be magnanimous to her brother's courtiers when she did so from the comfort and confidence of her station in life, of her physical beauty. As she dressed for dinner tonight, she had tried to imagine appearing at a social function in London as she had only a few weeks before, looking as she did now. Society was cruel. She would have been cast aside, shunned, because she did not look a certain way. Gareth would be encouraged to send her away so no one would have to look at his repulsive sister.
Ellen?
Michael asked, his voice tentative.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
She tore the hat and veil from her head.
Wow.
Michael breathed as he stared at her. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she put her hands to them.
No, your skin is so much smoother today. That cream of yours is incredible, Aunt Nellie. It merely means that another layer of skin has healed. There were many burns that must be replaced.
You're starting to sound like Catherine,
Ellen said, with the first touch of humor she'd felt all day.
Yes, having a friend who was a doctor does tend to enhance one's vocabulary.
Aunt Nellie signaled the servant to bring the next course. The meal fatigued Ellen, but she enjoyed it nonetheless. Michael spoke at length about the Twickenham grounds that he'd visited, and his enthusiasm spread to her. She was able to forget her injuries for a little while.
I know the two of you have had a tiring day and will wish to retire early.
Aunt Nellie rose, signaling the end of the meal.
I hope you both sleep well.
Michael retrieved the bath chair and helped Ellen to climb into it. They continued to talk about the gardens as they strolled to the stairs. She let out a deep breath and prepared to begin the long climb. He scooped her up and began to mount the stairs.
"You mustn't," she cried. "You're still healing yourself."
"I want to do this for you, Ellen." The determination in his voice stopped her protests. She rested her head against his chest, enjoying the way he smelled, the feel of his strong arms around her. "Do you like to read?" Michael asked.
"I do. I read gardening periodicals, of course, but I also enjoy novels."
Ellen held her breath, wondering if he would consider her either frivolous or a blue-stocking. "I love novels. I like all kinds of genres, action, thrillers, science fiction, and fantasy." His breathing was getting more forced, and she didn't ask him for more information. When Michael set her down outside her door, his chest was heaving.
"Thank you,"
she said.
"I hope you've not taxed yourself too greatly."
"There's no way I could do that." He bent over her hand and kissed her knuckles. A little thrill rushed from where his lips touched her gloved hand, and she wondered what it would feel like were he to touch her bare skin. But no, not her scarred skin. She gently pulled back her hand.
"Thank you,"
she said, her voice soft. "If the weather's good tomorrow and you're feeling well enough, I'd like to take you for a ride to the gardens. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the design."
"That would be lovely."
She smiled to herself as she entered her room. Ellen woke the next morning to rain.
"No!" "What's that, m'lady?" Lulu asked, hurrying to the bed. "Look at the weather."
"I know, m'lady. Cook has a weather sense, and she says it will rain off and on for 3 days. The maid handed Ellen a cup. "Here's your morning tea."
"Thank you."
She'd been so looking forward to spending the day with Michael in the gardens.
"Aunt Nellie has many books on gardening in the library, m'lady."
Lulu's eyes twinkled, reminding Ellen of her hostess. The maid said,
"Perhaps you would like to show Mr. Michael the plans you've worked out for your little garden." "Oh, yes. That would be the perfect way to spend the time."
Ellen couldn't wait to get dressed.
"Does Michael take breakfast in his room?" "No, m'lady. Since he's been able to walk, he eats in the breakfast room. That Mr. Michael is an early riser."
As soon as Ellen's feet touched the floor, a sharp stab of pain in her swollen feet made her cry out.
"Oh, dear."
Lulu seized the jar of ointment and opened it.
"I should have thought to put this on before you rose. I'm so sorry, m'lady."
Ellen lay back, groaning at the young woman's touch. Her feet felt puffy and tender. She would have to take her breakfast in her room. All her meals. She swallowed hard. Until that moment, she hadn't known how much she'd looked forward to seeing Michael. She was no longer wrapped in bandages. It would not be proper for him to come into her room now. Not that it had been proper before, but it was unlikely a young woman who was little more than a bloody scab would be compromised. Almost as though her thinking about Michael had brought him, he tapped on the door. "Ellen, are you ready to go down for breakfast?"
"I'm afraid I did too much yesterday," she called. "My feet will not support me today."
The handle on her door jiggled, as though he meant to turn it.
"No!"
Ellen and Lulu cried together. The little maid threw herself against the door, her hands, covered in cream, held above her head.
"Her ladyship is not yet dressed."
"Well, when she is, I can carry her down to breakfast." Ellen wished very much to break her fast with Michael and spend the day with him. However, she could not forget how fatigued he'd been the night before.
"He did spend much of yesterday walking in the gardens,"
Lulu said, as though she knew Ellen's thoughts. The maid said,
"I'm sure 'tis why he was tired last night."
"Can you please speak louder?" Michael called through the door. "I can't make out what you're saying."
"Tell him I will come when I am dressed."
Lulu repeated the message before adding,
"She must have her cream applied first. Be off with you and return in an hour."
"An hour?" Ellen loved that he sounded disappointed at the delay.
An hour.
Lulu said the words firmly. She applied the cream and then hurried over to begin the process of helping Ellen to dress. Rather than face the mirror on the dressing table, she sat on the chair with her back to it. In spite of the pain in her feet, Ellen had more strength than she could remember since she'd wakened the first time. As the maid worked the magical cream into Ellen's skin, she let her thoughts drift to her outlandish situation. Magic. Fey magic. She found herself revisiting Aunt Nellie's disclosure again and again. How had she lived next to Twickenham all her life and never suspected anything? If only Gareth and Catherine were there. No, Ellen did not wish them to see her like this. She did not wish their babies to see her like this. Her appearance would frighten the poor things.
Will my hair grow again?
Unlike Michael, whose shoulder-length wavy hair was only gone from one side of his head, almost all of Ellen's hair had been burned.
If you mean before his lordship's return, no. Not to the length it was before.
Lulu finished buttoning up the dress and went to the dressing room. When she returned, she carried a turban. Grandmama wore a turban to hide her thinning hair. Ellen hadn't thought she'd be required to wear one for years and years. She sighed.
"'Tis better than no hair, my lady,"
Lulu said.
"You're right, of course. Would you like to see yourself?" "No, I trust that you've done your best for me."
Ellen stood, considering if she should wear the veil again. She decided against it.
"Please, have someone send for Michael."
When Lulu opened the door, she gave a little gasp. Michael had been sitting on the floor across from the door and was starting to stand. Ellen saw then that he was also not free of pain and discomfort from his healing scars. She wondered if his skin stretched until it felt like it was going to split wide open like hers did. "Ellen, that—" He seemed to struggle for the correct word, his eyes twinkling. "That hat thing is quite fetching." He glanced at Lulu as though he were waiting for her approval. The maid nodded and gave a little curtsy, and Ellen wondered why he would need her approval. His manners? Perhaps one day they would know each other well enough to ask such personal questions. Though, if she were honest with herself, she'd already shared things with him she had only ever spoken of with Rhys and Catherine. Was it a coincidence that Ellen should find it so easy to confide in people from the future? Michael held out his arm, once again glancing at Lulu for approval. Perhaps he was receiving lessons in etiquette.
"I should walk to the stairs."
Ellen placed her gloved hand on his, and they slowly strolled to them. "You'll ride, my lady?" he said with a grin before he scooped her into his arms again. She didn't squeal that time, nor argue, but merely rested her head against his shoulder. Once again, Ellen appreciated his gesture. Even more, she found she enjoyed the feel of his arms around her. He had such a way about him of strength and protection. Should she ever be in a threatening situation, she had no doubt that he would defend her. Not that she would purposely place herself in a dangerous situation. Michael smelled good, too. It wasn't the cream for his burns either, because it was not the same as hers. There was something so masculine about him. Ellen didn't understand why she had never noticed how good a man could smell before. Perhaps it was because she'd never been so close to one. Except her brother, of course, and his shaving soap did not make him smell at all like Michael. "Here we are." His words pulled Ellen from her thoughts. He set her in the bath chair, and she hoped he didn't notice the flush in her cheeks. They burned from the added warmth, and she wished she had more of Aunt Nellie's cream to put on them to ease the discomfort. Michael would probably be horrified if he knew she'd been having such unmaidenly thoughts about him.
"Thank you,"
she said as he pushed her into the breakfast room. "My pleasure." Michael was very attentive, first carrying her to a chair and then serving her a plate full of food.
"Tell me about what your life is like in your time,"
Ellen said, once he had taken the chair beside her. Chapter 12. Michael wondered how he was going to explain his time. Things were so different here, not only in terms of technology, but in social customs. Being here had given him a better appreciation for the changes his grandfather must have seen in his life. My time is nothing like yours, I'm sure. For one thing, the Queen doesn't rule anymore. Oh, we have a Queen, but her role is one of figurehead now. We have a Prime Minister, and of course Parliament to make the laws. Technology has made our lives simpler in many ways, and busier in others. It's not something I can easily explain to you because the changes took place slowly, over many decades. Ellen nodded thoughtfully as she ate. She patted her mouth with her napkin and asked,
"What things have made your life simpler?"
"Well, how long does it take you to travel to London from Twickenham?"
"A few hours by carriage, depending on how busy the roads are. Faster on horseback."
"It takes about 30 minutes now." Michael waited for an exclamation of disbelief, but all she did was blink and then nod thoughtfully.
"Do you have trains to take people everywhere, then?" she asked. "That must make your streets dangerous to travel."
"It would, if they were above ground. Under Queen Victoria, the London Underground was begun. It's a rapid transit system that serves London. You can take the train to other locations, but a lot of people drive horseless carriages. That's how I usually travel because I have to take my tools with me. It's really fast."
"If you are able to make a long journey in 30 minutes, then it must be quite fast indeed. I would be afraid to travel at so great a speed. What do you do if a street urchin runs in your path?"
Michael spent the next few minutes explaining about driving laws and the requirements to get a permit.
"I suppose it's a good thing if you are able to make long trips shorter, but it seems a great deal of work to obtain permission to travel that way."
Ellen wiped her mouth and set down her napkin. "It's not so bad." After he did the same, Michael said, "Since it's raining and we can't go on a tour of the garden, what would you like to do today?"
"You mentioned last night that you enjoyed reading."
"Yes, I listen to a lot of audiobooks since I spend so much time working outdoors."
Ellen frowned. "I begin to see now that my friend Reese truly did show great discretion when she was here. Only occasionally would she say something that only now makes sense to me."
"She's that tall woman in the painting of 5 people, right?" At Ellen's raised brows, he added, "Aunt Nellie showed me the pictures."
"Ah, I see. Yes, I met her here last year. She has visited twice since, and I look forward to seeing her again this Christmas. Reese is expecting her first child and did not wish to make the journey in that condition, or she might have come this summer."
"What did she say that made no sense?"
"She said something about light years. Are you familiar with that word?"
Michael couldn't help but grin. "Yes, I am. I love sci-fi stuff. A light year is a way to measure the distance that light travels in a year. But in general usage, it can also just mean a really long distance. How did she use it?"
"Reese was speaking about a tribe of American natives, the Iroquois, I believe. She said they were light years ahead of the English because their women had power."
Ellen gave a rueful smile.
"I understand now that she must have been speaking of the second definition. But you must tell me about a book you mentioned. I don't understand how one listens to a book unless someone reads it for you."
"That's exactly what they do. We have machines that can record sound for people to listen to later. For an audiobook, a narrator reads the book. They're frequently done by talented actors who can do accents and make it really entertaining."
"Reese's husband is an actor. I wonder if he reads these books for people."
"You'll have to ask him now that you know about it. But we also use the sound recording with moving pictures to create movies." At her blank look, Michael held up a hand.
It's another technological advancement. A motion picture tells a story, like in a play.
A motion picture?
Michael smiled to himself at the thrill he got at telling her this. He really needed to get a life.
You've seen photographs, right? What did they call them? Oh, a daguerreotype? Have you heard of those?
Yes, but I do not understand. How does one make pictures that move? That would be like magic.
Ellen's hairless brows rose, her eyes dancing. He laughed.
I guess it would seem like magic, but I could show you how it works if we can get some paper and a pencil.
I'm sure Aunt Nellie has some in her library.
Are you finished eating?
I am.
He helped her into the bath chair again, and she gave him directions. In the hallway, they saw a footman, and Ellen asked about the supplies. The youth said he would bring them to the library. Michael was impressed that the boy hadn't shown any shock at their appearance and wondered if Aunt Nellie had warned her staff not to react to their injuries. A maid had just laid a fire, but the room was still chilly. The cold made his scars ache, so he was sure it must be uncomfortable for Ellen. After he helped settle her on a settee near the fireplace, he retrieved a throw from a chair and tucked it around her.
You're very kind, Mr. Michael,
she said, her cheeks flushing. He barely noticed how it made the mottled colors on her face more prominent. Ellen's expression held a brightness he hadn't seen there before, and it lifted his heart. In spite of nearly dying and the almost constant pain of her healing scars, the sweetness of her personality made her glow. She was an indomitable woman and deserved better than what she'd been served by him and his grandfather's stupidity.
Is something wrong?
Ellen was watching him, now concerned.
Nothing.
Ashamed to tell her what was really bothering him, Michael moved to the door to find out where the servant getting the paper had gotten to. When he looked into the hallway, he found the young man hurrying toward him and said,
I just realized we'll need scissors, too.
Oh, I have a pair.
The little maid who waited on Ellen had come down the stairs. She carried a basket.
I was just coming up to attend to her ladyship.
Great, he said, accepting the paper and pencil from the footman. Michael whispered to the maid,
What's your name again?
Lulu, Mr. Michael.
I won't forget now.
He held open the door for her. She removed a small pair of scissors and handed them to him. After taking up position in a corner chair, she pulled out some mending and went to work. She must be the chaperone. He hadn't been to an event that had one since he'd been a kid. Aunt Nellie must think they needed one, since Ellen wasn't in bandages anymore. What was that word they used in this time for a woman caught alone with a man? Compromised. They didn't want Michael to compromise her, as if he would. No, he'd just set her on fire.
Why do you look so glum?
Ellen asked.
Is it because of the rain?
No. Here, let me show you what we need to do.
Michael tried to ignore the odd look she gave him when he didn't answer her question. Instead, he described to her how to cut the sheets of paper into squares.
Is this how you make moving pictures?
She asked.
It's a rudimentary way of doing it. Tell me about the books you like to read.
As she did, Michael sketched a simple rosebud, one on each square of paper. They followed a progression, showing the petals as they opened the tiniest of bits. He was so preoccupied with her words and the pictures that he lost track of time.
Oh!
Ellen cried and dropped the scissors.
What is it?
He jumped to his feet at the same time Lulu did, and they both hurried to Ellen's side. Her hand, where the scissors had rubbed on the skin, was bleeding.
I'm so sorry.
Michael pulled a clean handkerchief that seemed to be a part of the male wardrobe of this time from his pocket.
Put pressure on it. Lulu, can you bring some of that ointment?
Aye.
She hurried away. Michael knelt beside the chair and took Ellen's hurt hand in his. He lifted the handkerchief and then put it back in place, applying gentle pressure.
Let me know if it hurts.
It always aches.
she said, her voice soft.
Do your scars also?
They do, though I don't have as many as you do.
Do you believe her?
Michael glanced up and met Ellen's gaze. It was full of fear, and he understood the worry that the healing might not restore them.
I have to. We have to.
Ellen only nodded, but didn't look convinced. He reached up to her cheek and wiped away a tear. She closed her eyes and leaned her face into his hand. He ran his thumb over the skin on her chin and up to her lips. Ellen looked at him, and her face went crimson. She pulled away. In spite of the warmth of her embarrassment, Ellen's skin felt cold at the absence of his hand. Her heart raced as though she'd been riding hard to jump a fence. She longed for him to caress her again, but pushed back the thought. With skin so repulsive, only an act of pity could have driven him to touch her like that. Touch her at all. Lulu returned with the cream, and Michael took it from her. With great care, he removed the handkerchief. The bleeding had stopped. He dabbed on some of the ointment and began to gently massage it into her skin. It stung at first, but the magical healing eased the pain. As she watched, the tear in her skin knit together again.
It truly is magic,
she whispered.
It is. I'm sorry you hurt yourself.
Michael lifted her hand and pressed his lips to her palm. An unexpected jolt of electricity radiated up her arm and through her body. She gave a little gasp, but did not attempt to take back her hand. She stared at him with wide eyes, wishing she knew what he was thinking. Lulu gave an indignant cough, and he set Ellen's hand on her lap.
I should have realized all that cutting would be hard on your tender skin,
Michael said, slowly rising to his feet. He grimaced as though the movement was painful, and Ellen wondered if he might have also injured some of his skin by kneeling. He said,
Perhaps we can enlist Lulu to help us.
Aye,
the maid said.
I can help. What would you have me do?
Michael showed her what Ellen had been doing. Lulu went to work, and Ellen turned her attention to him. He glanced at her and smiled.
Why are you drawing the same picture over and over?
She asked.
That's the magic. No pun intended.
He chuckled.
The buds aren't all the same. Every time I sketch one, it's a little bit different. See?
He put the two squares together and held them up to the light from the fireplace.
You hold these.
He took another square and held it up. That was when Ellen could see the difference. Michael then lifted the stack and removed the very first sketch he'd drawn. When he put it next to the most recent one, the change was marked.
I'd like to do a few more of these before I demonstrate it to you.
He held out his hand, and she returned the paper squares.
May I help you draw?
This is something that needs to be done one at a time. Talk to me some more about your garden plans. What about this walled one here at Twickenham? I tried to find it when I was walking.
As Ellen spoke of the jungle of weeds and overgrowth she'd found just a few weeks ago, she watched him. Because only a portion of his face had been burned, one side was unmarred. It was easy to imagine what he would look like when he healed. Please let him heal. Please let them both heal. He grimaced and shook out his hand. Ellen picked up the jar of ointment.
Now it is my turn to render aid.
She extended her hand, surprised at her audacity. Michael placed his in hers, and she examined it.
Your scars do not seem to respond well to overuse either.
She placed a dollop of cream over the inflamed spot on his hand and began to massage the skin. Ellen did not expect the warmth from the contact to spread up her arms. She wished her chair had not been placed so close to the fire, yet she could not bring herself to stop. It seemed an intimate thing to do, to touch his hand with such familiarity, bare skin on bare skin. She looked up and found him watching her. He swallowed.
Ellen?
he said softly, his tone tender.
How many of these do you need, Mr. Michael?
Lulu asked. At her warning look, Ellen released his hand.
You must also take care, Michael.
Right, of course. He glanced at the maid. I think that should be enough for now. I wish I had some moleskin. Ellen tried not to make a face at the image, but must have been unsuccessful because Michael laughed. It's not really skin from a mole, he said as he wrapped a handkerchief around his hand. It's made of heavy cotton fabric that's really soft. It has a strong adhesive on one side, so you can put it on your skin to give protection against blisters.
A strong adhesive? Would that not pull painfully on your tender skin?
As Ellen said the words, she wanted to reach over and touch his hand again. During her season, and even before it, she'd met and danced with many men. A few she'd found repulsive and had taken to indicating which ones to her brother. He had made sure they never approached her again. Not until Michael had she felt drawn toward any man, as though an invisible cord bound them together. Good point. You're probably right. With his hand now wrapped, Michael picked up the pencil. What is your favorite thing to do?
I enjoy helping others. Last year, my dear friend Reese and I came upon one of my brother's courtier villages that was in much need of repair, both the people and their abodes.
Ellen grimaced, embarrassed to have said something that would lessen her brother's image.
I do not wish to speak ill of Gareth.
Didn't pay them much attention? Michael said, nodding his head knowingly. I hear that's a common problem with rich people. They forget, or have never understood what it's like to struggle for everything like regular people.
I must say the entire experience has been what Reese would have called enlightening,
Ellen said, unable to keep the stiffness from her voice.
Both for myself and my brother.
I'm glad. Michael met her gaze. That speaks to the quality of your character.
One must hope.
She brushed some non-existent dust from her skirt.
They needed so much, and Reese jumped to work immediately. With much work, their living conditions greatly improved, but the change in the people themselves was truly miraculous.
How so?
They were downtrodden and despairing before. Now they're filled with industry and hope, I suppose.
I'd love to see this place sometime.
I would love to take you.
Ellen blinked against the stinging in her eyes.
I miss seeing them. With my brother gone, and me unable to visit them, I fear they must feel abandoned.
Can't you have someone check up on them? Maybe send over some treats with your good wishes.
That's a lovely idea. I will speak with Aunt Nellie about it.
Michael seemed satisfied with his pictures and straightened. Glancing up, he met her gaze with a smile. His personality shone brightly, and she almost forgot about the marred right side of his face. This is how to make moving pictures. Michael had stacked the little squares on top of each other and held one end tightly together. Ready to be amazed?
Of course.
Ellen tried not to smile. He so reminded her of one of her brother's young courtier lads. The child had been quite ill when she and Reese had first come upon the tenant village. The little boy had made great improvements once he'd received some of Aunt Nellie's potion. Ellen was so surprised at her realization that she didn't take in what Michael was showing her. She put her hand on his to stop the flow of papers. What is it? He asked, concerned.
Lulu, did Aunt Nellie give Reese some of her special tonics for the children in my brother's village? Aye, my lady, but you really must look at what Mr. Michael has made. 'Tis truly a wonder.
The little maid pointed to the papers under Ellen's hand.
I'm sorry.
She pulled back her hand.
Do show me again.
But what about this tonic you mention?
It's merely something Aunt Nellie helped with last year that I didn't understand until now was magic, like our burn cream.
Ellen pointed to the stack of papers in his hand.
Please, do show me.
I think you've already been amazed.
Michael sounded a little disappointed.
Am I only allowed one amazing experience each day?
Ellen put on her commanding aristocratic voice.
Show me.
He blinked, grinned, and then bowed.
Yes, milady.
After straightening his stack again, Michael quickly fanned the pages. As the closed bud of his first picture opened into a bloomed rose, Ellen gasped.
Do it again,
she said when he'd finished.
Would you like to do the honors?
He asked.
Yes.
It was more difficult for her, partly because her hands weren't as strong as his, but also because hers hurt more when holding the papers. She finally said,
You do it.
And that is a moving picture,
Michael said after showing it to her 3 more times.
But it must be difficult for several people to view it,
Ellen sighed.
I cannot imagine going to a musicale and asking the guests to crowd around someone holding a stack of papers.
This is just a simple kind of animation.
At her confused expression, he added,
That's when you use individual pictures like this to give the illusion of movement.
The illusion of movement. Do it with the pages again.
Ellen waved a hand at him, so he did as she said.
Now, with motion pictures, they use a camera to take thousands of photographs as people move about. They have a machine that projects the images one after another on a big screen so everyone can see it. The first movies didn't have sound. That came later.
This is like attending the theatre?
Ellen asked.
Very similar, except the actors in a play are really in the same room as you are. That's not necessary with a movie.
It is indeed amazing.
She leaned her head against the back of the chair, tired.
It seems a great deal of work.
There's an entire industry based on entertainment. People make their livings doing it, both acting out the stories and taking the pictures. A single movie can employ hundreds of people who you never see.
The thought fatigues me.
Ellen gave a rueful laugh.
What does that say about me? You must find someone like me quite useless.
She didn't know why she'd said it aloud, though she had wondered herself many times about how Rhys and then Catherine always seemed so full of purpose. Her sister-in-law struggled with the need to make and receive morning calls, only agreeing to do it because Gareth needed the political connections. Now that Ellen knew Catherine was from the future, it gave new meaning to her simple comment about what a waste of time morning calls were.
I would never say you're useless,
Michael said, his brows creased.
It sounds to me like you're really busy with the Kelworth Gardens and working with your brother's tenants.
My sister-in-law attended university to become a doctor,
Ellen said.
Even as she prepared for her confinement, she was busy with her school for midwives.
I saw Dr. Ryan at the A&E. That's at the hospital where they handle accidents and emergencies.
Michael held out the unburned palm of his left hand and traced the pale scar there.
She stitched it up for me.
You should call her Lady Catherine now, as she is a countess.
Ellen smiled to make sure he knew she was teasing. He yawned and covered his mouth.
There's a story there I'd like to know.
I as well. When she first arrived, both she and my brother had been through a traumatic experience.
Michael stared at Ellen for a second, his expression thoughtful. Then he shot upright in his seat.
That's why your brother's portrait looked familiar. He was that guy who stopped the terrorist attack last year.
He gave his temple a soft hit with his hand and looked irritated.
That's how he disappeared. He came back to his own time. Mind blown.
What is a terrorist attack?
Michael's expression turned closed, and he looked troubled. However, he did answer her question.
There are different kinds, but basically, it's when violence and intimidation are used against civilians for political reasons, like bombs that explode in markets or restaurants. Sadly, in my day, it happens too often. What kind of world did Michael live in that such acts could happen? Ellen shuddered.
My brother was involved in one.
Yes, he defended a doctor. Michael gave a dark chuckle. Your sister-in-law, as it turns out. He defended her from a madman with a knife while she was seeing to other victims.
I understand now why both Catherine and Gareth sometimes wake in the night with bad dreams. They seem to understand and are able to comfort each other. In spite of your wondrous inventions and technology,
Ellen said slowly.
Your time sounds quite frightening.
In many ways, it is. He leaned forward in his chair, resting his forearms on his knees. But your time seems terrifying to me. We have medical understanding that you don't. People die of things in your time that we've almost cured, like smallpox.
There is a cure for smallpox?
Yes, they developed a vaccination a long time ago, but it was only within about the last 50 years that they finally got everybody around the world vaccinated against it.
Why do you look troubled?
It just goes back to the fast pace of modern society and our ability to get around the world quickly. It makes the spread of serious diseases that much more dangerous. Michael rubbed his temple. Ellen wondered if Catherine's decision to stay in this time had been influenced by illnesses. But then why would she and Gareth have returned to the future for the delivery of their babies? It made no sense to her. They sat in silence for a few minutes.
"'Twill be time for lunch soon, m'lady,"
Lulu said, rising.
"Aunt Nellie said you must be sure to get some rest this afternoon. You as well, Mr. Michael."
Yes, Mother, he said, his tone teasing. Maybe we can read together after our nap.
"I would like that."
Ellen accepted the hand he offered, grateful for his help, back into the bath chair. Chapter 13. Much to Ellen's surprise, Aunt Nellie's cook did have a weather sense. It rained for 3 days, but then turned sunny. Lulu insisted that they must wait a day for the ground to dry before attempting a visit to the garden. Ellen forced herself to be patient, though she did enjoy the time she and Michael spent together in the library.
Are you ready?
He asked as he pushed her in the bath chair after breakfast.
I can't wait to see this garden of yours.
I hope it has not become too overgrown with no one to care for it during my convalescence. No worry there, m'lady,
Lulu said.
Aunt Nellie has had one of the gardeners keep it under control for you. She said it would be good incentive for you to get well. That was very kind of her.
Ellen wondered about the remark. It seemed that Aunt Nellie understood her well.
Will there be some tools for us?
Michael asked.
I can't wait to get my hands in the dirt again.
You must wear gloves to protect your skin,
Ellen said, opening and closing her fists, as though the practice would help her skin not to split and bleed. Each day she could move her hands a little more, but the scars were not as quick to heal as she would wish them.
Gloves hurt my skin too.
He pointed to her hands.
I don't know how you could stand to wear those all the time. Women in my day only wear gloves when it's cold, for rough work like gardening, and for formal events, which rarely happen.
Even when they're outside?
Ellen held up her hand encased in a kid glove, trying to remember a time when she had not routinely worn gloves. They did chafe for tender scars, but it wasn't seemly to be seen outdoors without them.
I could tell from your expression that they're hurting you.
Michael knelt in front of the bath chair. He took one of her hands and gently pulled on the tip of each finger to loosen the glove before removing it. He ran a finger over her skin where the seams had irritated it. Ellen was finding it difficult to breathe steadily as he examined her hand. All Michael had to do was touch her, and she need do no other exercise for her heart. She wished Catherine were there to advise Ellen on this. He picked up the jar of ointment that they now carried with them everywhere.
Lulu already put it on this morning,
she said, but didn't drop her hand. But your gloves have inflamed it again. With his usual soft touch, he spread the cream and massaged it in. Aunt Nellie's magic did its work, and the pain eased to the familiar dull ache. Ellen wished he didn't have to let go of her hand. When you have to wear gloves, I'm going to suggest you wear them inside out. He started pushing the chair. That way, you'll have the smooth side against your tender skin.
"'Tis an excellent suggestion,"
Lulu said from behind them. But I think you should get used to not wearing them as a fashion accessory, and only when you need them for protection.
"And what of your own hands?"
Ellen asked.
"I notice you wear one now on your right hand."
And that he was wearing it inside out. My palm on that hand was burned pretty bad, so yeah, the chair handle rubs it. Alarmed that he might be injuring himself by pushing her chair, Ellen tried to look around the hood. It sheltered her from the sun, but it also made it difficult for her to see her driver. In the process, she shifted the steering so it veered off the pathway. Is something wrong? Michael stopped the chair and came around to the front.
"Are you strong enough to push this?"
Ellen tried to pull herself out, but he put his hand in to stop her. The glove is doing its job. I'm fine. He pulled it off and held out his hand for her. See how I don't have the marks you had? I have strong hands and tough skin. I'm an architect by trade, but that doesn't mean I don't get my hands dirty. That's the part I love the most, getting my hands dirty. Michael looked off in the distance.
"What are you seeing?"
Ellen asked, taking the hand he still had extended before her. He looked down and met her gaze. That delicious warmth blossomed inside her again, and delicious was exactly how it made her feel, like when she'd been served her favorite dessert, but better. Many things. Michael turned her hand and bent to kiss the top of it. Lulu coughed, and he released it with a bow. He really was getting better at those. Ellen wondered if he was practicing on his own. Are we getting close to your garden? He asked as he returned to the back of the bath chair.
"Yes."
Ellen calmed her breath. Truly, she wished Catherine were there. She and Gareth were so in love, and Ellen could talk to her. She said,
"Follow that curve in the path, and you will see the door."
A door, huh? This really is a closed garden.
"I wish to walk, please,"
Ellen said when they reached the vine-shrouded door. They had been cut when she and the servants first cleared the garden room. In the weeks of her recovery, many had grown back. I love wisteria, Michael said as he pulled them back. But it can take over if you're not careful. It's a constant battle.
"But the glorious blooms and fragrance are worth the work."
He turned back and grinned at her. That they are. Now, I'm going to carry you until I know it's safe for your feet. Ellen didn't argue. In some ways, she was becoming used to being held by him. If she were honest with herself, they were some of her favorite moments of the day. She rested her head on his shoulder, wishing she dared lift her face to brush her lips against his neck. The thought sent that thrilling warmth flooding through her body again, and her breathing hitched. Are you all right? Michael paused in the doorway to the garden.
"I am well."
Her voice came out a little shaky. Are you sure?
"I'm quite sure, Michael."
Let's do this then. He stepped into the walled garden. Wow, this is an incredible space. Ellen lifted her head and tried to see it through his eyes, especially the design elements he'd spoken of when they'd spent so much time in the library. The winding paths, raised flower beds, and green archways. He carried her to the center. Still holding her, Michael slowly turned in a circle. I've seen some that were really large and others that were so small they never got enough sunlight, he said. This space is an excellent balance between the two, with plenty of room for the sun-loving plants, but some nice shady areas for the ones that can't take that much.
Lovely, isn't it?
She asked. This place has so much potential. I'd love to know what the original design was.
You should probably put me down now.
Ellen couldn't keep the reluctance from her voice.
You'll tire yourself.
Michael set her on her feet, but kept his arm around her. Facing him, she glanced up and met his gaze. He looked at her as though he could see deep inside her heart, and what he found there pleased him. It was easy to forget she had no hair under her turban, that her skin was smooth and creamy rather than uneven and discolored, that she wasn't grotesque. Ellen ducked her head and stepped back. I brought our notes. Michael extended his hand to Lulu, who handed him the papers. He said to Ellen, The real question for you is how much you want to invest in the future of this garden, since it's not yours. For two garden lovers like us, we can entertain ourselves with simple maintenance while we're convalescing. Most of what we could plant now wouldn't bloom until next spring.
That's true. It still needs work to make it an orderly garden again.
Her feet were starting to ache, and she wished there was somewhere to sit down besides the bath chair. As soon as she shifted uncomfortably, Michael was at her side again. Let's get you situated. He swept her into his arms as he said to Lulu, Please, spread out the blanket.
Is it not a drain on your strength to lift me?
Ellen asked. It's good exercise for me, and it's getting easier every day. Michael placed her gently on the blanket. You can direct traffic from there while you put me and the lads to work. That was what Ellen did. She gave them instructions of what to work on first. Michael brought her a small clay pot with a pink columbine along with an empty larger pot. This flower is ready for a bigger home, and I think that's something your hands can handle. He signaled one of the gardeners to bring over a wheelbarrow filled with rich dirt. He placed it within reach while Michael handed her a small hand trowel. After their discussion earlier about gloves, she wasn't sure how to bring up the issue. It seemed that Michael had already anticipated her need because he presented her with a pair of new working gloves already turned inside out. I hope these aren't too big for you because that can cause friction too, he said. She placed them on her hands and opened and closed her fists. Even though the seams were tiny, not having them directly on her skin made for much more comfortable wearing.
I believe these will be excellent.
Ellen picked up the trowel and used it to scoop dirt from the wheelbarrow and move it to the pot. They worked comfortably for a while until the angle of the sun was on Ellen. Before she could say anything, Michael had called over the gardeners. She was alarmed when they took one end of her blanket, and she squealed when they pulled it a short distance into the shade. He gave her a cheeky grin before going back to his project. Ellen enjoyed watching the men work. She appreciated the industry of the young gardeners and had to confess to herself that she liked bossing Michael around. Usually when she gave him an instruction, he did it without question. On occasion, though, he would challenge her. When he did, he always offered an explanation that made sense. She found she was learning a great deal from him. Lady Ellen, one of the young gardeners said, we must return to our regular chores.
Of course. Please tell Aunt Nellie how much I appreciate your assistance today. Your help was invaluable.
They gathered their tools and departed. Lulu sat, as she always did, in the shade, working on mending a simple man's shirt. It must belong with one of the servants. Twickenham Manor had a large number of people residing there. Ellen had never considered how much work must be involved in providing and caring for clothing for so many. Michael came to the blanket and dropped beside her. He laid back, one arm supporting his head. He said nothing, so Ellen simply enjoyed his quiet companionship and his proximity. She wanted badly to touch him, but forced her hands to behave and keep to themselves. With such unladylike thoughts, she wondered what had happened to her usual calm decorum. Never had she met a man that she wished to touch so much, to speak with every day. When she was not with Michael, her thoughts were of him. Ellen feared that she might have misguided dreams about him because they shared similar interests and injuries. He understood the pain, the limitations, and she suspected the fear that they would not heal as Aunt Nellie had promised. Ellen sighed. Michael's hand reached over and felt around until he touched hers, where it sat loosely in her lap, still in her oversized leather glove.
Are you all right?
I look forward to the day when that's not the first question everyone I meet asks me.
He opened his eyes and glanced at her.
I'm sorry. I'm just worried that you might be doing too much. I don't want to be the cause of setting back your recovery.
Being in this beautiful place, amongst so many living things, how can I not improve?
Good point.
He started to remove her glove, and she let him. Michael shifted to sit up, but the movement was stiff. Ellen knew it pained him, but he never said a word. Her brother would not have admitted to pain either. She wanted to be strong like they were. However, she must not forget that she had also been injured more severely than he. In her mind, she could almost hear him tell her it was not a competition, and she found it necessary to bite back a smile. Michael signaled to Lulu to hand him the jar of ointment. The maid opened it and brought it to him. He dipped a finger in it.
Let's put more of this stuff on.
He gently rubbed a small amount onto the puffy skin where the gloves had chafed.
You must also care for your own hands,
Ellen said as she watched him work.
They've taken more abuse than mine.
I'll let you return the favor then.
He slowed the movement of his thumbs and studied her skin. It must have made her self-conscious because she tried to pull back her hand.
No, look at it.
Ellen shook her head. He'd noticed how she avoided any chance she might see her skin. At first, when she'd rested her head against his chest, Michael had let himself believe that she liked being close to him, until he'd noticed her avoidance issue. She always closed her eyes as he'd carry her down the stairs and through the corridors to avoid looking at the mirrors. Even when she'd put on the work gloves that morning, she'd glanced everywhere but at her hands. It twisted his gut every time she did it.
Ellen?
He said the word gently and put a finger on her chin to lift it. When she looked at him, he said,
If you don't look at your skin, you won't see how much better it's getting every single day. That's an important thing to notice. Please, will you look at your hand?
She shook her head, her eyes filling with tears. Michael would need another approach. If she wouldn't look at her own skin, he knew she looked at his.
All right, I won't force you.
Michael handed the jar of cream to her. When she took it, he held out his hand to her.
I need you to return the favor.
Ellen hesitated, but, like he'd expected since she was a lady and taught proper manners, she gave a soft nod. As she applied a small circle of the ointment and started rubbing it in, he talked about all the changes in his skin that he'd observed.
See how much smoother this area is? It was burned the worst on this hand, and I was beginning to think the skin would never level out.
He took her finger and ran it lightly over the scar. It still had the ugly, almost knitted look to it mixed in with typical white scar tissue. If she could handle looking at his skin, he hoped she would eventually be able to face her own.
It is much improved,
she finally said, running her finger over his hand.
I remember how terrible it was mere days ago.
Out of nowhere, Michael's stomach gave a huge rumble. Her gaze darted up to meet his, her eyes wide with surprise. Embarrassed, he shrugged, and she giggled. Ellen actually giggled.
I believe your stomach has suggested we return for lunch, she said.
We've probably done enough for one day.
Michael rose to his feet.
Maybe we can plan on a picnic another day.
He extended his hands and helped her to her feet.
One of these days, we'll get you running.
I have not run since I was a child.
Ellen allowed him to lift her, and he carried her to the bath chair. In my day, women run all the time. We have all kinds of female athletes. He set her in the chair and leaned over so he could look at her as he spoke. Exercise makes you stronger.
Yes, so my friend Reese has told me, and taught me some exercises.
Ellen lifted her head and said with a touch of pride,
I even have exercise clothing, though my brother will not allow me to wear them where anyone but my maid will see me. Until my sister-in-law Catherine began increasing, she would join me. She was not much for exercise, though, so she did not know as much. My friend Reese said she will teach me more when she visits at Christmas.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Michael straightened and took his position at the back of the chair. Her comment had been another breakthrough. It was the first time she'd spoken of the future. He started to push the chair toward the door. Tell me about how you spend your Christmases in this time.
It is much changed since my brother married Catherine,
Ellen said.
I suppose she has brought many traditions from your time with her.
Like what? He asked.
A few years ago, Prince Albert, he's the Queen's consort, brought a Christmas tree to Windsor Castle. I loved the idea, but when I first suggested that we have one at Kelworth, my brother thought it was ridiculous.
Until his new wife wanted one? Michael grinned.
She insisted that we must have one, that it was a tradition she loved. They were wed the week before Christmas, and it was a jovial time anyway. We had great fun making the decorations, and she has spoken of other traditions she would like to add for this year.
Ellen sighed. Is that a problem? He asked, picking up on the wistfulness of the sound.
A problem? No, of course not. I had just hoped that I might meet someone during my season. But that is neither here nor there. I did not, and I promised Reese I would not settle.
Settle on what?
Settle on a husband.
Ellen's words had softened again, as though she were embarrassed. Settle? A burning sensation started in Michael's chest. This incredible woman should never have to settle on anything she wanted. Don't ever settle. His words came out rough, and he coughed. You deserve the best, Ellen. Any man who wants the privilege of being with you has to be worthy of you. She was silent. Ellen?
No one is going to want me now.
Michael stopped the chair and moved to the front. He knelt beside it and leaned close. Don't ever diss yourself.
Diss?
Disrespect. Right now, you're scared, yes. But you know what that's shown me. She glanced away, shaking her head. Look at me. Michael lifted her chin again. He'd be glad when she'd healed enough that she wasn't ashamed to meet his gaze. You're so beautiful. No, don't look away. There are different kinds of beauty. I know plenty of women who are attractive on the outside and are cows on the inside. Ellen blinked.
Cows?
Ugly. They're terrible people and think if they look nice on the outside, that's all they need. But they're not. You're gorgeous, Ellen. I swear it. And when Aunt Nellie's cream finishes healing you, your outside will match your inside again. He wanted her to believe it because he did. Her lips were tight. She didn't argue with him, but Michael knew he hadn't convinced her. Were her scars deeper than those on her skin? I'll make this right, Ellen, I promise. He leaned forward and brushed her lips with his. She pulled back, startled. His lips still tingling from the contact. He didn't wait for a response, but jumped to his feet and returned to the back of the chair. Lulu must have seen it because she was glaring at him. He was in for it now, and he didn't care. Chapter 14. After that first day in the garden, they went there for at least a portion of each day if the weather was fine. Ellen hadn't known what to say about the kiss, though she'd held her fingers to her lips the entire ride back to the manor. There was no way Michael could have known that it was her first kiss, perhaps the only one she would ever receive. Yes, Aunt Nellie's ointment was aiding in the healing of Ellen's skin. She now scrutinized her hands for signs the scars were smoothing out. They were, but could she believe the ugly red pattern on her hands and face would go away? It required a trust in Aunt Nellie's magic that Ellen simply didn't have. How could she, when she still dreamed of a shadowy figure holding a torch, one who turned on her and set her aflame? Of that terrible agony and the sense that her skin was melting. No, she must not think of it. She clenched her fists and then opened them to ease the stretching. How had she come to be in the portrait room that night? Why had the magic brought her to the future? Ellen wanted to remember what had happened, but when she tried, the foggy place threatened to take her again. Not wishing to lose herself there again, she didn't ask Michael about it. He must have been trying to stop the assailant and gotten caught by the same magic that returned her back to her own time. If what Aunt Nellie had explained were true, then it seemed extraordinary that Ellen had been pulled to the future and then back again.
Is something wrong, m'lady?
Lulu asked as she re-entered the bedroom, carrying Ellen's dress for the day.
No.
Ellen relaxed her clenched fist again.
I was merely testing how far I can stretch my skin. Oh, my lady, you must not do that. Aunt Nellie said 'twill take at least a month yet for that. You do not wish to cause more damage to your skin. It drains your strength to heal your body. It will heal faster if you eat more. I do try.
Ellen sighed. Some days she found it difficult to eat. If she did not take care, she would sick up from the queasiness. Though she had been much improved since she and Michael had been able to visit the garden.
Aunt Nellie wishes to speak with you and Mr. Michael this morning before we go out. Is there a problem?
Ellen had wondered if the little maid had disclosed to her employer about the kiss. In the days since, Aunt Nellie had not brought it up, but she was also occupied preparing for the full moon ball.
She didn't say, only that she must speak with you. Does Mr. Michael know already? His man will have informed him this morning.
A light tap on the door signaled his arrival. Ellen closed her eyes and sought tranquility, imagining that she was beautiful and not grotesque. Each morning when he first looked upon her, she expected him to flinch. She had wondered many times if he also closed his eyes before the door opened, if he had to school his features to hide the horror he felt when he saw her. She must not think of that. She was beautiful. Inside, if nowhere else. She must remember that. Lulu opened the door, and Michael was leaning against the opposite wall. As soon as he met Ellen's gaze, he smiled. It carried so much joy that she could believe she was beautiful again. "Oh," he said, straightening. "Has the swelling in your feet gone down enough for you to walk?" Michael waited for her in the hallway as she took her slow steps out of the door. He extended his arm, and she took it. It was only a few steps to the stairs, where he would lift her anyway, but it was a triumph for her to walk that far. "I'm going to miss doing this," he said softly as he lifted her. Ellen would too, though she did not say so. She rested her head against his strong shoulder.
Did your man mention that Aunt Nellie wishes to speak to us?
Yeah, I talked with him about it, and I think it's probably about the ball. Aunt Nellie's going to have company coming who'll be staying for several days. There's always the chance, too, that she could have more accidental travellers.
Ellen wished to ask him more, but they had reached the main floor. Michael was about to put her in the bath chair when she stopped him.
I wish to try walking to the breakfast room this morning. As I know you worry, you may put me in the chair after we have eaten. I'm able to walk now, and I wish to rely on you less."
It's a good sign, but also a sad one. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. The memory of that briefest of kisses came back to her, as did all the sensations it had caused, the jolt of energy that had raced through her body, the remembered feel of his mouth on hers, of the longing to pull him closer even as she'd pulled back in surprise. Ellen sighed. Had he schooled his features after to hide his disgust? Michael Addington was a man who gave his all to a task, and she had no doubt that she was his current one. She could imagine him returning to his room to wash his mouth and remove the feel of her mottled skin. She would not think of it. It made her eyes sting. He helped Ellen to her seat and loaded a plate with the foods he knew she liked. Her unsettled stomach made her wish to decline the offering, but Lulu's admonition about the need to eat stayed the words. The maid may not have meant them to be a warning, but Ellen had sensed one in them. She had intercepted a few worried glances between Lulu and Aunt Nellie at meals and when being dressed. That the maid had to keep taking in Ellen's dresses was a problem. "I've noticed that you eat better after we've been outside in the sun," Michael said. "I get that because the thought of eating, especially at the beginning of our convalescence, made me sick to my stomach. Is that still bothering you?"
"Did Aunt Nellie request that you ask me about this?"
Ellen didn't know whether or not to be irritated or flattered. "I think if Aunt Nellie wants to ask you something, she'll just ask you. I overheard them talking about it. She suggested giving you a tonic to increase your appetite. She used it on me, and it worked great."
"At times, I feel that my body is overwhelmed with magic, and I wonder if that is not making me feel ill as much as the injury. I am not sure we mere humans were made to deal with it."
Michael didn't ask any more, but began to eat his food, his expression thoughtful. Ellen made a good effort at eating the food he had provided her, but she was only able to eat half of it.
"After the ball, we won't have the same freedom we've had to this point," she said.
"I hadn't thought of that. We're not exactly fit for public consumption yet, are we?"
Ellen's throat tightened at an unexpected burst of emotion. She blinked her eyes.
"What is it?"
Michael covered her hand with his.
"There are people who suffer from injuries such as ours,"
she said, holding out her free hand,
"who will never have the benefit of Aunt Nellie's tonics and creams. They will never be fit for public consumption, as you described it. What do they do? Where do they go? Do their families cast them off to fend for themselves? How do they find employment? What great house would ever have housemaids or footmen who looked like we do? They wouldn't."
"That's a really good question. I'm ashamed I've been so focused on myself that I've never thought beyond me and you."
Michael looked at her so intently that her cheeks went warm.
"Aunt Nellie will be expecting us,"
she said.
"We must not keep her waiting."
Michael considered her words as he helped her into the bath chair and wheeled her to Aunt Nellie's office. The woman was waiting for them and looked up from her desk when he knocked on her open door.
"Do come in and have a seat."
Aunt Nellie rose and indicated the 2 chairs in front of her desk. She closed the door behind them. As Michael lifted Ellen from the chair, he wanted so much to kiss her again. He knew he had been incredibly presumptuous to have done it. He'd have deserved it if she'd slapped him, since it wasn't something that a guy was supposed to do in this day and age. That was one thing he had already learned about Ellen. She was very much a lady, and she deserved to be treated with the respect owed to one in her time. He probably should have apologized, but he'd decided that he shouldn't. With her self-esteem so fragile, he had a feeling she'd think he was sorry about kissing her, which he was not.
"Please be seated," Aunt Nellie said, taking her seat again.
She folded her hands and rested them on the desk before her, waiting to continue until he'd settled Ellen in a chair and taken the one beside her. Aunt Nellie said,
One of my duties as the guardian of the ley lines includes the ability to communicate with the magic. It is not a simple thing, such as the way we speak to each other. I sense things from the magic. It's never anything specific, but it does nudge me about people or situations. Are you telling us this now because the magic is nudging you about us? The hair at the back of Michael's neck had lifted at her words. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he'd felt what he thought were nudges himself. About Ellen. Yes, Mr. Michael, about you and whatever is about to happen on the full moon.
Will he be required to fight for the magic again?
Ellen asked. Wait, what? Michael asked. What's this about fighting for the magic? I believe Lady Ellen has already done so. Aunt Nellie's gaze darted to Michael, but then she looked at her hands. I believe the magic called her to the portrait room the night you two were burned. She had never gone exploring on any of her other visits here, yet she went up the stairs that night. Nellie looked at Ellen. You still do not remember? She shuddered, and she closed her eyes.
No, only the pain.
Ellen's fists clenched. Michael felt the need to reach over and take them in his hands. He helped her to relax them with a gentle massage. It was common for people not to remember a bad accident, and he was grateful that she didn't. What would she think of him when he finally had to tell her he was partly responsible for her burns? You stopped a terrible thing from happening, Aunt Nellie said. Ellen's head jerked up, her eyes now open.
How can you know this?
Because I know you, and because it's something you do. You are a tiger. A gentle smile lit Aunt Nellie's face, but Ellen started to cry. What's the matter? Michael asked, alarmed.
It is nothing,
Ellen said with a sniff.
My dear friend Reese is a tiger, and I admire her strength so much. I've always wanted to be one myself.
The magic tells me you will yet have to face difficult things. When Ellen started to ask a question, Aunt Nellie raised a hand and said, I know nothing more than that. As I have said, the magic gives me impressions. Since you have both already been through so much, I felt the need to warn you. Well, that's really helpful, Michael said, letting the sarcasm come out heavy. What's the point of giving us a warning that doesn't have enough information to warn us about anything? Aunt Nellie shrugged, but there was a twinkle in her eyes. He scowled, and she chuckled. Oh, Mr. Michael, when you have lived as long as I have and seen the foibles of the Fae and mankind, you will learn the importance of a sense of humour. It is not all burden, even though growth is painful, so smile and enjoy the moment. She glanced at Ellen and then had the nerve to wink at him. Off you go to your garden. You only have so much time. Cook tells me there is a storm due this afternoon, so enjoy the fine weather while you can. Aunt Nellie waved them off. Once they were outside and on the path, Michael finally spoke of the meeting. All right, tell me what you got out of that.
I'm a tiger.
Ellen wore the most serene expression he'd ever seen on her. Really? He said with a flat look. Of everything that she said in there, that's what you got out of it.
Oh, Michael, don't you understand? We will face what we face. I have confidence I did not have before.
Ellen held out her gloved hand and stared at it, as though she could see through the kid skin. What was she thinking? He decided not to push it. The poor woman was already handling enough. She'd eaten a decent-sized breakfast compared to what she usually ate. Since they'd be spending the morning in the garden, she should have the appetite to eat a healthy lunch too. After a good nap, if it rained,
Maybe he could coax her to eat treats at tea.
I would like to walk today,
Ellen said when he had rolled the bath chair to the central grassy area in the middle of the garden.
It's getting a lot easier for you to move,
he commented as he helped her from the chair.
Yes, for which I'm grateful.
Michael held her for a second by the chair, staring into the blue of her eyes. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and her breath hitched. Lulu coughed. He stepped back and offered Ellen his arm. She took it, and they began a slow stroll along the path.
Lulu complains that I do not eat enough, and I need food for strength,
Ellen said as she ran a gloved hand over some burgundy dahlias.
But I believe I'm getting stronger because I can be here with living and growing things.
I believe you because I feel the same way. I love being able to be creative, but even more, being able to help things grow.
That was why what his grandfather had tried to do struck Michael as so wrong. He was a builder and not a destroyer. He really wished he could have known the old man before life had turned on him and made him so bitter, so angry.
"Milady,"
Lulu called from where she'd spread out a blanket.
"you do not wish to tax your feet again?" "You're right, of course."
Ellen lowered her voice.
"My feet are getting a little tender."
That was all the excuse Michael needed, and he picked her up. She giggled in surprise, and the sound made his chest swell. He had to exercise discretion, which was just as well. It was too bad Ellen didn't wear big hats. Then he could have probably tried to sneak a kiss out of view of the watchdog. But Ellen might not like it. He had to keep a longer vision. She was the sister of an earl. Michael was a simple gardener. She lived in 1851, and he was from far in the future. Dr. Catherine might have chosen to stay here, but she'd married a man of substance. What did Michael have to offer Ellen? At the implications of the thought, he almost dropped her. "Whoopsie-daisy," he said, exaggerating the stumble to make it seem a joke. Ellen squealed, as he'd hoped. She slapped his arm, laughing again.
"You frightened me."
I'm sorry.
Michael was sorry for so many things. Chapter 15. Ellen sat in her room, listening to the music drifting up from the ballroom below. When she had attended full moon balls in the past, they'd invigorated her. She'd enjoyed conversing with her friends and dancing. Last month, Ellen had been amongst the frolickers, had attended the dinner before the ball that Aunt Nellie always held for her special guests. It had been at one of those that Ellen had met Rhys, who'd changed her life, and Gareth's. If not for Rhys's accidental travel, he would never have taken a journey to the future himself and met Catherine. Ellen didn't know why her thoughts made her uneasy that evening. She wished desperately to recall what had happened on her own trip to the future. At least to remember something that wasn't horrible and made her skin ache at the memory. It did not feel to her as though a month had passed, but rather a lifetime. Glancing at the shrouded mirror of her dressing table, she touched the edges of the turban. Was it vanity to feel so strongly the loss of her hair? How could it be, when even the Bible spoke about a woman's hair being her glory? All Ellen truly wished for now was her beautiful hair to hide behind. She had no wish to spend her life behind a veil. But what was she to do if her skin healed no further, and she looked like this forever? Her mind drifted to the day she'd seen her ghastly face, her nose nearly gone, one ear non-existent. No, she must not think of it. How could Michael bear to look at her? Yet he did. He had even... Her hand went to her lips involuntarily. The man must be a saint in gardener's garb to make such a sacrifice. A tap on her door brought a drowsing Lulu to her feet. She hurried over and opened it a crack.
Mr. Michael, you know you're not allowed in here.
I know it's late, but I don't want to be alone tonight. Would Ellen mind strolling the corridor with me? You could have a light refreshment brought to the portrait room for us.
His hand appeared through the small opening and waved.
Ellen, tell her you will, please.
Her heart gave a little twitch at the longing in his voice. Did the memory of last month plague him as well? Or perhaps it was Aunt Nellie's curious warning.
Of course I will.
She came to the door, and Lulu opened it for her.
Take care of your feet, milady. They have been much improved these last few days.
Ellen accepted the arm Michael extended to her.
I hope to try the stairs tomorrow.
Don't take the stairs from me,
he whispered, giving her a wink. It's the highlight of my day. With him, it was so easy to forget her appearance, especially when she wore gloves and could pretend the skin underneath was unmarred.
You are a flirt, Mr. Addington.
I didn't used to be.
He covered her gloved hand with his.
You seem to bring it out in me.
Tell me why you have such a need for companionship tonight.
I didn't want to face the memories of last month's full moon ball alone.
Ellen nodded in understanding. She'd been correct.
They haunt you as well, then?
More than you know, sweet Ellen. More than you know.
Warmed by the endearment, she chose not to inquire further. His mood had shifted, turned reflective, even dark. A crease had appeared between his brows. Something was greatly troubling him, but she sensed she should not quiz him about it. They had become fast friends over the last weeks. For her, more than friends. She had to remind herself that Rhys, dear friend that she had become, had not been able to stay. Ellen had to prepare herself for the day Michael would return to his own time. As she understood it from Aunt Nellie, that would have been tonight, were it not for his still healing skin. For the first time, Ellen was grateful for the wounds and scars that prevented him from leaving so soon. When he left, her heart would break.
Let's sit for a while.
Michael guided her into the portrait room. It looked very much as it had last month. Ellen had avoided it, preferring to stay on their side of the long corridor. The Twickenham servants had made surprisingly quick work of the repairs. It could take many weeks to receive a new carpet. Ellen didn't know, and hadn't had the stomach to ask, if more than just the carpet had been damaged by the fire they'd brought with them when the magic had pulled them back. For a second, her mind pulled out that moment when the foul fluid had splashed on her and a lick of flame had raced up her dress. The memory of searing pain stabbed through her. She gasped.
Are you all right?
Michael guided her to a chair, and she sat, her body trembling.
I was merely remembering last month. Whenever I try to recall what brought me to your time, I'm struck with pain. It is as though my mind cannot bear to see it again.
She shuddered and looked up to meet his gaze. It was as though he had been wearing a mask. The expression of concern dropped away, replaced by one of agony. She knew it well, for her brother had worn it when his wife and son had died. Ellen had only been a girl of 10, overcome by grief herself. She had been frightened by the change. Not until Rhys had visited last year had that look faded from Gareth's face. With his marriage to Catherine, it had all but disappeared.
What is it?
Ellen cried.
It's my fault.
Michael dropped to his knees before her chair and buried his face in his hands. His shoulders shook. Ellen stared at him, shocked. Never had she dreamed he felt like this. How could he blame himself? It was Gareth all over again.
Oh, please, dearest Michael, do not weep.
She bent forward and ran her hands over his hair, her heart aching for him. With his bright smile and pleasing ways, how had she not known he was suffering so?
I am here. We will overcome this together.
I'm so sorry. he mumbled into her skirt. "It's all my fault."
Of course it's not your fault.
Ellen tried to lift his head, make him look at her, but he refused.
Michael, you saved me. Do you not remember?
Wishing for him to feel the touch of her skin, she tugged off her gloves. She ran her fingers over the now smooth surface of his scarred scalp. Tiny bristles of hair poked her fingertips.
Oh, your hair is growing back. Can you not feel it?
She gave him a little shake.
Feel them.
Ellen took his hand and forced it to the burned side of his head. He didn't resist, and she ran his fingers over it.
Do you see? Is it not wonderful?
Her voice broke. Michael had stilled, and she let out a slow breath. Had he found his release? Would his control return? Ellen hoped he wouldn't suffer embarrassment at his display. Since his marriage to Catherine, Gareth had learned much about showing his feelings, but he was careful to only do so with herself and his wife. Few men of her acquaintance would allow themselves such a display. "Do you feel it?" Michael lifted his head. "What's that?" Ellen became aware of it then, a strange tingling that seemed vaguely familiar. "I've felt it before." Michael jumped to his feet, his grief apparently forgotten. He put himself between her and some unseen threat. What could it be? Ellen struggled to her feet. He held out his arms to keep her from moving forward. She was too close to the chair and lost her balance. With a soft cry, she threw her arms around his waist to keep from falling. He didn't move, but put his arms behind him and held her there. She peeked around his back. An odd brightness shimmered in the middle of the long room. Michael had to get Ellen out of there. Meaning to turn around, he must have moved too far back and thrown her off balance. With a squeak, her arms snaked around his waist. He reached back to hold her, worried they might both go down. A man-like shape took form. Michael had an eerie feeling he'd landed in the Twilight Zone. If not for Ellen at his back, he wouldn't have believed what he was seeing. "We need to get out of here." He edged toward the door.
But that's a man,
she said, releasing Michael and taking a tentative step toward the figure.
He is hunched over, as though in pain.
"Don't." He took her by the waist and pulled her away. "We don't know what's going on."
He's a traveller. Do you not see? It's the full moon.
She was right. Michael felt it in his bones. The man's form had solidified, his back to them. He groaned and dropped to his knees.
We must help him.
Ellen broke free and rushed to the man, kneeling beside him. Michael had taken a step to join her when that familiar prickling struck him again. With the hair on the back of his neck raised, he turned to the new threat a few feet away. The figure wore a long dress and had something on her head that reminded him of a flower pot, though it had a scarf flowing from it. If the hat had been pointy, it would have reminded him of those old-style princess hats. She keeled over. He ran to her and turned her over to her back. She looked to be about 18, and Michael had a feeling he'd seen her before. He felt for a pulse. Her heart was beating fast, and a light sheen of perspiration dotted her face. "Ellen," he called. "A woman just showed up. I'll go get some of Aunt Nellie's servants."
"Oh, my goodness,"
Lulu's familiar voice cried from the doorway.
"Put the tray down over there. Get help."
The maid went to Ellen first, while another servant did as Lulu told her. The maid gently took her place beside the man, while the other came to the woman. Michael stepped back, and Ellen came to him. "Ah," Aunt Nellie said, sweeping into the room. "2 more visitors. What an adventure they'll have. Now, Lady Ellen and Mr. Michael, there's nothing you can do here. We are quite familiar with how to help them." She swept over to usher them from the room.
You two had best call it a night." More servants bustled around the newcomers, while Aunt Nellie gave instructions. She glanced over her shoulder at them. "Off you go!" She waved them away. Michael offered his arm to Ellen, and she took it. As they were about to pass through the doorway, an unexpected urge to look back came over him. He paused and glanced over his shoulder. Lulu had finished what she was doing and moved out of the way, giving Michael his first good view of the man. The room seemed to shimmer out of focus, and Michael's hands trembled.
What is it?
Ellen asked, glancing back.
"That man is my grandfather."
Chapter 16. Michael passed a fitful night. The tea he'd shared with Ellen had passed in a blur. He'd known she had questions about his declaration, but appreciated that she hadn't voiced them. He wouldn't have known what to tell her anyway. His dreams had been about ways to change the future. How different might his life have been if his grandmother hadn't left, if his grandfather and Dad hadn't turned bitter at the abandonment. It was time to talk with Aunt Nellie about it. He'd have spoken with her the night before, except that she'd given instructions to the servants and then left. Understandable, since she was the hostess of a ball. He rose at first light and dressed quickly without the aid of his valet Crawford. Not wanting to cross paths with any early rising guests, Michael didn't go to the breakfast room. If Aunt Nellie wasn't in her office yet, maybe he could wait there. His thoughts drifted to Ellen again. He really wanted to involve her in this, but something told him it was wiser to consult Aunt Nellie first. It had been a late night anyway, so he should be able to see her before Ellen woke. He hoped. The house was quiet as he exited his room. While he hadn't used the servants' stairs before, he knew where they were, so he headed that way. When Michael entered the kitchen, the room went silent for a second. Then all the servants who were there jumped to their feet. "Mr. Michael?" Crawford said, giving his suit a quick brush. "I didn't realize you needed me so early." "No, you're fine. What I need is to talk with Aunt Nellie. Is she awake yet?" Then he remembered that she collected magical dew every morning, so of course she was up. "Never mind. Can I wait in her office for her? I need to get there without anyone seeing my gross face." "Oh, Mr. Michael," Lulu said with a disapproving look. "Your scars are much better. Aunt Nellie said you'll be almost back to normal by the next full moon." "Will Ellen?" he asked, distracted from his task. "No, I'm afraid her scars will take longer," the little maid said. So they still had time together. 4 weeks didn't seem long enough. "Do you mind if I inquire as to why you need to speak with Aunt Nellie?" Crawford asked. "Is there perhaps something one of us can assist you with?" "I need to talk with her about one of last night's time travelers." The servants all glanced at each other, looking undecided. "Is there a reason I shouldn't talk to Aunt Nellie about him?" Michael asked.
Ah, you're speaking of the gentleman traveller,
Lulu said, her expression relieved. Why would it make a difference if he wanted to talk about the woman? That reminded him that she had also looked vaguely familiar. "Has he told you his name yet?" he asked. "George," Crawford said. "He didn't tell you his surname?" Michael didn't know why he wasn't offering information himself, but that funny, tingly sensation he got when the magic was doing its thing seemed to be telling him not to say it. "No, sir," the valet said. "Well, I need to talk to Aunt Nellie," Michael said. "Can someone help me get to her office without any early rising guests seeing me?"
I was about to take this to Aunt Nellie's office, Lulu said, picking up a tray. "Please, follow me." Michael stayed near the walls in case he needed to duck out of sight. Fortunately, they were alone in the hallway. He opened the door for the maid and followed her into the room. Aunt Nellie was already there. "Mr. Michael said he needs to speak with you." Lulu placed the tray on a small table and left the room.
Have you broken your fast yet? Aunt Nellie asked, taking one of the chairs. She lifted the metal cloche covering. There is more than enough here for both of us.
Thank you, Michael said, his stomach growling. He took the other seat. She dished some food onto a plate and handed it to him. He wanted to bring up the reason why he'd come so early, but there was something in her manner that told him he should wait. Why did it seem like the magic was directing his every move this morning? Aunt Nellie's expression was placid as she ate and chatted about the bowl. He accepted it as small talk and made simple responses.
Your hair is starting to grow back well, she said, studying his face. You should be ready to attend next month's ball.
It's not exactly on my bucket list.
Michael didn't want to go to one unless Ellen was at his side. What is on your mind this morning?
Your male time traveler from last night.
Yes, I thought you would be especially interested in George.
You know he's my grandfather, then?
Yes.
Michael rubbed his face. More than anything in the world, he wanted to change what had happened. Not just for him, but for Ellen. In the beginning, every time he'd looked at her and seen the damage they'd done, it stabbed his heart with regret. He should have gotten help for his grandfather earlier. Since last night, Michael had been thinking of the old 80s film Back to the Future. Could he pull a Marty McFly and fix his own future?
So he traveled to this time only a month after I came? Michael asked, his fingers tapping his knee. It appears so. How could Aunt Nellie sit there so serenely sipping her tea and looking at him with a twinkle in her eyes?
When does he meet my grandmother? Is she one of your guests or someone who visits during this month?
I believe you have seen her.
Michael stilled. He didn't understand why he was having a hard time accepting it. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled it out. It was her. Then he remembered the strange hat she'd been wearing. It was a style even older than the clothing the people wore in this time.
When is she from? He asked. Her clothing indicates the 1400s.
She hasn't told you?
Aunt Nellie shook her head. Some travelers have a more difficult time than others, even with my assistance. She appears to be one of them. I'm afraid she also believes me to be a witch.
Like my grandfather.
Does he? She arched her brows. When I spoke with him, I thought he took the news about magic and time travel quite well. He seemed rather excited to discover that the Fae are real.
That didn't sound like the grandfather Michael knew at all.
Maybe his attitude changed later, after my grandmother left.
He rubbed his jaw, thinking about what he knew of his grandparents. How had everything gone wrong between them?
Do you think she wanted to go back to her own time? Definitely not.
That twinkle appeared in Aunt Nellie's eyes again.
Except for believing she's now in the hands of witches, she's relieved to be in this time. It seems she was being forced to marry someone she didn't wish to, a man she found quite loathsome. She said it was a political alliance.
So Michael's grandmother had not made a single jump in time, but two of them. The thought of leaping from the 1400s, the time of the War of the Roses and the Renaissance, to 1851, and then again to the 1960s, when mankind was venturing into space, made the muscles in the back of his neck tighten. Was that why she'd left? Had it been too much for her, in spite of the modern conveniences and freedoms?
What is troubling you, Mr. Michael?
Aunt Nellie's tone was soft and compassionate. How had his grandfather ever imagined this woman was evil?
I want to know what happened to my grandmother. I need to know for my grandfather. I want to change it so things are better for him. Are you thinking that if you kept your grandparents from getting together, that your existence would end because it never happened?
The grandfather paradox, Michael grunted. No,
I don't want to take myself out of existence. I just want to make things better for my grandfather and my father. When my grandmother left, she ruined their lives. They never got over it. My dad died a bitter man, and my grandfather's a bitter old man. A bitter old man who tried to commit a terrible act.
The memory of Ellen's damaged face the first time he'd seen it, unwrapped and exposed, came to mind. Heat flushed his face. He slumped in his chair. Her body might heal, but he doubted her mind could, not when the simple act of trying to remember what had happened that night caused her such terrible pain. It bothered Michael how she still refused to look at anything that had a reflection. She even averted her gaze from the bird bath in the garden because of the water. He and his grandfather had done that to her.
"Mr. Michael,"
Aunt Nellie said, her voice soft, compassionate.
"Lady Ellen will recover from this. The important thing is that you have learned to take action sooner."
He leapt to his feet, his jaw tight and his eyes narrowed.
"That's what I want to do. Take action sooner."
He started to pace the room, but stopped in front of the window that overlooked the grounds.
"Every day I see how she's been harmed. I need to change my grandfather's experience so I could save her from us." "You must proceed with caution."
Aunt Nellie sprinkled some powder into his cup.
"You had no intent to harm her. If you don't take care and continue to wallow in—" "Wallow?"
Michael spun around.
"Have some of this."
She rose and carried the cup to him.
"There are important issues we need to discuss for your benefit and for Lady Ellen's."
He'd been about to refuse, but the mention of Ellen stole his anger. Michael accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. The soothing calm of the drink did its job and created a barrier between himself and his dark thoughts. His shoulders relaxed.
"Much better. It is of great importance to feel remorse and make amends when you have wronged someone. But nothing is served if you allow your remorse to destroy you in the process. You have taken responsibility for what your grandfather, and you inadvertently, did. Every day when I see you with Ellen, I see a man making amends."
Aunt Nellie patted his arm.
"It is time for you to begin to forgive yourself, and in the not-too-distant future, for you to tell Ellen the truth of what happened that night."
Michael grimaced, grateful for the potion that kept his two minds from battling. He was too tired to fight them.
"Please sit again. I must help you understand the limitations of time travel."
Aunt Nellie indicated his chair, and he took it. She sat across the table from him again.
"Time is a fuzzball. If it happened, it happened. You are proof that it did. You cannot change what has already occurred." "But Ellen has told me about the work her friend Reese did on the Kelworth tenant village while she was here. They've been able to make huge changes in the lives of those people. If she hadn't come back to this time, she wouldn't have been able to do that." "But she did come to this time. It is no mistake that the magic brought her here to do just that." "I don't like the idea that the magic has a mind of its own." Michael rubbed his temples. "I understand. What you must accept is that you cannot use time travel to go back to correct your mistakes." "But don't you see? If I knew what happened to my grandmother, what drove her away, maybe I could keep my grandfather from turning into a bitter, vindictive man. As we do not know what caused her to leave, I have no suggestion to make on that point. You may try to become acquainted with this younger version of your grandfather, but you must understand that you cannot change what is to come."
Aunt Nellie pinned him with her gaze, kind but firm.
"What you must not forget is that, regardless of why she left, she did not return. Your grandfather could have moved on, but of his own will and volition, he chose to fixate his bitterness on Twickenham. And that man came to my home to cause destruction, not caring in the least that the manor was full of innocent people."
With the weight of every word she spoke, Michael's shoulders slumped further.
"You tried to stop him, Michael," she said. "That doesn't free me of responsibility. He got much worse after my father died. I'd been thinking I should have a doctor evaluate him. I should have done it sooner, but I didn't believe he'd actually take action."
Aunt Nellie studied him, tapping her chin.
"You're not familiar with the way our accidental travellers come to us. You have not asked why we do not send them back home immediately." "I thought you had to do a painting for them to go home again." "Ah, so you do have some understanding. Yes, the portraits I create act as an anchor for them. If I have it in this time, it will be in the future, allowing them to travel to a time of their choosing. But they are still limited to when they can travel." "The full moon." "Exactly. The magic must also accumulate in a large enough quantity for it to happen. The full moon is when it is at its most powerful, but it has its limits."
Aunt Nellie gave him a meaningful look.
"Do you not find it interesting that Lady Ellen appears to have not only travelled to your time, but returned with you to her starting point the same night? That is almost unheard of."
Michael blinked. "What are you saying?"
"I'm saying that the magic lured her to the portrait room, sent her to your time, and then brought you both back here."
The twinkle returned to the older woman's eyes.
"Lady Ellen fought for the magic, even though she did not know it at the time."
"Yes, you've mentioned that before. What's your point?"
"That Lady Ellen will be fine. The magic will take care of her, as it will assist you in doing the same. It brought you back because you are vital to her happiness."
Aunt Nellie rose.
"It is getting late, and I have duties to see to. I believe a certain young lady will be expecting your company."
"Yes, she will," Michael said, grateful Aunt Nellie's words had brought him some peace. Chapter 17.
"Mr. Michael had a breakfast meeting with Aunt Nellie this morning,"
Lulu said as she did up Ellen's gown, the dressing table mirror still covered. Ellen pressed her lips in a grimace. She had been looking forward to breaking her fast with him. Was he meeting with Aunt Nellie about his grandfather? Michael's scars were much improved, but were still sufficiently prominent to frighten an unsuspecting person. How could he possibly talk with the man? Ellen wondered if she would want to meet her grandfather as a young man. It would be strange. Her memories of him were of a querulous old man who had no patience with a young girl. Her stomach growled, an embarrassing thing for a lady. But Michael would tell her it was a good sign. Breakfast without him. Eating alone was something Ellen hadn't experienced in weeks. He'd become a part of her life, and she missed him. How long would he be? The weather was fine, and she had no desire to be trapped on this floor another day. Did she dare try to make her way to the garden without him?
"Please prepare my hat and veil," she said.
I would like to walk outside today. You must eat first, my lady. I have no wish to get on Mr. Michael's bad side.
Lulu had come around to face Ellen and said, her brows arched,
He is quite attentive.
He was, and Ellen wished very much that she meant more to him than a pity project he had taken on. At least they had become friends. She had that for as long as he remained at Twickenham. It was a lonely meal. Ellen had spent too many like it at Kelworth, eating by herself or with only the company of a paid companion. That had changed once Gareth had married. She sent a silent prayer to heaven that Catherine and the babes would be well.
"Are you ill, milady?"
Lulu asked as she finished buttoning Ellen's coat for outside.
"I'm feeling a tad melancholy today. Is it not strange that Michael's grandfather should come to Twickenham a full moon after Michael did?" "Aye."
Lulu lifted the veil and draped it over Ellen's hat.
"The magic does some strange things at times." "Does it have a will of its own?" "'Tis something you would need to ask Aunt Nellie."
The maid had answered Ellen's questions like that before. Yet when she was with Aunt Nellie, Ellen found it difficult to bring up her questions about the magic. She chafed at the idea that something or someone had control of her destiny. She'd always felt that way, but it had become stronger once she'd met Rhys. The independent woman from the future had such different ideas about a woman's role and place in the world. She bristled at the suggestion that women were mentally inferior and physically inferior to men. Ellen had no wish to be a pawn, yet she was grateful for the magic in her life. It had given her two strong women as friend and sister. So perhaps Ellen would be wise to follow the counsel of the magic when she felt it, for she did still sense something guiding her. It had only ever happened here at Twickenham, and the intensity had increased with her most recent stay.
"I imagine you're missing Mr. Michael, and that is what is making you melancholy."
Lulu grinned before ducking her head.
"He has become a dear friend."
"Who's become a dear friend?" Michael asked, stepping into the room. "Sorry I missed you at breakfast." At the sound of his voice, a thrill had rushed through Ellen, and her face went warm. It took all her years of training not to run to Michael and throw her arms around him. She'd feared she might not see him this morning. It was as well she'd not acted so impetuously, because she was sure she would have entangled them both dreadfully with the veil.
"Did Aunt Nellie speak with you about your grandfather?"
Ellen asked, keeping her voice calm. "Yes, I wish I could talk to him." Michael waved a hand to indicate his face. "I don't want to freak him out, though." Something was troubling him. Should she ask him about it? She felt suddenly shy. They'd become dear friends, but what she felt for him was so much more than mere friendship.
"Did Aunt Nellie say when she thought you would be presentable?"
Ellen held out her ungloved hand and examined it.
"I ask because Lulu told me that once our skin has smoothed out, the horrible colouring will fade quickly. I don't know that I believe her. My skin is not smooth."
Michael took her hand and examined it, running his fingers lightly over the patches of red, white, and even some brown. A tingling ran up her arm and into her body. If she'd still had hair, she was sure it would be standing on end. Did he have any idea what his touch was doing to her? He looked up and met her gaze. "Aunt Nellie told me that because your injuries were worse than mine, that it would take longer. But you've improved so much since the first time I saw you." He brought her palm to his lips and pressed a light kiss on it. Ellen thought she might melt right there. Was this how Catherine felt when she and Gareth kissed? How could Michael bear to touch Ellen's disgusting skin? Self-conscious, she tried to take back her hand. He seemed to understand and stepped closer to lift her veil. "You must believe this," he said, his words almost a whisper. "Even if your scars never improved further, I would still think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever known." Ellen's heart swelled at his words. When he looked at her like that, she could almost believe he meant the words. She so wanted to. Lulu gave her familiar cough. Michael grunted softly, but dropped the veil and stepped back. "Do you want to try walking down the stairs today, or save your feet to walk part of the way to the garden?" he asked. His expression seemed to beg her to let him carry her down the stairs. She had little doubt what her brother would think of this man holding her in so familiar a way. However, her brother was not here.
I would like to try walking outside, so perhaps it would be wise to spare my feet on the stairs.
She couldn't help giving him a coy smile. His eyes lit up. He swept her into his arms and carried her from the room. Once we get outdoors and away from where people might be, I hope you'll take off the veil. I love seeing the expressions on your face. Ellen wished she could believe him. Sometimes he seemed like a giddy child, excited about everything. It was something they shared. Other times, as when he had entered her room, the childlike part of his character was hidden. She liked that he could be serious, but it made her happy to see the pleasure he took from so many things. She found it helped her to embrace them as well. As they came to the entry, one of the guests from the ball was stepping out of the breakfast room. Increasing his pace, Michael shifted to give the man the good side of his face. "I say, is something wrong with the young lady?" the man asked.
Nothing at all, sir,
Lulu said, hurrying behind them. The footman already had the door open, and Michael slipped outside.
Use the chair now,
Ellen hissed, her pulse racing that the man might have seen her, might have recognized her. He put her in it and quickly pushed it away from the manor. None of them said anything until they were out of sight.
I could almost feel his eyes on us,
Ellen said, feeling a little shaky. Was he someone you knew? Michael asked.
I think I may have danced with him a time or two at other balls. I hope my veil prevented him from recognizing me. I don't know how I could explain to someone what happened to me.
The melancholy of earlier returned with force, and Ellen tried to blink back tears.
I wish I could remember what happened to me.
She buried her face in her hands. Ellen? Michael stopped the chair and came around to squat in front of her. He took her hands. Don't cry. I don't know how to help you when you cry. The words were so similar to ones she'd heard Gareth say to Catherine that Ellen laughed. Then she gave a most unladylike hiccup. Are you all right? Michael lifted the veil and pulled it behind her. We're out of sight of the manor. Would you like to walk for a bit? Lulu can push the chair.
I would like that very much,
Ellen said. Chapter 18. As Michael lifted her from the bath chair, he tried to ignore the tightness in his chest at her words. What was he going to do? He was falling in love with this woman, and it was tearing her apart that she couldn't remember what he'd done to her. But how could he tell Ellen? He'd lose her for sure.
What is it, Michael?
She asked, still in his arms.
I know something is troubling you. Can you not share your burden with me?
This tiny bit of a woman, so slender because of her injuries, ones he'd helped to cause, wanted to share his burden. Was this his punishment for not stopping his grandfather? Someday I'll tell you, but that day is not today. Michael set her down, pushing back the desire to kiss her. He didn't need to hear any more of Lulu's interruption coughs. Instead, he held out his arm as the gentleman of the day did, and she took it.
If you will not speak of it,
she said as they approached the door to the garden,
perhaps you will tell me more of what you studied at university to become this landscape architect.
I finished my master's degree in landscape architecture a few months ago, he said, grateful for her willingness to let it go. We have to study a lot of different things, including surveying, landscape design, construction, because there's a lot of construction that goes on in building a landscape. I also studied ecology for the landscape, site design, and even urban and regional planning.
I don't know the meaning of some of those words.
Well, some people think it's just a matter of digging holes and putting in a bunch of plants.
It's a lot more complicated than that. We have to take into consideration the weather, the type of soil, drainage, and local laws. That's where the urban and regional planning comes into play. I think in this time, people can pretty much do what they want, at least in the country. In my time, that's not the case. The government regulates everything.
As they entered the walled garden, Ellen gave a soft sigh.
I have missed this. I believe it gives me strength.
Me too.
Michael took the blanket from the back of the chair and spread it on the grassy area in the middle.
I would like to see if I'm able to kneel to weed some of the beds, she said. I wish to have my hands in the soil and to touch living things.
All right.
He could totally understand the cathartic value of that.
Tell me where you want to work.
She pointed to a bed of pink dianthus, and Michael moved the blanket right next to the edge. He picked a bloom and sniffed it, loving the fragrance of the small carnation. He handed it to Ellen with a flourish. She accepted it and gave it a dainty sniff.
Lulu, it's probably a good idea to have some of the cream available,
Michael called as he helped Ellen to kneel. He said to her,
It's a good thing that your skirts and slips are so thick.
Indeed, though most gentlemen of my time do not mention ladies' undergarments.
Sorry, people in my time aren't so shy about things like that.
His mind conjured up an image of Ellen watching a lingerie advert on the telly. She'd be shocked. Michael wondered what it would be like to take her for a walk in London. He'd have to prepare her for a visit like that so she wouldn't be overwhelmed. Perhaps her brother and sister-in-law could help. A desire to show Ellen some of the garden projects he'd worked on grew in him. He also wanted her to show him the gardens she'd done at Kelworth. But neither of those were likely to happen. Once she knew the truth, she'd never want to see him again. He should tell her himself rather than risk her memory of that night returning.
Well, it sounds as though the people of your time must lack manners.
She'd removed her gloves and was pulling weeds with her bare fingers.
That's true enough. Social interactions may not be as smooth as they are in this time, but there's an honesty that's missing here.
Honesty, like telling her what had led up to her injury. How would he broach the subject of that night? Michael couldn't dump it on her. He'd have to tell her more of his history, help her to understand where his grandfather had been emotionally, how Michael had misjudged how far the old man would go. Was it possible for her to know and not send him away? He heaved out a breath.
You are preoccupied today,
Ellen said, arching her back.
I'm told I'm a good listener.
Michael decided it was time to prepare her for the eventual truth and started with his grandfather.
I was just thinking about what it was like growing up.
How do people not become bitter when bad things happen to them?
Do you speak of anyone in particular?
Yes, my grandfather. My grandmother left him and my father when my dad was only 6 years old. She just disappeared.
That's terrible. I am so sorry for them. Were they both bitter?
Yes. I'm sure my grandfather fed the bitterness in my dad.
Are they both still alive in your time?
My father isn't. He died a couple of months ago, and my grandfather's health was dicey when I left. His mental health, anyway.
Ellen struggled to rise, and Michael hurried to her side to give her a hand.
Are your knees hurting?
He asked.
I had not noticed. I only felt your pain.
She reached up to touch his face, but must have noticed the dirt on her fingers because she started to pull her hand back. Michael captured it and pressed it against his cheek.
I don't mind dirt.
Lulu coughed, but Michael didn't drop Ellen's hand. There was nothing inappropriate in either her action or his.
You know, my grandfather's here,
he said.
Yes, it must grieve you not to be able to see him and speak with him. I imagine you are wishing you could help to bring him some peace of mind.
Michael lowered their hands, but kept hers in his as he led her to one of the stone benches. He sat beside her. To be honest, it's been on my mind since I woke in this time. It was already making me a little crazy, but I learned something this morning that's making it worse.
What?
She studied his face, her brow wrinkled with concern. He wanted to kiss her again so badly. Ellen Hildebrand was an amazingly compassionate woman. Was there any chance that she could come to forgive him?
Michael?
She urged. I don't know if you saw the woman who also arrived last night.
Only that there was one.
She's my grandmother. Ellen gave a jolt of surprise.
So they met here at Twickenham and fell in love.
Yes. After my mother died when I was young, my dad had us move in to help his father. We can see Twickenham Manor from our house. All those years, I heard about how the people here are evil, and that they took my grandmother.
Oh, no. Aunt Nellie would do no such thing. I have known her all of my life. She has ever been kind and helpful. I cannot believe she would ever do anything so terrible as to talk a woman into abandoning her husband and child.
Ellen shook her head vehemently. But I'd never met Aunt Nellie, so I didn't know that. Ellen gave a delighted giggle.
It must have been quite the surprise for you then, when you did make her acquaintance. She is a charming and delightful woman, and she has been a dear friend to me.
Her voice softened, and she looked down at their clasped hands.
My brother is happily married now, but he was a widower for 11 years. When he lost his first wife and their little son in childbirth, it nearly destroyed him.
It sounded like the man had gone a little wild in his grief. Like Michael's grandfather, except that her brother had found a woman he could love again. No wonder he'd been anxious to get his wife to modern medical facilities for the delivery of his children.
Our father had died not long before that, and Gareth was left with my raising, with me but 10 years old. He spent much of his time, as gentlemen do, busy in Parliament during the season or taking part in activities with his friends.
And you were left alone a lot? Michael asked.
Yes. He would come to Kelworth after Parliament recessed, and I always looked forward to when he would visit.
Her red scars darkened with a blush.
Unfortunately, his guests were sometimes of a wild sort.
The thought of this beautiful, innocent young woman subjected to a bunch of partying men gave Michael an adrenaline rush that made him want to punch something. How could the man have been so insensitive? Ever-attentive Ellen must have sensed his shift in mood because she shook her head.
No, my brother must have made it clear to his companions that they must not trouble me. No one tried to take advantage of me, but I confess that I was not always comfortable in their company. When that happened, I would seek refuge at Twickenham. In many ways, Aunt Nellie has been like a mother to me.
I wish I'd known that about her when I was in my time. Michael had always been fascinated with the gardens next door. If he'd known Aunt Nellie was approachable, he'd have found a way to go there. He thought he would have enjoyed talking to her about his gardening ideas, and he'd have loved to volunteer beside the Twickenham gardeners. Many people came to tour them.
Do you believe there is something that you may do in this time to change what happened?
Ellen asked. Aunt Nellie tells me I can't, but when I'm well enough to return home, I'd like to bring news to my grandfather about what happened to my grandmother.
How does he know that she travelled in time again? Could not some nefarious person have stolen her or seduced her away from her husband? It happens often enough in my time. Divorce is not easy here, and when two people are dreadfully unhappy, they have little recourse.
Divorce is almost too easy in my time, even back when my grandmother disappeared. My grandfather told me that she'd gone to Twickenham to help on the night of the ball. Evidently,
One of the guests needed help with something. I realize now it must have been a traveller."
Michael remembered the anguish in his grandfather's face as he'd told the story.
"As I mentioned, our house is adjacent to the Twickenham property. We have a turret that makes it possible for us to oversee the grounds. After my grandmother disappeared, my grandfather used it to spy on Aunt Nellie. That night, he used it to watch his wife as she made her way to the manor."
Your grandfather saw her enter Twickenham?
"Yes, and she never came out. That's why he's convinced Aunt Nellie had something to do with it. My grandfather said the Aunt Nellie in my time insisted my grandmother must have accidentally travelled because Nellie never saw her that night and thought she decided not to come."
So the true question might be to what time your grandmother travelled.
Ellen frowned, her expression thoughtful.
Aunt Nellie told me that Twickenham in some form has been here for ages, that there was not a time when there was not a fey guardian over the ley lines. Travellers always come to this place. Someone must have been here, regardless of what time she travelled to. What about the portraits? Aunt Nellie said they are used as a kind of anchor.
For travelling on purpose, yes. Aunt Nellie says she didn't help her to travel, and I believe her.
If your grandmother went to a time when she had no portrait, could Aunt Nellie not have painted another?
There'd have been 2 paintings of my grandmother then, and I'm pretty sure Aunt Nellie would have remembered that. Michael rubbed his temples. I find my thoughts going in circles, but I keep coming back to trusting Aunt Nellie. She said she didn't see my grandmother that night.
Yes,
Ellen nodded.
Aunt Nellie always has a house full of guests on the full moon. Might something have happened to pull away her attention so she did not see your grandmother's arrival?
I suppose. But why would she have left the manor? It wasn't the first time she'd travelled. If I knew I'd landed in a different time, I wouldn't have gone anywhere without checking in with Aunt Nellie or someone on her staff. And why wouldn't she have returned? My grandfather said he thought she was happy with him, that he'd done everything in his power to give her a good and loving home. We're missing something.
Then I believe your grandmother fell prey to a mishap.
Ellen gave a nod.
Your grandmother did look quite confused and ill when she collapsed.
That's true.
Michael felt hopeful for the first time.
Maybe she was confused and wandered off.
Yes, I have never travelled myself. Or rather, I do not recall what it feels like to travel.
Ellen's expression clouded, and he knew it bothered her that she couldn't remember.
Both of your grandparents looked dreadfully ill. Did your grandfather tell you how she was dressed? If she went to a different time, would not her style of clothing have marked her as out of place?
She'd have been dressed in the casual clothing of the time she left.
Michael jumped to his feet, unable to keep back his frustration.
We could come up with all kinds of possibilities, but how do I get solid evidence to take back to my grandfather? He needs closure.
You may never know what happened to her.
Ellen put a hand on his arm that calmed his agitated movement.
You're right, of course.
It is unfortunate we could not set in motion now something to help your grandfather in the future.
Like what?
I don't know. Perhaps when you are able to become acquainted with them, you will divine something.
I like the way you think, Ellen.
At the very least, it would give Michael something to do. She met his gaze with so much confidence that his chest seemed to swell. He didn't care that Lulu was nearby and would cough. He bent over. Ellen closed her eyes and lifted her chin to meet his lips with her own. As he was about to put his arms around her, the maid not only coughed, but stepped forward to push herself between them.
I must insist, Mr. Michael, she cried. This must stop. 'Tis considered disrespectful in this time to kiss a woman you're not betrothed to. Lady Ellen would be considered compromised.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
I keep wanting to push my ways on your time." Michael stepped back.
Lulu, please do not chastise him. I no longer care what people think of me. What is the likelihood that any other man would kiss this?
Ellen indicated her face, tears brimming.
And Michael only kissed me out of pity.
Now wait just a minute, Ellen. That's not true.
He tried to take her hand, but she pulled it back. He said,
"I think I'm falling in love with you."
She gasped, but shook her head and refused to look at him. The words had come out of their own accord, but now Michael had said them. He knew they were true. He was falling for her, deeply. He cupped her cheeks and turned her face toward him. She still wouldn't meet his gaze.
"Ellen, I love you. I love your kind heart."
Sliding his hands to the back of her head, he kissed her closed eyelids.
"I love your creativity."
He kissed her right cheek.
"I love your sense of humor."
He kissed her left cheek.
"I love your laugh."
With the utmost tenderness, Michael pressed his lips to hers, grateful that for once Lulu didn't interrupt. This time, Ellen gave a soft groan and slid her arms around his neck to pull him closer. He wrapped her in his arms, trying to show her how he felt about her. Through the years, he'd had several girlfriends, but he'd never connected with any of them like he had with this sister to an earl. They might have continued to kiss, but Lulu must have decided enough was enough. She coughed, and they broke apart.
I must repeat that in this time,
the maid said, her voice stern.
When a man kisses a woman like that, it is tantamount to a proposal of marriage.
"It works for me."
Michael brushed Ellen's lips again with his, and she gave a soft smile.
"I want to marry you. We just have to figure out if you want to live in this time or in mine."
Before Ellen could respond, Lulu did.
And how would you support a wife and family in this time, Mr. Michael?
He'd been floating high, but her words brought him crashing back to earth. She was right. He had nothing to offer Ellen in this time.
Do you not think the lady should be consulted in this?
Ellen, her mouth still curved up, ran her fingers over his lips. It drove him crazy, and it took all his self-control not to embrace her again.
"And what does the lady say?"
he asked, his voice low and rough.
"I don't have anything in this time, but I do in my own. I've been saving up to start my own business, and I'm my grandfather's only heir. I've told you about the great old house he owns next to Twickenham Manor."
You're suggesting that her ladyship be a gardener's wife?
Lulu's tone wasn't derisive, but it was disbelieving.
I'll inherit an estate upon my marriage,
Ellen said, sending the little maid a frown.
We would not be wealthy, but we could live in comfort. But, Michael, what if my skin does not heal more than this? What if I am forever scarred, and my hair doesn't grow back?
Her voice broke.
"No tears."
He kissed her eyes again.
"If you'd have me, I'd marry you right now as you are. I told you. I think you're beautiful now. Besides," he said, removing her hat and running his hand over her scalp, "your hair is already growing."
Is it?
Ellen reached up a hand and then stopped to pull off a glove so she could feel the new hair.
Oh, it's true. My hair is growing back.
She threw her arms around his neck and lifted her face for a kiss. Michael was more than happy to accommodate her.
Your ladyship,
Lulu began. Ellen raised a hand and waved for her to be silent. Michael didn't want to stress the little woman too badly, so he kept it brief. He'd be happy to kiss Ellen for the rest of his life.
I think you will need to speak with my brother,
Ellen said.
Why do we have to wait for your brother? I thought you were 21 and could choose for yourself.
I am, but I will not marry a man my brother cannot approve of.
Then I will do my best to make myself worthy of his approval.
Michael put as much confidence in his tone as he could, but doubt filled him. He still had a secret he hadn't shared with Ellen. His happiness dissipated. How could she possibly want to be with him when she knew the truth? What was he going to do? Chapter 19. Over the next weeks, Ellen felt as though she were walking on a cloud. She could not remember a time when she'd been so happy. Michael was ever attentive and truly did try to mind his manners. Aunt Nellie had congratulated them on their betrothal, but she had given him a strange look. It had unsettled Ellen and made her wonder what it meant.
I believe you will be pleased with your progress,
Lulu said as she dressed Ellen's short hair. She ran her fingers over the top of her head. Just as Aunt Nellie had said, the healing of Ellen's burns had advanced by leaps and bounds during the last weeks. It was truly remarkable how smooth her skin had become, and the redness of the scars was fading as the white sections took on a skin color. She found herself ravenous all the time, and they had taken to having full meals brought out to the garden. Lulu said it was because Ellen's body needed to feed the regrowth of skin and hair at the faster rate.
I wish you would allow me to remove the sheet from the mirror,
Lulu said. For the first time since the terrible events of that night, Ellen was tempted by the maid's words. Ellen glanced at her hand again. Her dreams were still plagued by the memory of the terrible pain. She had come to believe Aunt Nellie's promises, but Ellen found herself frightened. What if she hoped for too much and was disappointed? A tap on the door made her heart lift. It would be Michael, and she could not wait to feel the press of his lips and his arms around her.
Enter,
Ellen called as she shifted on the dressing table chair to better see him. Michael grinned when he met her gaze. His appearance was much improved, and his hair was now even.
Did your valet cut your hair?
She asked.
Yes, he did. I have to get used to it being so short.
Michael studied her hair.
That's a cute style on you. I love your curls.
It is so strange.
Ellen reached up and felt one of the little coils.
My hair was not curly before.
That was probably because your hair was long and the weight pulled it straight.
How do you know this?
I dated a girl once who was a hairstylist.
A burning sensation began in Ellen's stomach. It happened every time he talked about the women of his past. She tried not to allow it to show, but she must have failed, because he came forward and took her hand. He knew her so well.
She was as much a friend as anything, Ellen.
Michael kissed her fingers.
I've never felt for anyone what I feel for you.
I was just saying to her ladyship that she really should allow me to remove the sheet from the mirror,
Lulu said, watching Ellen.
I think you're right,
Michael said.
I'm afraid,
Ellen whispered.
I'll be right here beside you.
He squatted before her and took both of her hands.
I suggest that you keep in mind your memory of when you first saw yourself after the burn.
When she shuddered, he continued.
That's what I did. Believe me, my love, we both look so much better than we did. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Ellen's stomach roiled, and she shook her head.
You're a strong woman, a tiger, remember?
Michael rose and moved to the back of the chair facing the mirror.
You want to help people, to be a champion for those who have none, and champions need to face their fears.
He put his hands on her shoulders. His words had encouraged her and made her think of Reese. A tiger. Yes, Ellen must be strong.
Remove it, Lulu, before I change my mind.
Fix that image in your mind.
His grip on her shoulders tightened. Ellen closed her eyes and did as he said. It was such a ghastly memory and turned her stomach.
Are you ready?
He asked, his voice soft. Ellen slowly opened her eyes and gave a shaky laugh. Her appearance was not what it had been, but he was correct. She looked much better than she had. Her skin was still discolored, but it was smooth now. She reached up to touch her fully formed nose and ear. Her disgust with her appearance had kept her from touching her face or scalp, limiting it to her arms and hands, in spite of Lulu's encouragement to explore her healing body.
Oh, my! Does my hair have red in it now as well?
Ellen squinted to see her reflection better.
It does, and I think it's adorable.
I do not know if my brother will recognize me when he returns.
She felt her restored nose and wanted to cry.
Ellen,
Michael said, his voice tinged with worry.
you're not disappointed, are you? Aunt Nellie assured us that by the time your brother returns next month, you'll be your old self again. You could see how much you've improved. She said I'll be almost normal by the full moon ball next week. Please, trust her words.
Your hair will be shorter than it was,
Lulu said to Ellen with a shy smile.
But as you wear it up, few people would know. Catherine has been saying I needed to trim it because it would be healthier if I did. Perhaps I can tell her I decided to take her advice.
Ellen had not before considered that she might not tell her brother what had happened to her while he'd been gone to the future. She doubted she was the same woman she had been 6 weeks ago. Sometimes she felt old, ancient like Aunt Nellie, but worn down with her years. How could Ellen not explain other changes that had come about?
What's bothering you?
Michael asked.
I think I must tell my brother what happened. He knows me well and will see the difference in me.
Ellen ran her fingers over her still discolored but faded scars.
The changes in me go deeper than flesh.
A pained expression crossed Michael's face. Ellen rose from the chair and faced him. She reached up and cupped his cheek.
What troubles you?
She asked. And then it was gone, closed like a door. Ellen sensed that Michael was keeping something from her. She had little experience with courting and had never been betrothed before. Did all men keep secrets from their intendeds?
You'll be ready to have breakfast downstairs soon,
he said. She had given him an opportunity to share his burden, and he had chosen not to. Ellen's heart shrank a little that he would not trust her. What must she do to earn that from him?
Perhaps. For now, I am happy to simply break my fast with you in the portrait room.
Wondering what he would not tell her, Ellen took his proffered arm and walked with him to dine.
I think I'm healed enough to approach my grandfather,
Michael said as they were finishing their breakfast the next day.
I hate the idea of spending time away from you, but do you think you're ready enough to come with me?
I cannot appear in public as I am, not yet, but I thank you for the invitation.
Ellen covered his hand with hers.
I believe it will be good for you to get to know your grandparents. Both of mine died when I was a child, so I have few memories of them. How sweet for you to meet your grandmother and to know your grandfather as a young man like yourself.
Yeah, I can find out whether or not he's a hypocrite and held me to a different standard than he lived himself.
George Addington could lecture with the best of them, and had shared many of his life philosophies with Michael.
What do you think you'll do today?
He asked.
I will go to our garden. I believe I heal more there in the fresh air.
It looks like rain.
He indicated the window. Ellen glanced at it and frowned.
Maybe Lulu can bring you a book to read.
I shouldn't be gone all that long. If my grandparents are falling in love, I doubt they'll appreciate an interloper like myself."
Ellen's eyes widened.
If he thinks you're trying to woo her from him, he may call you out.
I doubt it. That's not the kind of thing the men in my time do, or even in my grandfather's day.
But it was something to consider. Michael didn't want to give any impression that he was after his grandmother, creepy as the thought was. But he couldn't exactly tell them why he wanted to become better acquainted with them either. Though the thought of introducing himself as their future grandson was intriguing. They'd be sure to think he was mental, though.
If you're sure,
Ellen said.
But I do wish you would take care. I cannot bear the thought that I might lose you.
A surge of emotion made his chest tighten, and Michael leaned over to kiss her. He was glad that she seemed to have accepted that Nellie's cures were going to work. Now if her nightmares would just stop. Each morning, when he would see Lulu, he'd ask how Ellen had slept. She'd stopped taking the tea that would take nightmares from her, insisting that she didn't wish to rely on it once she left Twickenham. Michael understood the feeling, because he didn't ever want to create a dependence on outside chemicals, whether they were herbal, synthetic, or magical.
"When I'm finished, I'll join you up here."
He looked out the window again, where it was pouring now.
"Even if this clears up, it's going to be too wet to go to the garden today. We can read."
That would be lovely.
Ellen opened and closed her fist.
I believe my hands will be healed sufficiently for me to do some needlework soon. They cramp now when I try.
"Do you do much needlework?"
Michael asked.
In the winter, or when the weather is poor as it is today, I prefer to be in my gardens.
"So do I. It's either that or I spend my time drawing up plans for a garden project I'll be working on."
His valet appeared at the door.
"What is it, Crawford?" Michael asked. "Miss Mary is having an etiquette lesson with Aunt Nellie, so Mr. George is in the billiard room." "Thanks for letting me know."
Michael's stomach gave an odd flip. He was finally going to meet his grandfather as a young man. He heaved out a breath and looked at Ellen, who smiled at him encouragingly.
I wish you well,
she said.
"Thank you."
He leaned over to kiss her. If not for Lulu, who'd be hanging around, he was tempted to forego the visit with his grandfather to spend the morning with Ellen. She must have read his thoughts, because she shook her head and pointed to the door.
You may glean something from him that will help you know how to proceed.
"You're right."
Michael rose, but bent over to kiss her again, this time eliciting a cough from Lulu.
"Crawford, you'll have to tell me where it is."
The valet nodded and led the way from the room. Now that it was time to approach his grandfather, Michael didn't know what to say. Chapter 20. Crawford led the way to the billiard room. Michael wondered what it would have been like to visit Twickenham without the injuries that had forced him to stay away from people.
"Wish me luck,"
he said to the valet and opened the door. The thing that struck Michael the most in seeing his grandfather in person was how happy he looked. His shoulders didn't slouch as though from the weight of his loss, and his face didn't carry the unhappy wrinkles that lined his older face. Once again, Michael hoped someone on the Twickenham staff had been able to stop the old man after Ellen and Michael had been pulled back by the magic. Had the shock stopped his grandfather when he'd realized his anger and bitterness had set two people aflame?
"Oh, excuse me,"
Michael said, feigning surprise.
"I didn't know anybody would be in here."
George looked at him with narrowed eyes.
"I haven't seen you around before. I'm kind of an accidental guest."
Michael shot him a meaningful look and gave added emphasis to the word, hoping his grandfather would understand.
"I thought Aunt Nellie said people could only travel on the full moon. That was 3 weeks ago."
If anything, George eyed him with more suspicion.
I was injured when I arrived here.
Michael pointed to the fading scars on his face and held out his hands.
I actually arrived last month, but I've been recuperating. Burns?
George's expression turned sympathetic.
That's tough. Was Twickenham on fire? If you can believe it, someone set fire to the portrait room. I tried to stop the guy.
Michael was gratified at the scowl his grandfather now wore.
To the portraits that allow people to go back home? What kind of idiot would do that? I think it was someone who misunderstood how things work.
Michael indicated the billiards table.
Do you mind if I join you? Not at all. It's not quite the way we do it in our time.
George glanced at him.
When do you come from?
Michael told him and asked,
What about you? It was 1967 when I left. It's amazing how much things changed in the last 100 years. Ruddy brilliant. Being here has made me grateful for modern conveniences.
He started placing the balls on the table.
I've noticed that too, but I think I'd be lost in 1967 as well. Technology has grown leaps and bounds since your time. Tell me about it.
Michael did as they played the game. He didn't know about the ethics of giving out too much information, but George didn't ask for specifics like company names or brands. He kept shaking his head, though, muttering under his breath about wanting to get back to his time so he could see all these things be developed. It made Michael smile.
Was it very hard to fit in while Aunt Nellie had her guests here?
Michael asked when they'd completed their game.
I'm not much into all that bowing and such that they do in this time. I'd like to see some of these people's eyes if they saw the miniskirts the girls are wearing back home.
The door opened, and a pretty young woman peeked in. When she saw Michael, her eyes widened, and she pulled back.
No, Mary, it's all right.
George hurried to the door and held out his hand. Michael watched with curiosity at how gentle his grandfather was with her. She seemed shy and self-conscious.
Mary Bloxham,
George said as he led her toward Michael.
I'd like you to meet Mr.
He looked at Michael expectantly. For a second, his heart raced. Michael hadn't even considered that he couldn't use the same last name. He grabbed his foreman's surname.
Jones, Michael Jones.
He held out his hand, thinking to shake hers, but all she did was set it in his. Feeling like an idiot, he bowed over it. He'd need to talk with Ellen about learning more about how a gentleman in her time did things.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Bloxham.
And you.
Her cheeks flushed, and she looked down at their hands. Remembering Ellen's comment about his grandfather possibly viewing Michael as a threat, he dropped her hand and stepped back.
I was there when you two arrived, Michael said. You both looked like you had a hard time of it.
Mary touched her temple where the signs of a fading bruise still showed. Michael wondered if she'd refused Aunt Nellie's healing cream because she thought it was witchcraft.
Michael here is from even farther into the future than I. He was injured, and that's why he looks that way.
She glanced at him then, and her eyes went round again. There was something in his grandfather's tone that gave Michael the impression that the man had brought attention to the burn scars on purpose. It seemed that Ellen had been right. His grandfather must be a believer in the old adage that all was fair in love and war. Michael needed to show he wasn't a threat.
Another young lady is staying here, he said. She was also burned, more severely than I was even. Who is she? George asked. She's actually from this time. Her name is Ellen Hildebrand, and we've become very close.
He shot his grandfather a meaningful glance.
When do we get to meet her?
George asked, his arm now protectively around Mary's shoulders. His grandfather had worked even faster than Michael had.
I asked her that this morning, but she said she wasn't ready yet. Only myself and the servants have seen her.
Michael could sense that his grandfather was already anxious for him to be gone.
When the weather is fine, we've been going to a walled garden that allows her some privacy. Because of today's rain, we've been housebound. If you don't mind, I'd like to go and see how she's doing.
He gave an awkward bow and had to bite back a smile at his grandfather's relieved expression. Ellen was almost giddy when she heard Michael coming up the steps. Even though it had only been barely more than an hour, she'd missed him. If not for her scars, she would be blissfully happy, and perhaps that was wrong of her. Michael had convinced her that he didn't look at her with pity and cared not a whit that her face and body were scarred. She looked up from her book, pretending that she hadn't been anxiously waiting for him to return to her.
Did your meeting with your grandfather go well?
It was interesting. Michael sat beside her and leaned in to kiss her. He shot a sly glance at Lulu and sneaked another.
If the pair of you aren't more circumspect,
Lulu complained.
Aunt Nellie will have to insist that the banns be read even before the return of his lordship. The Earl would not be best pleased. Don't quiz her, Michael. She does so much for me.
All right, I'll behave.
Did you find out anything useful?
Michael leaned back on the sofa and stretched out his legs before him. He put his arm around Ellen and pulled her closer. Not as much as I'd have liked. He's already head over heels in love with Mary and very possessive. He and I had just finished a game of billiards when she arrived. The change in the atmosphere was almost chilling.
Your grandfather then saw you as a threat.
He sure did. You're absolutely right. Unless you're in a position to join me, I don't think they're going to want me to spend much time with them.
I am sorry, Michael. I know how you are hoping to learn what might help him to face what is to come. One can never free another from all the pain that comes with life,
Lulu said from the corner where she was doing some mending.
without also robbing the person of the joy. We most appreciate our health when we have been ill. Those are wise words.
Ellen smiled and the maid nodded sagely.
Aye, they are, if I do say so myself. Aunt Nellie has told me that many times. As many travellers as I've seen come through Twickenham, I have found them to be the truth.
Would you be comfortable inviting my grandparents to your garden when the ground is dry enough? He asked. I think if you're there, I'd have a chance to get to know both of them a little better, and my grandfather wouldn't feel threatened.
Ellen's stomach nodded.
She held out her hand and stared at the scars. Every day they improved, but they were not healing fast enough for her to feel comfortable being seen by others. Or was it simple vanity that kept her from helping Michael to become better acquainted with his grandfather? Michael brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. He glanced around and looked at the little maid. Lulu, isn't it the cook who's supposed to have a weather sense?
Aye, Mr. Michael.
You wouldn't mind asking her about it right now, would you? Ellen couldn't help but give a soft laugh. How she loved this man.
And leave the two of you unchaperoned?
Lulu asked, giving him a flat look.
I think not. Believe me, you'll not be wanting his lordship to come after you. I'm glad it's raining today,
Ellen said.
because I know I am not ready to meet your grandparents.
But you'll consider it another day.
I'm still getting used to looking at my reflection. I'm still not myself, Michael.
Well, give it some thought. Without your help, I don't think I can get close to my grandfather. There's only a week until the next full moon.
I can understand the merit of attempting to get to know him better,
she said, holding his hand.
What I do not believe you should try is to change things for him.
I know. Aunt Nellie said that since my grandmother disappeared, there's nothing that can be done. I just wish I could figure out a way to let him know what happened to her. Even if I can't fix it between them, I'd like to give him that. He's suffered long enough.
You're a good man, Michael Addington. I honor you for that.
I love you, Ellen Hildebrand. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her so thoroughly that Lulu had to separate them. Chapter 21. It rained for 4 days and took another 2 days to dry out. Michael had breakfast every morning with his grandparents, but was definitely a third wheel. He'd mention Ellen and the garden whenever it fit the conversation, but their focus was each other. The rest of each day he'd spend with Ellen. They were both going a little stir-crazy and spent too much time looking out the window together. Just as Aunt Nellie had said, the fading of the scars seemed to go faster each day. Michael had the appetite of a horse and ate like one, but Ellen still struggled with a queasy stomach at times. She said it was frustrating to be both ravenous and nauseated at the same time. He thought not being able to eat as much was slowing her healing. When they decided she should force herself to eat more, she'd almost thrown it all up. On the morning before the full moon, when he tapped on Ellen's door, Michael's scars were almost gone.
Good morning, Mr. Michael,
Lulu said as she opened it. Good morning. He stepped into the room and grinned at Ellen, his heart swelling. She might not be able to eat as much as she needed, but what she did was showing up in her hair and skin. She wouldn't agree with him, but he thought she must be close to normal. Another couple of weeks and she'd be nearly scar-free. Her hair almost reached her shoulders. As she smiled back at him, Ellen held herself with a confidence that had been completely lacking before. It wouldn't be long before her hair would be long enough to put up. Well, my love, you are practically glowing this morning. Let me look at you. Michael moved to Ellen and cupped her cheeks. He bent over to kiss her, loving the feel of her smooth lips, the heady fragrance of lavender. He'd never smell it again and not think of her. Only when Lulu gave her irritated cough did he pull back.
Will we be able to visit the garden today?
Ellen asked, her cheeks flushing prettily. Yes, and I'm hoping that you're willing to meet my grandparents. George has asked my grandmother to come to his time with him, and this is the last chance for you to meet them. A furrow creased her brow, and she glanced at the mirror.
My lady, these people will be gone tomorrow. You have no fear of showing your fading scars now. I have worked with Miss Mary, and she is a tender-hearted woman. She would never say anything, especially since Mr. Michael has already told her of your injuries. Have you?
Ellen didn't look happy. I told them there was another guest who was also injured more severely than I. He kissed her hand. This will be my last chance to see them, and I want you to be there with me. You do know that I never met my grandmother, don't you? Ellen's expression softened as he'd known it would. Mary was not the only soft-hearted woman in the house.
I will go with you, though it will be hard,
Ellen said simply. I love you so much. Michael leaned in to kiss her again, but Lulu had taken Ellen by the arm and pulled her to the side.
Mr. Michael.
I know. He glanced at his fiancée and said, I'll be so glad when we're married.
I as well.
Ellen looked down, her cheeks flushing again. Then let's go downstairs to breakfast. He held out his arm. She closed her eyes, composed her features, and took it. Ellen took a breath as she and Michael paused outside the dining room door. It'll be fine, he whispered and pushed open the door. Ah, George and Mary, I'm glad we didn't miss you. Let me introduce you to my fiancée, Lady Ellen Hildebrand. George had risen, and his eyes went round at the mention of a title. Mary stumbled to her feet and curtsied. He took his cue from her and bowed. Ellen curtsied as well, wishing the warmth that had flooded her cheeks didn't make her scars more pronounced. Lady Ellen, this is George Addington and Mary Bloxham.
It is a pleasure to finally meet you both, Ellen said. Michael has spoken to me a great deal about you and what good friends you've become.
What would you like me to get you for breakfast? Michael asked as he pulled out her chair.
The usual, please. Do you and Mr. Michael often break your fast together, your ladyship?
Mary asked, not quite looking at Ellen.
We rarely miss it. Aunt Nellie has kept us on the top floor during our recovery.
She turned to Michael's grandfather and asked,
Where do you come from, Mr. Addington?
Oh, call me George, please. I'm from London, though I've been looking at property in this area. That's why I was at Twickenham.
He frowned and looked worried that he'd said too much.
I know about the time travel,
Ellen said.
Oh, good.
Tell her what you do for a living, Michael said as he put Ellen's plate before her.
I'm a solicitor, just ready to branch out on my own.
He sent Mary a loving look, one full of tenderness.
Mary has made me the happiest man alive by agreeing to marry me.
I wish you both happy. And you will wed Mr. Michael?
Mary asked.
If my brother agrees, yes.
Ellen smiled at him.
What time are you from?
George asked.
This time,
Ellen said.
Then how did you find out about, the magic?
He asked with a frown.
Because of my injury, Aunt Nellie had to use some of her special tonics and creams on me.
As you can imagine, the Fey magic has healed us quickly, Michael added. That made it necessary to tell Ellen.
Yes, I see.
It's too bad it's not something Aunt Nellie could patent, George said, peering closely at Ellen's face, which made her self-conscious.
George,
Mary said, her tone reproachful.
Sorry, miss, I mean, your ladyship. It's just that your recovery is incredible from what I know about burns. Had a co-worker in a car crash once that burst into flames. He was in hospital for nearly a year.
Were it not for Aunt Nellie's intervention, I would have died.
Ellen's throat tightened, and she had to blink at the stinging in her eyes.
Oh, my lady,
Mary said, covering Ellen's hand.
'Tis surely a blessing that you were here. Yes, it was,
she said. We hope you'll join us in the garden today, Michael said, seeming to sense her discomfort and changing the subject.
All this rain has been driving Ellen crazy. She's a gardener at heart.
Her chest swelled at the pride in his voice. What man among the town would have felt that way about such a passion in his betrothed?
I'd love to visit your garden.
George glanced at Mary.
Would you?
I would.
They finished the meal and separated to prepare for their outside jaunt.
What do you think of them?
Michael asked as he escorted Ellen down the stairs again.
Your grandfather is certainly in love with her. Mary is a lovely woman. It saddens me to know that something will befall her.
It's made getting to know her a bittersweet experience, Michael said, struggling to swallow the lump in his throat. George and Mary were waiting by the door when they descended the stairs.
So, tell me what's so special about this place we're going,
George said as they exited the manor. Ellen told him about how she had come to visit Twickenham and been bereft of her own garden work, of how sad and forgotten the walled garden had become.
With the help of some of Aunt Nellie's gardeners, I was able to clear the worst of the overgrowth. When Michael and I were well enough to come here, we maintained it. There are many things I would love to do were I to live here, but I have my own gardens at Kelworth.
That's your brother's estate, right?
George asked.
Yes.
Does he know about the time travel?
It appears he does, and made his own journey to the future. That's where he met his wife.
Really?
Talk about a small world, Michael said with a grin. It turns out I'd met her in my own time. I can't wait to see her again. Ellen watched with interest as the two men chatted. She could see how they had become friends. Was it a coincidence that George had a grandson who carried the same given name as a man he'd befriended in this time? As if traveling to different times was not complicated enough, Adding in family dynamics made it even more so. How would Michael cope with seeing the old, bitter man again that George would become? A twinge of unease struck her, as it always did when she thought of her future with Michael. They had not yet decided when to live, should Gareth give his permission for the marriage. "Here we are," Michael said, releasing Ellen's hand and stepping to the gate. He opened it with great ceremony and held back so the others could enter.
"'Tis lovely,"
Mary said, scanning the area.
"Would you walk with me?"
Ellen asked.
"I would love to, your ladyship."
Mary curtsied, and the two women strolled toward the fountain on the right.
"Tell me about your life in your own time,"
Ellen said.
"Will you miss it?"
"I will not."
Once again, Mary didn't meet her gaze.
"I do not wish to speak ill of my father. And since there's nothing good to say of him, you must remain silent?"
"That is so."
The young woman looked up, her eyes twinkling with the first hint of mirth that Ellen had seen in them.
"Are you certain you wish to go with George? Aunt Nellie would welcome you in this time if you wanted to stay."
"Oh, yes."
Mary's gaze as she watched George was as tender as when he looked at her.
"I wish to go with him more than anything." "Does it not intimidate you to go into a future so far removed from your own?"
Ellen sighed.
"Thinking of it frightens me." "Me as well, but George will be there."
He appeared to be all that the young woman needed.
"Yes, he will be."
Mary glanced at her with wise eyes.
"Just as Michael will be with you." "Yes."
As Mary smiled at George, Ellen felt a tingle that she recognized as the magic. It gave her a strong sense that Mary had not traveled on purpose the night she left her family behind. Why would the magic wish Ellen to know that? That tingle happened again, and an urge to see the pair off tomorrow washed over her. Yes, Ellen wanted to witness for herself what it was like when someone traveled. Closing her eyes, she once again tried to recall her own journey. A flash of memory stole her breath away. Flames all around, dark figures moving about, terrible searing pain. Ellen gasped.
"Are you not well, my lady?"
Mary asked, alarmed.
"It's merely a memory of my injury."
Ellen opened her eyes and tried to calm her breathing by looking at the beautiful dahlias.
"I so wish I could recall what brought me to be burned. I would remember it to be free of the pain it causes." "Perchance you are not intended to recall so terrible an event. I would consider it a mercy." "You may be correct."
But Ellen didn't believe it. The magic continued to niggle her mind. She needed to remember, but she must be strong enough to face it. The men joined them, and they spread out the blanket. When their lunch arrived, Ellen was ravenous. Being outdoors in the garden increased her appetite. She hoped she would be able to eat as much as her body needed. Only then did she realize that except for the few seconds when she had recalled her burning, Ellen had been able to forget her self-consciousness about her scars. She gave a soft chuckle, and Michael glanced at her. "What's so funny?" Ellen told him and glanced at George and Mary.
"You are two very comfortable people to be with. Thank you for today. It means a great deal to me."
George merely gave her a huge grin that reminded her so of Michael. Mary ducked her head, her cheeks flushing. Ellen hoped the young woman would be able to overcome her shyness. From what the two men had said about the future, it was a time when women could be outspoken and had rights before the law. They could even vote like the men. That was something Ellen would love to see for herself. When Mary yawned and blushed furiously in embarrassment, George suggested they should return to the manor. Michael glanced at Ellen, and she nodded. They had left early enough that morning that none of Aunt Nellie's guests who had come for the full moon ball had been about yet. Because more people were likely to be around, Lulu brought Ellen's veil to her, and they settled it over her hat.
I thought you didn't need that anymore,
Michael complained.
I am not healed enough for the world to see me,
Ellen said.
You must remember that I live in this time, and there is every likelihood that Aunt Nellie will have guests who will know me.
Good answer,
Michael said, and held out his arm. It was a pleasant walk back to the house, and they were all a little fatigued from their outing.
We obviously won't be at the ball,
Michael told George at the front door.
but we'll come up to see you off.
Michael suddenly threw his arms around the other man and gave him a fierce man hug.
It's been a pleasure to get to know you.
Same here.
George coughed and offered his arm to Mary. Ellen noticed a familiar face through the window and spun away.
Let us use the servants' entrance.
She didn't wait for him to follow, but hurried away.
What's up?
Michael asked when he'd caught up with her. She glanced over her shoulder at the entrance, and he asked,
Someone you know?
Yes.
I wonder if Aunt Nellie will get more time travelers today.
Michael let out a breath.
I kind of hope she doesn't, so we can have this next month to ourselves. Do you know how long before your brother will get here?
It is my understanding from Aunt Nellie that they should arrive on the next full moon.
Ellen smiled.
I have missed them dreadfully. I hope all went well for Catherine and the babies.
Michael pulled her hand to his lips.
Ellen, I am so sorry you've had to go through this. I would take it all on myself if I could.
She reached up to cup his cheek.
It's not your fault.
His face took on a pinched look, and she was about to ask him about it when they heard voices coming from the distance.
More guests,
she cried.
Make haste.
Once they had climbed the stairs to the top floor, Ellen was tired and said she wished to rest before dinner. She went to lie on her bed, trying to think of the happy thought that in 4 more weeks she would meet the new babies. But the feeling the magic had left continued to plague her. It felt as though she were being warned that something terrible was about to happen. Ellen hoped it was foolishness born of fatigue. Chapter 22. Until Ellen had met Reese and discovered that Ellen had a condition called low blood sugar, she'd never considered that an appetite could be a sign of health. Now that her body had taken to healing quickly, her ravenous appetite brought her encouragement. If only she could bring herself to eat more. Her stomach had growled as Michael escorted her to the portrait room for dinner. 2 new paintings had been added to the walls. Michael drew her with him to stand before them.
These are the ones in the portrait room in my time.
Michael shook his head. Ellen considered the picture of Mary and smiled. Aunt Nellie had done a lovely job capturing the young woman's shyness. Placed as they were, side by side, Mary's eyes appeared to be looking furtively at the other painting. It was craftily done, for Ellen had seen the young woman give George that exact look. Aunt Nellie was a talented artist.
I haven't learned anything that could help him,
Michael said.
If she went to a different time and she died, would it not have been reported in the newspaper?
Depending upon when she ended up.
Would her modern clothing not make her a curiosity? I would think that, at least, would warrant some notice in a newspaper.
That's something I hadn't thought about. You brilliant girl.
Michael cupped Ellen's cheeks and kissed her. When Lulu's inevitable cough came, he led Ellen to the table where dinner was served. Music drifted from downstairs, and she found herself swaying to it as she ate.
I would love to dance with you,
Michael said, when they'd finished their meal and the dishes had been cleared.
I can't do those fancy ones like they show in the movies, but I can waltz. Is it still considered scandalous in this time, or is it okay for us to dance it?
It's no longer scandalous." He rose and held out a hand to her. Ellen stood, her cheeks flushed, and she lifted her arms. Michael pulled her into his and began the simple box step. While she preferred the country dances, especially with men she didn't know well, there was something thrilling about the waltz. She could understand why years ago it had been considered scandalous. It certainly gave her unmaidenly thoughts about kissing the man who was holding her. "I'm looking forward to seeing your home," he said as they danced. "I've heard several of the servants talk about how beautiful your gardens are, and that you're responsible for them." The thought that Aunt Nellie's staff spoke so well of Ellen's work on the Kelworth Gardens gave her a great feeling of accomplishment.
"I wish I'd been able to study about it," she said.
"Have you ever thought of making a life in a different time?"
he whispered into her ear. He had mentioned it before, but a thrill of alarm flooded through her. How could she leave her brother and Catherine? Ellen would inherit property upon her marriage that could support them, but there would be advantages to living in his time, too. Her friend Reese was there, but she lived far away in America. It sounded as though it would be simpler to travel to a different time for a visit than to cross the vast ocean.
"I have nothing to offer you in this time," he said, "but I can offer you a good life in mine."
Would not any life with Michael be good? Voices came from the stairs, and they broke apart.
"I see you two have been enjoying the music,"
Aunt Nellie said, her eyes twinkling.
"Mr. George has said he would like to return to his own time before midnight. Miss Mary is joining him, so they can begin their new life together. I am glad you're here, because this will provide the two of you with an opportunity to see how the traveling is done."
Ellen gave a shaky laugh and accepted Michael's proffered hand. They followed Aunt Nellie into the room.
"It's been a pleasure to get to know you, Michael," George said. "And you, Lady Ellen."
Mary gave them both shy smiles, nodding her head in agreement while she wrung her hands. Knowing they'd only have a few years together made Ellen sad.
"Enjoy every moment you have,"
she finally said. Michael seemed to understand what she was trying to say, because he added,
"That's right. We never know how much time we'll have together. The only time we're sure of is the moment we're in. Be sure to savor every one you have."
He gave George another brisk hug and stepped back. Michael put his shaking arm around Ellen. She wished she could comfort him.
"Stand before your portraits and clasp your hands."
Aunt Nellie took a glittering powder from a small bowl that Ellen hadn't noticed before and began swirling her hands as though she were forming a ball. Light began to glow in the middle. With each motion, it grew brighter. Michael raised a hand to shield his eyes, and Ellen squinted.
"Off you go!"
Nellie cried. An explosion of light, like the morning sun breaking through clouds, cast brilliance throughout the room. Ellen had to close her eyes. When she did, other images flooded into her mind, and fear surged through her body. Two men argued, one holding a small device in his hand. They struggled over some kind of flask. The curtains were already aflame and spreading toward Gareth's portrait. There hadn't been one man the night that Ellen had traveled, but two. When she cried out and ran to stop them from burning the painting, the second man spun around. As though in a twisted nightmare, she recognized Michael at the same moment liquid sprayed from the flask over her hair and dress. Shocked, she found she couldn't move. Ellen stood helplessly as a lick of flame touched the hem of her dress. Searing pain consumed her. Fascinated, Michael watched as Aunt Nellie used the magic to send his grandparents to the future. His skin tingled the same way it did when he used the cream. Remembering how difficult their first trip had been, he hoped that neither of them would be ill. For the first time, he wondered how they would get documents for his grandmother. George had been talking about wanting to get a marriage license right away, but Mary would need some kind of identification. Beside him, Ellen stiffened. It took a second to pull his gaze from the residual magic. Suddenly, she started to scream. He reached for her, but she threw up her arms and stumbled back.
Ellen!
At the look on her face, Michael's mouth went dry.
Stay away from me,
she cried, her whole body shaking.
You did this to me. I recall it all now.
Michael felt cold. He should have told her the whole truth sooner. It had always been a gamble that she'd remember on her own. He'd taken the risk and lost the bet.
It's not what you think.
He held up his hands again, but she turned to Aunt Nellie.
Did you know?
Ellen asked, her tone arctic.
I did.
Aunt Nellie maintained the same calm demeanor, accepting no censure. Ellen didn't say another word. She simply spun around and strode to the door. When she reached it, she paused, one hand resting on the jamb. She didn't look back.
I will not have that man anywhere near me.
She left the room. Lulu glanced at Aunt Nellie, who nodded. The maid hurried after Ellen. Numb, Michael stood staring at the empty doorway. She was gone, and she never wanted to see him again. He looked up and met Aunt Nellie's gaze.
What will you do now?
She asked, her expression sympathetic.
Can I try to explain to her the truth?
That the grandfather you introduced to Ellen was the one who caused her so much pain and almost killed her.
And that Michael held some accountability in that? She'd want to know why he hadn't told her, why he'd lied by omission. He sank into a chair and buried his face in his hands. He felt like his heart had been ripped from his chest.
I don't know what to do,
he whispered. That odd tingling, unique to the magic, nudged at his senses. It urged him to return to his own time. No, Ellen was here. Michael didn't want to go. That would be giving up, and he had to fight for this thing between them. He glanced up and found Aunt Nellie watching him, wearing a knowing expression.
You can feel it too,
he said.
Yes, though what I feel is different, because I'm Fae and you're not. For us to be clear, what do you think it's telling you?
That I should go home.
Yes,
Aunt Nellie said simply.
I believe it is fortunate that Lady Ellen isn't yet ready to present herself before others, and that her brother will be gone for another month. Her garden will provide the quiet and solitude that she requires. I believe you have some issues to resolve and some final decisions to make. She needs time, and that is one thing we can give her.
It still didn't seem like the right thing to do. If he left, would she take it as an admission of guilt? That he'd abandoned her? That he didn't care? The magic touched him again, this time more forcefully, with an urge to return home right now that almost overwhelmed him. The expression of horror on Ellen's face as she'd looked at him filled his mind. She wouldn't let him explain. Not right now.
You have unfinished business in your time,
Aunt Nellie said, her voice soft.
You've expressed a wish to know what happened to your grandfather in your time, and you have Mary's mysterious disappearance to solve.
Yes. Ellen's words about searching for events that might have happened around Twickenham Manor on the nights of a full moon was a good place to start. He'd have access to information in his time that wasn't available in this one.
You don't have a painting of me,
Michael said, clinging to his last hope that he might be able to stay.
How can you send me back?
Aunt Nellie reached behind a high-backed chair and pulled out a portrait of Michael. It was the same size as the paintings of his grandparents. His shoulders slumped.
Michael, she said, your grandfather has lived a long and bitter life. I know you would change the future to keep your grandmother with him, were that possible. You cannot, because it did happen. I need you to fight for the magic and not against it.
He stared at the smiling face in his portrait. Michael wished he felt the happiness there. Glancing around the room, it struck him that each and every one of the people had a story, just like his grandparents, just like himself and Ellen.
Do you have to send me back to the night I left?
Michael? Aunt Nellie began, her tone firm and warning.
I'm not talking about sending me to the time before the fire. I just don't want to go into that room and burn again.
A stab of remembered pain made his right hand twitch.
When you arrive, you will be in a different part of the room, and about 10 minutes later, I will be waiting for you. How do you remember all this stuff? He asked. I leave myself notes.
Her eyes twinkled, and he wished he could see the humor of the situation.
I hope I can come back here, Michael said.
As do I. Aunt Nellie's hands had begun the swirly movements from earlier.
Stand near your painting.
With an aching chest, Michael moved slowly into position. His body felt heavy like it had in the early days of his convalescence, when he'd had little energy. In his time, Ellen would be long dead. A lump formed in his throat. Would he ever see her again? He closed his eyes against the sting of tears. The brightness of the light intensified, and his skin tingled with the magic. A sensation of vertigo overwhelmed him, but he didn't experience any queasiness. Then, suddenly, there was an intense smell of smoke, and he coughed. Present day.
Welcome back, Michael,
Aunt Nellie said. Still coughing, he opened his eyes and blinked against the sting of smoke. The windows were open in the portrait room, but the fire was out, and the servants hurried about the room. Some were using modern-day fans to blow smoke out the windows. He wondered if the fire department had been called. Would that have created new problems for Aunt Nellie?
I need you to come and put your grandfather's fears to rest.
Aunt Nellie took his arm and guided him from the room.
If he doesn't calm down, he could bring on a heart attack.
Where is he? His pulse raced. What would he say to the man? Images of the younger George flooded Michael's mind, memories of a man in love. How bad was it going to be to see the bitter man again?
Your old room.
Her eyes twinkled, but he'd gotten to know her well enough now that he recognized the twinge of concern in the expression.
All these years you've seen me living next door, and you knew.
Michael stopped abruptly, pulling Aunt Nellie back to face him.
You knew Ellen was going to get pulled in and burned. Not at the time it happened. I've known about it since the two of you arrived at my home in flames.
Proof that it happened, and we can do nothing about it, he said, his tone flat.
Exactly. As much as I would have spared Ellen the pain she has been forced to live through, I have to accept the world as it is. Come and speak to your grandfather.
Michael extended his elbow. With a smile at the Victorian gesture, Aunt Nellie took it. He led her to the familiar room and opened the door for her. Inside, his grandfather lay on the bed, his head rolling back and forth, overcome with grief.
Grandfather.
Michael dashed to the bed and took the old man's hand.
I'm here. I'm alive.
At his voice, the old man stilled. He turned his head toward Michael and opened his eyes.
But you were on fire,
his grandfather croaked as he lifted his hand. Michael bent over and let the old man touch the faint scars.
Yes, I was burned, but Aunt Nellie saved me. I'll still need to use her ointment for a while longer.
He glanced back at her.
If she'll let me, but she's assured me that I'll only carry a few scars. I will, and that is correct, she said.
His grandfather tugged at Michael's shorter hair.
Did I imagine the young woman? No, and you met her years ago. It was Lady Ellen Hildebrand.
His grandfather repeated her name, his expression turning in on itself, his brows pinched.
I knew a Lady Ellen once.
Michael hesitated to tell him the truth, though he wanted to. When he'd been growing up, his grandfather had always told him that it was important to take responsibility for his actions.
Yes, Grandad. If not for Aunt Nellie, Ellen would have died.
The old man gave a moan.
It's all my fault. All my fault. She'll heal, though. When I left, Aunt Nellie assured me that Ellen would be back to normal by the next full moon and be able to return to her friends and family. The magic brought her to the future for the express purpose of stopping you.
Michael glanced over his shoulder at Aunt Nellie.
She was fighting for the magic.
He turned back to look at his grandfather.
You know, then?
George asked.
How do you think I'm so healed?
Michael sent his grandfather a meaningful look, and his grandfather's brows raised.
You travel too?
The old man's face clouded with confusion. Michael could sympathize. Probably some of the best days in his grandfather's life had occurred during his sojourn in 1851. But George didn't appear to have made a full connection or hadn't accepted it. Then Michael thought he knew what to do.
Why am I named Michael? What?
Am I named after someone that you knew once upon a time?
Yes.
The confusion lifted, and his grandfather stared at Michael like he was seeing him for the first time.
You traveled to 1851?
A month before you did. If you remember, I didn't introduce myself to you and Mary until my scars had improved enough that you could stomach looking at me. Michael could almost see when it all seemed to gel in his grandfather's mind.
Scars! Ellen!
His grandfather clutched Michael's hand.
That Ellen is your Ellen.
Yes. Michael's chest went tight, knowing that she was so far away and never wanted to see him again.
Where is she? I need to apologize.
She's still in 1851.
But you love her, I remember, and she loves you.
His grandfather tried to sit up in the bed.
Why didn't she come with you?
Because she thinks I'm responsible for her burns. The words came out tight.
No, it was me. It was all me. I'll tell her myself.
Would his grandfather come back with him? A thrill of hope washed through Michael, but Aunt Nellie's parting words rang in his mind. Ellen needed time. There would be no point in rushing back, even if it were possible. He had to help his grandfather find closure. Then it would be time to see if the love of Michael's life could forgive him for not having told her the whole truth.
Grandad,
Michael said, gently pushing the old man back down.
We need to do something first. I need to tell you a story, and then I'm hoping Aunt Nellie will be able to help us solve a mystery.
Chapter 23 1851 Ellen sat on the stone bench, gazing at the walled garden, but not seeing anything. She found it difficult to gather the energy to care. If not for Lulu, and sometimes Aunt Nellie, Ellen wondered if she would bother to eat. Since the horrifying disclosure about Michael, she hadn't been able to bring herself to look at her reflection. She kept her eyes closed, even when Lulu was putting on Ellen's gloves. Her nightmares had returned with force, only now he was always in them, his eyes gleaming red like the fire, laughing maniacally as he sprayed the foul-smelling liquid onto her dress, her hair, her eyes, into her mouth. She would cough until she retched. That would wake her. Lulu would try to give Ellen the tea, but she found she didn't trust anything anymore. Aunt Nellie had known that Michael had been the fiend who had done this to Ellen. She felt as though she could trust no one now. It was too hard, too much. Not since the early days of her awakening had the fog threatened so strongly to take her again.
"'Tis time for you to eat, your ladyship,"
Lulu said, carrying over a tray. Ellen shook her head.
"What would Miss Clarice do in your situation?"
Lulu asked. Lifting her head, Ellen gazed at the maid. It was quite crafty of the little woman to bring up Reese. It was also a question that Ellen could not cast aside. Her dear friend was nothing if not strong. A tiger. Something Ellen had once dreamed of being. Since the revelation of Michael's duplicity, a tiny thread stirred in Ellen. Reese had been assaulted during her visit. She could easily have allowed that experience to overwhelm her, but she'd refused. Instead, she'd found the strength to look beyond herself and not give those men the power to break her. If Ellen wished to be like that, she could not allow her heartbreak to destroy her. She would not be like George, who had turned into a monster, and who'd spawned a monster grandson. Had Ellen not suffered enough? With new resolve, she selected one of the sandwiches. What would Reese have done to a loathsome man who had almost killed her and then claimed to love her? Ellen's throat tightened, and she choked. She had thought she knew Michael so well. How could he do such a thing? How could Aunt Nellie, who had known his true character, have allowed him to prey on Ellen?
"Drink this, m'lady,"
Lulu said, handing her a cup. Ellen eyed it warily. Now that she knew the truth, she'd lost her faith in the magic. It had sent her to Michael's time, had thrust her into the hands of that brute. It had urged her to spend time in his company, to share her innermost thoughts, to love him.
"Please, m'lady."
Ellen needed the magic to restore her to her old self. Heaving out a breath, she took the cup and drank the liquid in one swallow. She handed it back and took another bite of the sandwich. When she'd eaten enough that Lulu stopped hovering, Ellen leaned back, now drowsy. Still holding her plate of food, she closed her eyes. A cozy, pleasant sensation flowed over her. It was as though she were a very little child again, and her mother had come to check in on her in the nursery before going out for the evening. It was a comforting feeling, and reminded Ellen of another time. She and Michael had been in the garden, and Lulu was occupied with the servant who had delivered their lunch. Michael had come up behind Ellen and wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her shoulder. It was like being cocooned in safety and love. Her thoughts drifted to another time when she'd still been wrapped in bandages and had not been able to look upon him. His voice had given her strength, encouraged her. Never once had he hesitated to touch her, even when her lips had still been covered with disgusting scabs, still prone to crack and bleed. He'd not seemed repulsed by her, but had kissed her. With his help, she'd been confident she could face anything that might come her way. Why would he do that when he'd caused her injuries? Guilt? Why couldn't Michael have been the kind of man she'd thought he was? Ellen's thoughts drifted to Reese again. She'd come not only from America, but from the America of the future. She'd attended university, had acted as though it were no great accomplishment, that it was common where she came from. Ellen shook her head. A time when women could choose their own way in life. She thought of her sister-in-law and how knowledgeable she was. She'd sewn together the cut on Michael's hand, had worked in a hospital where she routinely did that kind of thing. She had also attended university. It seemed as though everyone close to Ellen had attended university except herself. And Grandmama, of course. If only Ellen could do so as well. What would she study? Michael said he had an advanced degree in landscape architecture. In the future, one was allowed to study such things at university. She opened her eyes to find Lulu taking the empty plate from her hands. Ellen had eaten everything on it while she was lost in contemplation.
"Lulu, would Aunt Nellie allow me to travel to the future?"
"'Tis not for me to say, m'lady."
"She let Gareth go."
"'Twas the magic that said he should, m'lady."
Ellen considered the tray of food.
"You say I will heal more quickly and my hair will grow faster if I eat more?"
"Aye, m'lady."
Ellen removed her gloves and looked at her skin for the first time in days. She studied the fading scars. Pale blonde hairs had returned to her arms. If she could make a trip to the future, she must not be scarred. Gareth and Catherine were due back at the next full moon. Ellen could see them and spend time getting acquainted with the babies and then travel to the future herself. She could visit with Rhys and return with her at Christmas. Michael lived next door to Twickenham. Would she see him? Her heart gave a leap. Ellen chided herself for being a foolish girl to still love him. The thought that he too had been burned, had suffered, tickled her mind. Had not justice been served? If only she did not miss him so.
"Do you wish anything else to eat, milady?"
Lulu asked as she held out another full plate of food.
"Yes, I think I will try."
Ellen took one of the finger sandwiches. She must eat herself well. Hopefully, she wouldn't cause herself to sick up all this food. Present day. "My eyes are crossing," George said, closing his laptop. Michael had been surprised that Aunt Nellie had been so helpful in their search and not held the arson attack against his grandfather. When he'd asked her why, she'd told him that the knowledge of George's attempt to burn her home had been far removed from the actual event. Knowing the circumstances had softened her heart. When his grandfather had agreed to help with the search, Michael had been thrilled. It was turning out to be a long and tedious process. He could only hope that Mary hadn't been pulled back to a time farther than 200 years. The records got a lot scarcer the further back they went. "I can't look at the screen any more," George said, rubbing his eyes. "I'm not surprised," Aunt Nellie said, striding into the room. "The two of you will go blind if you're not careful. It's time you both took a break." A servant entered the room carrying a tea tray, and Michael's stomach growled at the sight of food. "You always know when I need you." He jumped to his feet and kissed Aunt Nellie's cheek. "What are you going to have, Grandad?" "I'll get my own." George slowly rose from the chair and straightened his back. Michael could almost hear the creaking of his bones. It had taken a few days for his grandfather to become emotionally stable enough to talk much. For a while, Michael had been worried he might die. It had only been the quest to find out what had really happened to Mary that had brought George back to himself. That, and Michael's assurances that Ellen should make a full recovery. Michael said nothing of his own worries about Ellen. During the day, he kept busy with the search or caring for his grandfather. At night, Michael found his mind going over ways he could have handled things differently. He'd had to start taking the sleeping tea again. Fortunately, he had access to it because Aunt Nellie had insisted the men would do better to stay at Twickenham for their search. Part of that was to make sure that Michael had what he needed for the last of his recovery, but he suspected she thought it was safer to keep his grandfather from returning to the house where his thoughts had festered for so many decades. Michael remembered when he'd watched Aunt Nellie gather dew for her paintings. That morning seemed like an eternity ago. "Did you know your magic is bleeding over into our yard?" he asked. "Yes, and that's a problem." Aunt Nellie glanced at his grandfather, who was loading his plate with food, and said softly, "I would have offered to purchase his property several years ago if we had been on speaking terms." She shot Michael a meaningful glance. "Perhaps that is something you can discuss with him. I'll pay more than market value." "But where would he live?" Michael asked, his voice low. "He won't go with you." "I thought I'd stay until he died, and then have you return me a month after I left in 1851. There was a sense of knowing to the look she gave him, and he remembered that she was the same Nellie from the past. She would know what he intended to do, and if he succeeded. Did her question mean he failed? No, not from the way she was grinning at him, and her eyes twinkled. For some bizarre reason, it strengthened his desire to try. "Have you considered asking him to return with you?" she asked. Michael hadn't, but only because his grandfather's health had been poor for so long that he hadn't expected him to live much longer. He glanced at George. The theory that Mary hadn't deserted him had revitalized the man. It was like he was 10 years younger. If Michael emigrated to 1851, would his grandfather be willing to come with him? Had he come around enough to take that kind of leap? And would Ellen speak to Michael when he returned to her time? Not once in the 2 weeks he'd been home had she left his thoughts. She even haunted his dreams.
Michael?
Aunt Nellie asked again.
Could I kidnap him?
Aunt Nellie chuckled softly and gave him an encouraging pat on the arm.
It would be better for you to convince him.
The first step would be to talk him into selling you the house.
I wish you luck on that, then.
Aunt Nellie went to the food tray. He watched George, who was eating cake while he studied Mary's portrait. A tingle ran up Michael's spine, the kind he was learning to pay attention to. Following the urge to look at his computer again, he went back to it. Since his grandmother had come from the 1400s, they'd started with the oldest list of dates of full moon balls and had been working their way to more modern times. Michael studied the list again. It wasn't until he'd begun the search that he'd learned there was such a thing as a blue moon. It was when there were 2 full moons in one calendar month. He opened another browser to check the frequency of blue moons until that urge struck him again. He went back to his list and scrolled down it, pausing when he realized there was a gap.
Aunt Nellie? He called. You didn't have full moon balls during the war?
I've lived through many wars. Her eyes got that mischievous twinkle.
Which one in particular?
World War II.
Not once the Blitz started.
A pulse of excitement made Michael's hair stand on end.
Was the Twickenham area hit too?
We were, she said, coming to stand beside him.
A portion of the manor was even hit once.
You're so aware of possible accidental travelers, Michael said, opening another browser to do a search, that it's always bothered me that you wouldn't have known you had one who wandered off. Do you remember the date of the bombing?
I don't forget much, and that one in particular I'm not likely to. 3 of my staff were injured, 1 critically, she said grimly. It seems the Germans were attempting to destroy the National Physical Laboratory, as well as an American Army base in Bushy Park. They missed their targets, but did a lot of damage anyway. It was February 25th, 1944.
Michael's hands shook as he typed in key words. He was hoping there would be a listing of casualties. None of the finds struck him until he clicked on images and noticed a picture of a partial driver's license. It didn't fit the time. He clicked on it and then followed it to the site. It was from a newspaper with a plea of, "Do you know this woman?" and accompanied a list of items found on a dead woman discovered in the rubble of a bombed building a couple of blocks from the manor. He glanced at his grandmother's painting and back at the picture from the scanned newspaper. An assortment of emotions made his breath catch. Excitement, relief, sadness.
Grandad, did Mary take her driver's license with her?
George turned around.
She always took her pocketbook wherever she went.
His eyes went wide, and he hurried over, asking,
Have you found something?
Michael stood and turned the laptop so his grandfather could see the screen. George ran a finger over the smiling face on the picture of the license and sank into the chair.
Ah, Mary, my love.
Aunt Nellie was telling you the truth. She didn't know that Mary had accidentally traveled because Nellie was busy tending her injured staff members. I saw Mary the first time she traveled, and it was hard on her. She fainted, like keeled over. If she did that the second time and hit her head, I'll bet she was disoriented and must have wandered away. Clasping his grandfather's shoulder, Michael said in a rough voice,
She didn't abandon you
or Dad?
George's shoulders hunched over, and he sobbed. Michael knelt and put his arms around him. He didn't know how long they stayed like that, but his knees started to protest.
You all right?
Michael asked, standing.
I'm fagged. Would you like to rest? I would.
Michael stayed with him as they walked down to his grandfather's room. George remained silent, thoughtful, probably making peace with the knowledge of what had happened to the love of his life. Michael didn't want to interrupt. He was about to turn out the light when that magical nudge tickled his spine again.
I'm not planning to stay in this time,
he said.
But I don't want to leave you alone here. I'd like you to consider coming with me. For Lady Ellen. Yes, Lady Ellen. She loved me once, and I'm bound and determined to make sure she does again. Am I too old for an adventure?
George looked at him with a shine in his eyes that Michael had only ever seen in earlier photographs, back before Mary had disappeared.
Your father lived to nearly 100. You're only 73. You're practically still a kid.
His grandfather chuckled.
What would we live on? I've got some savings that I was planning to use to start my own business. We could sell your house. But we can't use the money from this time in 1851. No, but we could use it to purchase things here that would have value back then. Things cost a lot less in 1851, too.
George was quiet for a few seconds, thoughtful.
I think, now I know the truth, that I'd enjoy visiting the place again where I met Mary. And me.
Michael winked at him.
Get on with you.
His grandfather smiled and rolled over. Chapter 24. Michael watched his reflection in the mirror as his valet tied the cravat. It felt strange and yet comforting to be dressed in the Victorian style again. What would Ellen say when she saw him? Would she give him the cut direct, as Aunt Nellie had described it during one of her tutoring sessions? He'd hate to have wasted his time trying to fit in Ellen's time. He couldn't think that way. Aunt Nellie had also assured him that he and George would be welcome to stay at Twickenham until they were settled. Michael had tried to get Aunt Nellie to tell him what happened between him and Ellen, but she refused to comment. The old house had appraised higher than Michael had expected it to, and Aunt Nellie had offered even more for it.
Consider it for pain and suffering,
she'd said as she'd patted George and Michael on the shoulders.
Ah, now I'm the one that caused the pain and suffering,
his grandfather had said, his voice gruff.
I assume some responsibility for your pain because I had a traveller slip by me.
Aunt Nellie had shaken her head, her expression sad.
Please remember that Mary was also my friend.
George had surprised Michael by giving her a comforting hug. That their relationship had changed so drastically was a relief. It was like his grandfather had found a new lease on life, finally able to let go of what had happened in the past. It made Michael wonder if other families who'd lost a loved one and didn't know what had happened to them also found themselves unable to move on. It had been a terrible burden on his family, that was for sure. His grandfather had turned into an enthusiastic participant in the moving plan. The transfer of title had been handled quickly. Aunt Nellie had also helped Michael to purchase the largest number of precious jewels for the lowest price. She'd assured him that he and his grandfather would be able to live comfortably on the income after investing it, and her 1851 self would help them with that. George was still deciding what he should bring, so Michael had gone ahead to the portrait room. 2 adults carrying young babies were already there.
Dr. Ryan, Michael exclaimed. Or should I say Lady Hildebrand?
He'd been so busy with his own plans that he'd forgotten the time frame for the return of Ellen's brother. The doctor had pulled the bundle in her arms a little closer. The familiar-looking man standing nearby, also holding a bundle, placed himself between them. He must be Gareth. "Lord Hildebrand." Michael clenched his fists to keep his hands from shaking as he bowed before the Earl. "I recognize you from your portrait. I know it's presumptuous of me to introduce myself, but since we're still in this time, I hope you'll forgive me. My name is Michael Addington, and I'll be traveling to your time tonight." "How do you know my wife?" The man's shoulders had loosened a little, but he still scowled. "Oh, Gareth, chill," his wife said, pushing up beside him. To Michael, she said, "I've met you before. Did I treat you?" "You did." He held up his hand to show the faint white scar. "It's a pleasure to meet you again. When did you travel?" 3 months ago. I believe I traveled the month after you did." Michael felt a little sick at the thought of them arriving in the portrait room with a pregnant countess at the same time his grandfather had been trying to torch the place. "Congratulations on your additions," Michael said. "Ellen did mention that you thought you might have twins." Gareth's expression hardened at the use of his sister's name, and Michael's stomach knotted. "Are you referring to Lady Ellen?" the Earl asked, his tone dangerous. "I do apologize for being so informal," Michael said with a bow of apology. "Lady Ellen and I became acquainted when she saved my life." Catherine's brows shot up, and Gareth's jaw dropped. Let them stew on that one. "If you'll excuse me, I need to check on my grandfather, who's also traveling tonight." Michael gave 2 quick bows and hurried from the room. Outside the door, he leaned against the wall and let out a deep breath. How had he ever presumed that he could step into that world, to think that even if Ellen forgave him, that her brother would accept him? Aunt Nellie stepped out of George's room, with him following. She started to smile at Michael, but must have seen something in his expression because she hurried her pace. "What is it?" she asked. Michael put his fingers to his lips and stepped further away from the door. He said softly, "I just met the Earl and his Countess." "Ah," Aunt Nellie grinned, that playful twinkle lighting her face. "His lordship can be intimidating, but he's a good man, and he cares a great deal for his sister. He's not an ogre, though he'd be pleased to have convinced you that he was. Are not the twins adorable?" "I didn't get introduced to them." "Don't let those titled types intimidate you," George said, his voice gruff. "He's a man who puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like you and me." "I'll keep that image in my mind," Michael said, feeling lighter. It still didn't mean that the man would agree to his sister marrying a regular bloke. "Follow me." Aunt Nellie moved ahead and slipped into the room with that flair she always had. "To our adventure," George said, narrowing his eyes as he straightened his spine as though preparing to go into battle. Michael patted his pockets to make sure he hadn't forgotten his collection of jewels. "Let's do this." Aunt Nellie was talking to the Hildebrands, but turned when Michael and his grandfather entered the room. She made the introductions. "Perhaps Lady Catherine would like to introduce her children." Michael appreciated the strategy because the Earl's scowl disappeared at the mention of his kids. "My husband is holding our son, Gareth Oliver Hildebrand II. We're going to call him Oliver. These poor children have names bigger than they are." Catherine winked at her husband. "Our daughter is named Evangeline Sophronia Ellen Hildebrand, after Gareth's mother, my mother, and his sister." At the mention of Ellen, Gareth turned his hard gaze on Michael again. "So a son and a daughter," he said, refusing to be cowed by imagining the man in his underpants. "I'm very happy for you." "Your ladyship," Gareth said. "Your ladyship." Michael bowed in apology. He had a feeling he was probably going to be doing a lot of that.
"I'm happy for you, Doctor," George said, watching the Earl for a response. "With twins, it must have been especially important for you to travel to our time to deliver them safely."
Exactly.
"It's time to begin," Aunt Nellie said with a clap of her hands. "Does everyone have what they need?"
1851. Ellen's stomach had been full of butterflies all day, knowing that she'd soon see her brother again and meet his children. Would he notice the changes in her? She'd also spoken with Aunt Nellie about visiting the future. She'd been evasive and changed the subject. However, she must have known that Ellen would make the request because Aunt Nellie had hung Ellen's painting next to Michael's. Seeing his dear face had nearly broken her. When she did travel, would she see him? His grandfather's property was next to the future Twickenham Manor. The longer she and Michael had been parted, the more she wanted to see him again. It felt a little like what he'd said he wanted to give his grandfather. Closure. Her biggest fear was that she would forget the nightmares and the dreams of pain and fling herself into his arms. But how could she be with him when his actions had brought that on her? Yet how could she make a life that did not include him when she loved him so dearly? With the passage of time, Ellen had finally allowed Aunt Nellie to explain what Michael had told her about that night. He claimed he'd not intended for Ellen to be hurt, that he'd not meant to douse her with the fluid which had fed the flames. The corner of her vision turned foggy, and that place threatened to pull her in again. No, she must not think of it. When would she be free of it? Ellen had attended the ball for the first time since that dreadful night. With her hair up, no one could tell that it was shorter than it had been 3 months ago. The few faint scars that remained, which Aunt Nellie assured her would continue to fade with use of the cream, were hidden by Ellen's gloves. She slowly made her way up the stairs, recalling now how she'd done that before. It had been the magic which had drawn her that other time. Why would the magic have done that? Had she been needed in some way to stop what Michael and George were doing? Aunt Nellie had said more than once that Ellen had been fighting for the magic that night. She did not fully understand it and wondered at times if her friend was saying it because it made Ellen feel like a tiger. Like Reese. The hallway leading to the portrait room was quiet. Ellen wondered if Aunt Nellie was there and stepped into the room to find her standing on the opposite side of the wall from Gareth and Catherine's portraits. A pair of servants stood nearby with teacups and a tea tray.
"It will be busy here in a moment," Aunt Nellie said, taking Ellen's arm. "Stay by me."
As soon as the light began, Ellen's stomach turned queasy. She closed her eyes, trying to picture what the room might look like in the future. She did not wish to relive the memory of that painful night.
"Tonic, quickly!"
Aunt Nellie said, releasing Ellen's arm. She opened her eyes and found Nellie and the 2 servants rushing toward Gareth and Catherine, who were both holding something but swaying as they did. Ellen realized they held babies and rushed forward to help. She took the bundle from her sister-in-law, while Aunt Nellie took the one from Gareth. Twins. Catherine had been correct. Ellen's heart swelled as she held the poor little thing who'd begun to cry. She wondered if it was as difficult for the babe as it was for her parents.
"Have no fear,"
Aunt Nellie said as she patted the one in her arms.
"Travel is easier on little ones, and these 2 have traveled once already while inside their mama."
"Oh, that is much better," Catherine said after drinking her tonic. She came to Ellen and gave her a hug. "This is Evangeline Sophronia Ellen Hildebrand."
"You named her after me?"
Ellen's face warmed with pleasure. "Of course." Catherine ran a finger over the baby in Aunt Nellie's arms. "And this is Oliver." Well, Gareth Oliver Hildebrand II.
They are lovely names and beautiful children,
Ellen said.
I wish you both happy.
Gareth had come over to embrace her before taking his son back from Aunt Nellie. Ellen stiffened, waiting to see if he'd noticed the change in her. "What about the others?" Catherine asked, glancing over her shoulder. That was when Ellen saw him, and her heart leapt into her throat. Michael and an old man must have arrived at the same time, but held back, watching. Her eyes brimmed as she met Michael's beloved gaze. Just as she'd feared, she had to force herself not to rush forward, not to pull him into her arms. Michael didn't move, but the man beside him did. He rushed forward and dropped to his knees in front of her.
"Oh, Lady Ellen, it was all my fault and not Michael's. He was trying to stop me. I was insane with grief and misplaced anger. He was trying to stop me when you travelled. I never meant to hurt anyone. My sweet Mary would be ashamed of me. I'm so sorry."
His last word broke with the sob. Gareth tried to push himself between her and the man that Ellen knew now for George. She stepped around her brother. Her heart broke at the old man's grief and sorrow. It reminded her of how crazed her brother had been when he'd lost his first wife and son all those years ago. Ellen's gaze met Michael's hopeful one. The magic nudged her. With George crying at her feet, she accepted the truth. Michael had been trying to stop him. She felt light, as though a great burden she'd been carrying had been lifted from her shoulders. Her love for him had not been misplaced. She wanted to throw herself into his arms, but first she needed to help George. She knelt before him and lifted his bowed head.
"What are you doing, Ellen?"
Her brother barked, which set the baby crying. "Shh," Catherine hissed.
Oh, my dear friend,
Ellen said.
Of course I forgive you. No man is himself in the throes of grief. Have you discovered what became of Mary?
"She didn't abandon me, but was killed in an accident."
Ellen wiped the tears from his cheeks.
You will be well now?
"That depends."
Wiping his face, George glanced back at Michael. She started to rise, but he rushed forward to give her his hand. Ellen accepted it and let Michael help her to her feet. She met his gaze, and her breath caught at the love she saw there. He looked so handsome in his very proper clothing, and he carried himself in a way that fit her time and not his old casual manner. She could easily see him in the ballroom downstairs, comfortably conversing with Aunt Nellie's other guests. Michael brought her hand to his lips, sending a thrill through her.
"I was wrong not to tell you the whole truth sooner, and I'm sorry. I'd thought to prepare you for it, but I took too long. I hope you can forgive me."
Michael patted his jacket pocket with his other hand, and whatever was in it made a clattering noise, sounding very much like jewelry.
"You told me once that you'd accept my hand in marriage. Would you still have me?"
Love for him swelled up from Ellen's heart and tightened her throat with emotion. She swallowed, hoping to bring out the words she wanted to speak. Michael's face had paled at her hesitation.
"Please say you will. I love you, Ellen."
She swallowed the lump in her throat, her words coming out raspy.
I'm honored, Mr. Addington, and I'd love to be your wife.
"You will not."
Gareth stepped forward and would have moved between them. With a swift motion, Michael placed himself in front of her.
"Your lordship, I ask for the honor of your sister's hand in marriage." "The presumption," Gareth growled. "I have no idea who you are."
You had no idea who I was, either. Catherine reached past Michael and pulled Ellen out from behind him. His fingers twined with Ellen's while Catherine said, "Gareth, I have a feeling your sister has had an adventure while we've been gone." She glanced at Aunt Nellie. "Do you vouch for him?" "I do, and I might note, your lordship, that your sister is of age. Now, I have a house full of guests I must see to." Aunt Nellie winked at Ellen and waved at one of the servants who hurried out of the room. "Lady Ellen, perhaps you and your guests would care to take a light supper in this room. You will have time to explain."
"I would like that very much."
Ellen turned to face Michael.
"You really will marry me?"
he asked. A feeling similar to that foggy place made Ellen feel light, as though she might float away. But this one was with happiness.
"Oh, yes, my love."
She lifted on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to Michael's. Epilogue. 1851.
"What think you?"
Ellen asked as she and Michael climbed from the carriage and faced the dower house.
"It's just as beautiful as you described."
His gaze shifted to the wide lawns before it.
"The grounds are large enough to be a challenge, but not so big they'll overwhelm you. I think it'll be a perfect internship project for you."
"Especially with you as my mentor."
Ellen reached up and pulled him down for a kiss. Michael didn't hesitate to encircle her in his arms. As always, the warmth of his love and support enveloped her. She pulled him closer, and he deepened the kiss. She loved no longer having to worry about Lulu coughing to interrupt them. That didn't mean that Grandmama or Gareth didn't complain when they came upon them, though he was not one to stand in judgment, as Ellen had often caught him and Catherine doing the same thing. Kelworth was so full of people now, and Ellen loved it. George had fit right in, and he and Grandmama had become great chums. Between him and the Colonel, the two of them were determined to get her to ride to hounds. All that exercise and Catherine's work on the older woman's diet, it had been necessary to have a new wardrobe made for Grandmama.
"Now that you have control over that property you inherited,"
Michael began when they finally ended the kiss,
"are you going to want to move there?"
"We should make visits, certainly, but I don't believe I wish to live there. It's so far away."
A thought occurred to her, and she looked at him with concern.
"Unless you don't enjoy staying in my brother's home. Do you wish us to move?"
"With a wing of our own, I think your brother's house is plenty big enough for all of us. I know you're having fun with so many people there. Have you considered buying a house in this area? Or land? We could build our own place."
Ellen's heart swelled, as it so often did nowadays.
"I would love that, as I wish for our children and my brothers to grow up as good friends as well as cousins."
"Our children?"
Michael's eyes went wide.
"You're not—"
"Not yet, my love. As we discussed, I wish to call myself a master gardener before we begin our family."
"I've wondered if you might want to do something else with that property of yours," he said.
"What?"
"I keep remembering what you said about burn victims like us, who'd be shunned by society and not have anywhere to go."
With those simple words, a whole host of possibilities came to Ellen, and it took a few seconds before she could settle on what to say.
"Are you suggesting that we provide a home for them?"
she asked.
"We'd have to talk about it and plan, but I've been inspired by your brother's school and Catherine's midwife hospital. Why not a house full of burn victims who cared for each other and the house and farmed the land?"
Michael shrugged.
"We'd need to talk with your brother and his wife, if you're interested."
"Oh, I love this idea. I never dreamed I could be so happy."
Ellen threw her arms around his neck, and Michael pulled her to him. His mouth found hers, but then began tracing feathery kisses down her neck. Oh, do not tease, she said with a laugh and pulled away.
If you insist. I guess if you want this garden project all planned out to show Reese when she comes for Christmas, we'd best get started.
Michael put his arm around her shoulders, and they faced the Dower House grounds together.
So, my love, what do you envision for this place?
Thank you for listening to For the Magic. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been For the Magic, Twickenham Full Moon Ball Romance Book 3. Written by Donna K. Weaver. Narrated by Kathleen Corbin. Copyright 2019 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright by Donna K. Weaver.